just what we're seeing right now, a lot of folks are just tuning in. Moments ago, it looked a little bit different, and then there was a huge gust of wind, apparently, down there on the ground, and it changed everything instantly. And it just shows you how quickly that fire behavior can change with the gust of a wind. Right now, though, the smoke is kind of making its way due south. It was actually kind of going a little bit out to the west earlier on, so there definitely was just moments ago a change in that wind. Those embers, they're dropping down and they're falling into these neighborhoods down here. I'm going to show you just what the firefighters are dealing with, but on a kind of a micro scale. Look at that. That right there, that is new growth for that fire, and it is in a low spot, so that fire definitely going to start growing up here and start the terrain going to start rising. There are some homes nearby, but these homes pretty much at a distance farther away than it really seems to look. I'd say probably about a mile from the nearest home. Actually, just noticing that right there. I believe that's going to be some sort of fire vehicle, so they are aware of what's going on, and they probably are taking a peek at that hot spot. I'm going to bring up the map real quick, showing the viewers kind of what's going on and where a lot of this stuff is. This is going to be, excuse me, right there. This is going to be very, very close to the Brentwood area, but still technically the Palisades. As I pan down over here, this is going to be the areas where Gigi's at and other of our crews, and a lot of that devastation. Those 1,000 homes that were destroyed, I would venture to say they're going to be somewhere right here in this area, because you can see how it is all darkness, and this would be an area that usually would be lit up, much like you see on a lot of when we show those wide shots of the city, but right now all in darkness due to all those homes being destroyed. Hot spots that have been popping up, I believe that is going to be an actual structure right there. We've been seeing this all morning long. A lot of times there's going to be too much smoke in the area where you really can't see what is burning, but this one, if you look, you can clearly see that is some sort of structure right there, and they actually have some firefighters nearby. This is actually very dynamic and something that we have not seen in Southern California in a very, very long time. And of course, with the map, you can kind of get an idea where this is. When the sun comes up, we're going to be able to kind of see more of that, the areas that have been devastated. These hot spots continue to pop up. All the fire departments that are down there, I can't even really say for sure which fire department is actually battling those flames, because we have so many multiple agencies down there helping to keep these homes safe, the ones that have not yet burned. But the fires fight still very, very active and very sporadic. Even though the winds are a little bit lighter, it is still a very sporadic firefight. But the bulk of the fire right now up on that hillside, up on those hills, but that's still technically in the Palisades. And those homes that you see nearby, those are about a mile away. But I can tell you, if that was my house or I knew somebody that lived there, I would be concerned. I'm sure they are as well. But of course, the firefighters, they know about it. Aerial support coming back apparently as day breaks, and we've been watching those helicopters, but we're very, very hopeful now that we have lighter winds. These winds have not stopped, but just lighter winds. We're going to be able to see some of those fixed wings. We'll see those big FOS check drops, and hopefully see those super scoopers picking up water from the ocean. It's just a short hop over here to these flames. Hopefully they'll get a lot of this in check this afternoon.
Yes, Stu, I mean, I know the hope is that firefighters are able to turn a corner today, a bit of a corner, with the weather conditions slightly improving. We saw yesterday, last night, when firefighters did that FOS check drop in the Sunset fire, it really, really made a difference, and I think that's what we were severely missing yesterday.
Definitely, and you know, and it's all because of the winds, and it could, you know, there's a lot of factors involved as well. Is it just the aircraft limitations? That could be part of it, but it also is how effective is that. Excuse me, how effective is that drop in those high winds? When those winds are blowing really, really hard, the helicopters might be able to get in there, but when they drop that water, it just kind of mists around. It might be helpful, but it's not doing the job that it could be doing, and that's what makes it so difficult with these lighter winds happening, because the wind event is still active. With these lighter winds, we're probably going to see more helicopters dropping water and more of those big aircraft, the fixed wings, dropping water, and hopefully, like you said, they're going to turn that corner. We're going to see a lot less of this, a little bit more of hot spots, and of course a lot more people in these neighborhoods out here breathing a little easier.
And that's just this is just such a needed part of the response effort, especially when you're trying to fight a major fire like this. The more assets that are available, the better. And because of the lack of water in Palisades yesterday on the ground, today, the fact that these super scoopers can just get right into the ocean, pick up water there, and then drop it down is just going to, I can imagine, offer an extraordinary amount of support.
It definitely, and you know, on a personal level, when I watch these fires, that's what I'm watching. It's like, how are they fighting them? Why are they putting the fire? Why are they moving their assets to this location? What's changed? What are they seeing? And it is actually it's like watching a chess game sometimes. You know, these firefighters, it isn't just they're not just out here dropping water in random spots. Everything is very well coordinated. They have a command center. They've got people that are way smarter than me watching what's going on and making these moves and saying, all right, we're going to move these assets over here. And then there's also a lot of safety involved as well. The helicopters and the fixed wings, the joke is they don't play well together. They do play well together to put out the fire, but they have to get the helicopters out of the way and in a safe area before they can let those fixed wings come in and drop their Phosgec and or water, depending on which aircraft it is. So there is a lot of coordination going on. There's a lot of strategic moves happening, especially when they're fighting fires from the air. And those aerial assets, they are amazing. And yes, definitely, when they come out here, we're going to start seeing a lot of this happening. You know, these fires, the big bulk of these fires getting knocked down quickly. And of course, those neighborhoods, that's going to be the guys on the ground for the most part. You got to give your hats off to them. An extremely difficult job. And they were there when those high winds were happening. They were there trying to put out those fires and picking and choosing what they can save and what they can't. It is an amazing job. And of course, we're just talking about the Palisades. We got the Eaton fire going as well. That one is huge. Multiple structures destroyed. Sad to say, 5 people lost their lives out there. And at the Palisades one, multiple injuries, as we understand. People that had burns walking away from a lot of these areas because they couldn't get away any other way. This is something that is unprecedented in the Southern California area, and this fire, it's still going. It is definitely not out, but hopefully we're not going to see any more injuries and, sadly to say, deaths.
Really holding out hope for that. And yeah, as you said, Stu, you cannot underestimate this. We are experiencing some of the most devastating winter fires that we've seen in 4 decades. And Stu, hey, you're going to be making up for all the work that maybe you couldn't get to do yesterday. I'll be checking in with you for sure all morning long, especially when the sun starts to rise, and we'll be able to see a very clear picture, unfortunately, of all the devastation that you're looking at right now in the Palisades.
Thank you, Stu, and the real magnitude of that devastation that we just weren't able to see yesterday. We saw it from the ground, but the aerial perspective, once the sun rises today, that many of us are going to see, I can imagine is going to be quite daunting. All right, Stu, we'll check in with you in just a little bit. Meantime, let's get to Mario, who is in Altadena at the Eaton fire. What's the latest from there, Mario? Hey there, good morning.
Hey, Melvin, Jen, we're on a popular stretch of North Lake Avenue, and this is where several businesses and homes have been destroyed. It's really incredible to see the amount of damage that has been done. I want to show you some more of the destruction. So we're at the corner of Lake and Boston. This is 2098 Lake Avenue, and this is listed as an herbal medicine shop, and you can see just how powerful the flames were here, ripping through the storefront, basically leaving nothing here but the shell of this business. Just behind this, we have a tattoo shop, a small tattoo shop that burned to the ground, as well as 3 homes a little farther down Boston Street that we've counted, and that's just what we've seen in our immediate area, so we could be looking at more destruction. And Carlos Jacinto behind the camera here, I want to pan over and show you just what we're seeing here along the sidewalk. These vehicles have been left torched. We've counted at least a dozen here in this area. We know plenty more look like this, unfortunately. So just imagine being here on the street. It's fortunate that those evacuations were in place and a lot of people had left. And just across the street, Carlos, I want to show them that Brake Masters, an auto shop where you see all those vehicles that have also been torched. You can imagine the explosions that may have been heard coming from that business as the flames were making their way through. So the power is out. Traffic lights are not working here through most of the area. Evacuations expanded now into all of La Cañada Flint Ridge in addition to parts of Altadena. Altadena, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, and Arcadia. More than 52,000 residents and 20,000 structures remain under those evacuations, with tens of thousands more under warnings. Now, we know this has been fueled by the Santa Ana winds, and it's really been difficult for firefighters to get a grasp on this with all of the strong gusts that we've been feeling. But this morning, it's really been fairly calm. We can still smell that heavy smoke. And then way off into the distance, up in the hills above Altadena, we can see some of those flames still making their way through. So it is incredible to see, you know, this might be the site for a lot of people who are waking up, maybe tuning in to Good Day LA and seeing some of these properties that have been left leveled, just completely gone here this morning. Live in Altadena, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Mario, I mean, one thing that took me by surprise when you first said this business is listed as, you have to go by what the business is being listed as, because it is so badly burned that it's unrecognizable.
Absolutely. There are a few businesses we've been trying to figure out. It looks like there may have been a film production site just across the street, a little business, a pet store up the street that may have been impacted as well. We could easily see the Bank of America signage up the street. That building burned yesterday. So, yeah, it's definitely hard to tell, but I assume as the sun comes up, we'll definitely get a better idea of more of that damage here in Altadena.
Thank you so much, Mario, for being out there for us. We'll check in with you in just a little bit. I think the point you raised, Jen, about stuff being unrecognizable, I think many structures that people have come to know in these communities that have been hallmarks of the community are no longer there.
That's right, especially in the Palisades.
Oh,
you know, you're talking about Palisades Village and some of these places that people go to every day. The library, the places that people come together and pray, or to read books, or even just talk. It's all gone, and I think it's going to really change the fabric and the DNA of some of these communities.
It's one of the top 20 most destructive fires in California history, based on the amount of structures that have been destroyed. And with that, we're going to go to Gigi.
Mel and Jen, you said it. We're talking about churches. We're talking about supermarkets. We're talking about the public library. We're talking about schools. This is all part of the fabric of a community, and especially here in the Palisades. And another important piece of the fabric of this community is the community theater. We're talking about the Pearson Playhouse. It has been destroyed. The Theater Palisades page on Facebook posting, "Too sad. Our beloved Pearson Playhouse is gone, but the heart of Theater Palisades beats on. We will rise again." And to give you a little piece of history, according to Playbill magazine, this first started in 1967. The theater company has operated as a community theater with an active community of subscribers. The theater actually opened this venue here in the Palisades in 1988. The group typically performs about 5 shows a year, plus 2 youth productions, and they also host presentations from the Palisades Historical Society. And the company had been slated to start their theater performances this week. And now the theater, the community theater, is a total loss. Yet another statistic of what could be the destruction of the Palisades, because there is so much loss here. But people are standing strong. They say they will rebuild. This is just a pause. Again, important pieces of the fabric of the community. This is what makes up a community. And we talked about the youth productions that were held here at the Pearson Playhouse. You know, all those kids probably looking forward to the start of theater season, to be able to perform in front of their families and their parents. And now this is a loss also. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Gracia. I'll send it back to you, Mel and Jen.
Yeah, Gigi, it's one of those things where you're thinking about when to rebuild. We're in the recovery process right now, obviously, but you wonder what the Palisades is now going to look like, and what that rebuilding process will even look like, because you're having insurance providers that have pulled, 70% of State Farm Insurance has pulled out of Pacific Palisades neighborhood alone. So you wonder what that rebuilding process is going to look like.
It will be, Mel and Jen, a very lengthy process, because between dealing, if you have insurance, between dealing with the insurance adjusters, and then you have to source the materials. Just last year, we had a spike in the price of plywood. You know, the materials will have to be sourced, and everybody will be sourcing them at the same time. you be able to get the crews, the contractors, on and on. And then you have to get permits for absolutely everything. Again, hopefully the city, the state, the county will speed up the bureaucracy involved in building a structure. That can be lengthy. Just a few weeks ago, the Los Angeles County Office of Emergency Management told us that it can take up to 5 years to rebuild a structure after a fire. I was shocked to hear that number, but then understood why after the Woolsey fire, we still see empty lots where homes once stood and have not been rebuilt.
That's right. That's right.
I think in the days and the months and the weeks, we're going to see it's a new normal that those of us that are not in this predicament know nothing about, but that many people across Southern California are going to have to muddle through and figure out how to make sense of this new normal that has become their life.
Yeah.
Oh,
and as we take a look, Gigi, live at Skyfox overhead, I mean, just the magnitude of the Palisades fire in and of itself, 17,000 acres. That is larger than the island of Manhattan.
Yes.
Yes, about 3,000, I think about 3,000 acres or 30,000 acres bigger. It is the size, according to the New York Times, of 20,000 football fields. The area damaged by the 3 major fires. When you add all up the acreage, they did the math and they came up with 20,000 football fields worth of damage. When you're here, you see block after block after block of loss. Total loss. Homes burned to the ground. We're talking about small businesses. We're talking about big businesses. Yesterday, we saw the Chase Bank building burning. In Altadena, Pasadena, the Bank of America building was burning.
You were at Ralph's earlier.
They're all gone. But yes. And what about the mom and pop businesses?
That's
I hope to focus on those a little bit later. Mom and pop businesses, you know, they're struggling day by day. I mean, it's 4 years after COVID. Yep. Many of them still haven't recovered from that economic loss. They're rebuilding. This is their source of income. This is how they put food on the family table. And now they're out of business. So we have to think there's so many layers to the loss.
It is just an absolute gut punch. And as I was saying to you, I texted you this yesterday, Gigi, that you've done such an amazing job at giving us the human side, the human toll of all this. Like, for example, yesterday you spoke to a man who lives in a mobile home area of the Palisades. It's not just people who have a lot of money who live here, right? It's people who live paycheck to paycheck in some spots and just losing everything. Yeah.
And I appreciated your text message, Jen. Thank you so much, because I think, you know, a lot of people focus, oh, there's, you know, 3,000 structures and buildings and outbuildings and stuff. What about the human toll? What about the toll on people's lives? The stuff that they lost, those prized possessions that they can't replace. What about all the apartment buildings that we saw devastated? Right. We know rent is extremely high in Los Angeles. There's a misconception that everybody is rich. And even if they are rich, do you not have empathy for their loss, for those things that can't be replaced? Maybe a family pet, why are we holding it against them? Because maybe they are wealthy. There are beautiful mansions here in Pacific Palisades. You have to assume that those people are comfortable, but they have still suffered a huge loss, and they'll be out of their home for a long time if they ever return.
Well, and I think another big part of this story, Gigi, are the elderly people. Those people that perhaps were stuck in their homes. They didn't have a way out. They didn't have anybody to even help them.
There was a man with dementia. Our reporter, Christy Fajardo, interviewed his daughter. She watched as his daughter begged police to let her in. She didn't have ID showing that she lived here, but she was trying to get to her dad, who was in his late 70s, I believe. Police worked with her. They were able to let her in so she could rescue her dad. There was a man when this fire broke out. Remember, this fire broke out at 10:30 in the morning. There was a man who called 911 from his swimming pool. He said the fire was raging all around him. He could not get out, and he was sheltering inside the water in his pool. There are multiple senior citizens that were rescued by our firefighters, by the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department also assisting, getting these people out. It wasn't as simple as, oh, let's just jump in the car and drive out. They needed help, and a lot of senior citizens lived in that mobile home park where over 180 mobile homes were were destroyed. A lot of seniors live there on a fixed income.
Right.
What is going to happen to them now?
And I think you have the rebuilding process of getting back into your home and the personal loss, the financial loss, but also the extraordinary amount of trauma that people are going to have to move through, watching perhaps their homes burn on TV, watching their friends' homes that have burned on TV, watching up close and personal as you're trying to evacuate. I mean, so just the mental health toll and the trauma that people are going to have to move through is going to be extraordinary as well.
Gigi, thank you so much for your coverage out there. We really do appreciate you. We're going to let you get back to the work, the tremendous work that you've been doing out there on the ground, but we appreciate you, and we'll be checking in with you in just a little bit. All right, so an evacuation center we need to tell you about has been set up for victims of the Palisades fire. Evacuees can go to the Westwood
sedan that was just parked in a driveway, and all you can see is the metal. A little bit of the makings of the wheel, the back trunk, the windows blown out, but it really just, you can see how fast this moved through and how these residents had to get out of here because within seconds, their whole life really went out in flames. 5 people we know confirmed dead in this Eaton fire. Maybe we can call that good news, a silver lining when you see all the destruction. But these are so many people's lives in these homes that it is going to take so long to repair and to move on, to grow from this. So certainly a lot that will be coming into light as the sun comes up here in Altadena this morning. Right now, again, it's very quiet. We have seen some fire trucks coming down the hillside. Police also doing a very good job alongside firefighters of keeping this area blocked off from people so people aren't putting themselves in danger. Another thing I want to point out is these hot spots that we have noticed almost on all of these properties. You can see over here to my left, one burning right there. If we can kind of rotate around, I want to show you a couple more. You can see just the flames glimmering in the distance, right? That's a property. That's a property. The property we just came from, there's a hot spot still burning. So certainly there's not much left to burn, if you will, but it is still a very dangerous situation out here. So important that people stay away and don't come back to try to take a look at this time. Of course, we're going to stay out here and we'll continue to show you what you can, but severe, severe damage in the Altadena area. Back to you in the studio.
Lexi, I had a quick question for you. As we'd mentioned, you're from the Chicago area helping us out and our viewers out. We appreciate that. Have you ever seen anything like this in covering stories in Chicago and throughout your career? And secondarily, you said that you flew in. Could you see the flames and smoke? Could you see the fire from the airplane?
Yeah, so to answer your latter question first, we could see the fire and the smoke was so heavy. Typically, we all know landing at LAX is a beautiful experience, right? You come in over the water into the airport. To my left, it was flames coming down the hillside there, the Palisades fire. To our right, you could see the Eaton fire, and it was just this heavy, heavy smoke. It almost, you couldn't even see the beach and see the runway coming into landing until you were right there, because that's how thick and heavy this smoke is. Now, to answer the first part of your question, in my 15 years of reporting, I have never in my life stood in a situation like I'm standing right now. Jeff and I are both from the Midwest. We have covered tornadoes. We have seen hurricanes. This really is unmatched. It is so different to see some things standing, some things completely gone. Like I said, these fireplaces look perfect, like you could just sit in front of them, but you can't because everything is destroyed, including the framework of these homes where these people were just living and doing just fine just this past weekend. So it's really just a weird dichotomy, a stark reality to see this, to be standing here and to be trying to describe it to you, because in person it is even more significant and heartbreaking than what we can bring through the screen.
Lexi, thank you for your perspective. We really appreciate it.
It's very emotional. Like, we've been here in Pasadena for 22 years, and then we never seen nothing like this.
These are some beautiful neighborhoods, and I just can't, it looks like it's apocalyptic.
You came in and said, the house is on fire, the house is on fire.
So smoky, you can barely see anything. You cannot see the flame.
Probably half of our friends have lost a home.
It's still standing. We're glad to see that still standing.
These are businesses just across the street that have been completely decimated.
It seems like maybe half of this whole town has been leveled.
Right, 6:30 right now. You are watching Today in LA. We've been covering Southern California's wildfire emergency, this disaster, live on air, nonstop since Tuesday morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Adrian Arambulo.
We are so glad you're here with us this morning. I'm Lynette Romero. We are going to keep you up to date on everything that's happening. There will be a news conference coming up, and we, of course, will bring that to you. Take a look at this map, though. This is giving you an idea of what the major fires are that are keeping firefighters very, very busy across Southern California. You can see it there from the ocean to the high desert and the foothills. The biggest two fires right now, the Palisades fire in Eaton. Palisades is much larger than it was just 24 hours ago. It is now more than 17,000 acres. That's about 26 square miles. So the landscape of the seaside community drastically changed this morning. Homes and businesses have burned to the ground. More than 1,000 structures have burned. The other big fire that we are talking about this morning is the Eaton fire. It started in Altadena. It has burned more than 10,000 acres and destroyed hundreds of homes and businesses. Tragically, 5 people have died. We are working to try to get more information about those victims.
Evacuation orders are still in effect for both of these areas. This is still a very dangerous situation, and our red flag conditions, they've actually been extended. Those are going to carry through tomorrow. We're going to have much more on the forecast in just a few moments. But we also want to tell you that many schools are closed today, including every school in the LA Unified School District. The superintendent making that announcement last night. There are also multiple entire school districts closed right now, so we've put a full list of all those school closures and district closures on our website, nbcla.com. As Lynette mentioned, there's a news conference scheduled for 8 o'clock this morning where we expect to get the latest on these multiple wildfires burning through Southern California. We're expecting to hear from elected officials, firefighters, law enforcement officers. As soon as that begins, we will bring that to you live.
Now, we do have a team of reporters covering these wildfires from Altadena to Malibu and Pacific Palisades, and we want to get right to NBC4's John Caddy's Klimak covering the fires in Palisades for us. So are you still on Lackman Lane where we saw that home burn? You are, and the flames aren't as big, but the home is going to come down.
Yeah, it seems like we saw all those flames just explode throughout the morning, and now what we're seeing is more of the smoldering that's left behind. This is Lockman Lane. 1366 is the house number. We can see right out front that it had been a home that had been listed here for lease. The view is what they really try to sell you on with this, because we're a little bit higher up here in the Pacific Palisades where you can actually see the ocean from here in the backyard of this home. To be able to see that in that view, that's really what sells this thing. 4,500 square foot home. 5-bedroom, 5-bath. It was beautiful, but this is what it looks like now, still on fire, still smoldering. And we've taken you to a few different places throughout the morning. We started early this morning. Robert Kovacic, just after midnight, was at the Palisades Tennis Center watching the rec center there that had already been burning. That is going to be a total loss. We took you to Bollinger and Marquez, that neighborhood as well, and showed you the homes that had caught fire early this morning around 1 o'clock. 1:30 in the morning, and then just this line of homes on that street that are just destroyed as a result of this. And now we're here at Lockman Lane watching this home basically burn itself out. Firefighters who had been here throughout the morning and had their hoses all pulled for all of this, trying to perhaps control this so that we wouldn't see too many embers flying up in the air. They have now left because this is what's left of the house. It's now just smoldering itself as it tries to really put itself out, with the exception of the gas lines that are still burning here in the area. But as we've been standing here, we've seen walls collapse. We've heard breaking glass, the roof tiles that have been falling. You could hear all of that. You can smell everything that is here. We can see everything floating around in the air as well. The good news throughout the morning that we've seen, though, is that there has not been a whole lot of wind. So my hope, and I'm certain of the people that live in this community, the hope is going to be watching firefighters get to the air this morning to do what they can to fight this thing from up above, to drop those waters, the retardants, to make this thing stop, to get this fire and its forward progression to stop. As we know, it's more than 17,000 acres now. We're going to be getting an update a little bit later this morning to see how that's changed. We know from our view from the chopper up as well that it seems to have gotten bigger overnight. So we're waiting to get an update on all of those numbers. But again, Lockman Lane is where we are this morning, just one of the latest homes that started to burn throughout the night. This one still on fire. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
It just doesn't really even look real, John. I mean, it looks, especially now that the sun's coming up with the sky in the background, it looks like a movie set, and it's just so tragic. We have a side-by-side from what it looks like now, that home on Lockman Lane, to what it looked like before. And even with that, it's a beautiful home, but this is really just the facade of the house, or the front of the house. It doesn't even show how big this house is.
Right, huge difference in comparison when you see what was to what is. And that's going to be the reality for so many more people, too. All the homes that we've just passed this morning, even in the darkness, when you go by and you can just tell that what was once standing is no longer there. And the cars on the street that are just charred and just left there. You know, today it's going to be eye-opening, and I'm a little concerned about what it's going to look like once we start making our way down the hillside here and seeing more and more of what's left behind as a result of all this, guys.
And John brings up a good point. It's homes. He showed us businesses that have burned as well, schools. So it impacts every aspect of life. From the ground, we want to take you up into the air right now. We want to check in with Julia Dang, who is in News Chopper 4. Julia, can you give us an idea of what you're seeing? You're checking out the Palisades fire, correct?
We are still over the Palisades fire, Adrian. This is the moment that I've been dreading for hours, sunrise, because this is when we're going to be able to see the scope of devastation from overnight, because this fire is still growing. At last check, it was reported at 17,200 acres. We are supposed to get an update shortly. I expect that figure is going to be quite a bit higher. This eastern flank, this is where the firefight was focused late at night. We haven't seen any water drops this morning. We haven't seen any firefighting helicopters, and this side of the fire is what is now creeping toward the 405. This is what, from our vantage point, appears to be expanding most rapidly. But I want to pan the camera this way and just point out something else we've noticed here. Aside from the size of the fire, the smoke appears to be significantly heavier today than it was yesterday. I mean, we could smell this from miles out, and we were posted up, hovering in News Dropper 4 in the exact same location last night. It did not smell like this. We were not getting as much soot and ash in the helicopter last night, certainly not yesterday afternoon. So that may actually be because the winds have died down a little bit. Perhaps it was blowing it away from us toward the ocean. You can see to the left, that is to the west. That's where the smoke is still blowing. But this whole region is now blanketed, and it's not just from this one fire. I want to show you just a wider view here. I'm going to pan the camera to the left and show you this skyline. Look at all the smoke here from the Palisades fire. And then I'm going to take you all the way over to the east. You can see smoke coming from the Eaton fire over in Altadena, blanketing the horizon as well. So even people who are not touched by these fires, whose homes are not at risk, they are still contending with this smoke. And Belen has noted, you know, this is chemical, toxic smoke. We don't know what's burning, and the health impacts can be severe and long-term. So truly nobody in LA is untouched by what is happening here.
Yeah, you know, Julia, you've been mentioning that you haven't really seen any other helicopters doing water drops or any other aerial support. Now that the sun has come up, now that we still have these continued lower winds that we saw yesterday, are you seeing any aerial assault at this point?
We're not seeing anything, not yet. I keep on updating the flight radar app on my phone, checking to see when those firefighting helicopters are going to come back, because I imagine that's what they will continue doing today. As late as midnight, we watched multiple water drops over this eastern flank of the Palisades fire, but we're not seeing that aerial presence just yet. We're back over this Mandeville Canyon portion of the fire. This is what is creeping toward Brentwood and then extending east toward the 405. You can see here, no helicopters, no tankers. Yeah.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. If the winds pick up the way Belen is saying, by, you know, around noontime, we're going to see different conditions for sure.
So Julia was talking about the Eaton fire as well as she kind of panned her camera over to the east just a moment ago. So that's where we want to check in with Lauren Coronado. She is covering the other major wildfire burning right now, the Eaton fire, live once again in Altadena. Lauren?
Adrian, good morning. Right now we're on El Molino Avenue and Mendocino Street, and I want to show you the current situation. These are firefighters from NorCal. They tell me that they have been on the fire lines 30 hours now. Of course, they were dealing with those intense winds yesterday. Right now, it's calm. You heard Julia talk about how the smoke is really settling. You can smell it. You can certainly see it. Low visibility in some areas. I want to walk up this way, El Molino right now, where there are apartment complexes. We talk about homes that are sadly still threatened right now. While conditions have improved, unfortunately, the reality is folks who live in these areas still have to worry about the status of their homes, because take a look at this. This is what happened overnight. These are apartment complexes. You'll see a frame of what was once a stairwell right now, and there is still debris smoldering right now. It's just terrible. Firefighters tell me this was a building. You see the unit to the right, you see the units to the left. The same building was in the center of this property, and unfortunately, it has burned to the ground. You look at what's left behind here, the units that are salvaged, and it appears there may be some smoke damage, but these firefighters worked real hard to save what they could. Unfortunately, they just could not save these units right in the middle of the property. And I know it's hard to even imagine what it looked like. So I want to pull up a Google image or an image from maps right now so you can get a better idea. I'll ask my photographer, Renee Luna, to take a look. This is the units to the left, and this is what has burned. You'll see those brick steps right there. You can see what it looked like while it was still intact. And then you take a look at what's in front of us right now, those same brick steps. And what was once a doorway, obviously no longer there. You'll see the chimney, which we often see the only thing standing when we are in a situation like this. Oftentimes it's just that chimney, that brick wall in this case. So tough to look at. As we keep walking up this way, we'll go ahead and show you what's left. Debris everywhere. You still have to worry about debris in roadways as well, by the way. And I think we even have video of these units that burned overnight. We'll go ahead and get to that video. You'll see firefighters, they worked real hard to try and save these units. Unfortunately, they couldn't. As we keep walking up this way, Renee, I want you to watch your step. There are palm fronds all over the place here.
Apartment buildings, right? What about the elderly people that were perhaps stuck in their homes and had no way to get out? There's so many story points with this horrible, horrible tragedy. Oh my goodness, it really is. It's just overwhelming.
Yeah.
It's overwhelming, and I can only imagine those folks, that are directly affected and impacted, what they are experiencing, thinking, feeling, probably just struggling to process what has happened.
Yeah, and we are hearing from Congressman George Whitesides. He was talking about the federal response to the disaster. I know that President Biden was here in Southern California yesterday getting a briefing from fire officials and emergency responders, but Representative Whitesides, he also shared his thoughts on the cleanup costs for all this destruction.
I think that the combined damages, Alex, will be, well in the tens of billions for this. This is one of the largest disasters that California has ever suffered. And that support from the president is going to be absolutely crucial. He made an extra commitment, I think, going above and beyond. And I think that that is going to be super important to, our communities recovering from this, which will take, let's be honest, years.
What are you hearing, Mr. Whitesides, from your constituents? What do they need right now?
Well, I just left an evacuation center here in Pacoima where people are bringing their pets and, they are scared. They are concerned about the smoke. So far, the evacuation centers on the north side of the county are well stocked with food. I think people want to make sure, particularly for elderly and the young people, that they're managing the air that they're breathing. So if they're going outside, to use a mask. but to stay indoors if they can and to protect the folks who are the most vulnerable in our communities.
And I don't know if you're near a TV screen or seeing this on the stream, but when you see these images and what you've seen in person today, just what goes through your mind on a human level?
My heart breaks. My heart breaks. My wife grew up in Santa Rosa, and they had the Tubbs fire where they lost 5,000 homes in just a couple of hours. And we're going through our own version of that last night and today. And it is just, there was a story that the fire chief told of telling one of his best friends that his home had burned to the ground with just the chimney remaining. And it just breaks your heart, and we just have to work as hard as we can to help these folks get back on their feet for the long recovery ahead.
That's right, and you hope that that can become a bipartisan thing that both parties can agree on, because that's the last thing you want is when people who are struggling right now get caught up in any kind of politics.
Right. Jobs showing us
that's right. Yes,
everything.
Meantime, a lot of people are
it's like never ending almost.
It's never ending, and I come from a car family, so I can understand the love that goes into it, the work, the passion, the money as well, but there's just so much heart in it. Okay, it's a little muddy over here. But just giving you an idea, if Mike, can you just do a 360 and just show what we're looking at? This is heartbreaking. There is nothing left right here. It's so sad, and it's unbelievable now that the sun is starting to come up here in this Altadena neighborhood. Again, this is West Terrace. You guys, I can't even show you a house that's still standing right now. This fire just tore through this area, and it's crazy to see what got left behind. Oh, look, there's a motorcycle right there. This bike somehow is still here. I don't know how that stayed put, but everything just destroyed. This would have been the entryway to, it looks like, to someone's home. This must have been their front yard. And then the outer linings of their house right here, of just what's still here, and you can still see things smoldering, but nothing here, you guys, and it's so sad, and I feel for all these people that this is not what your neighborhood is supposed to be. So as we keep walking through, I mean, I can keep showing you just so much of this damage. Their beautiful white picket fence is down. Probably someone just loved this home and all of these homes here, and nothing left. And then look what's still standing here, totally fine. A children's play bench, which just, for some reason, the fire passed
Still
that.
intact.
So it's just, you know, a kid lived here. Yeah, and this was someone's home. This was a child's home that's no longer here, that got to sit out here with all their neighbors. And, you know, I do want to keep walking down with you guys, because it is unbelievable. This is the first time we're walking this far, actually, so you're walking with me through it. Christmas wreath.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Another reminder that we just all celebrated the holidays.
Sad. Right. It's literally the remnants of people's lives. It's heartbreaking to think of them rushing out of their homes. I'm sure praying, wishing, and hoping that something is left behind. And as you're showing us this morning, Amanda, there is nothing. I know you're going to continue walking. We need to check in one of our other reporters, but thank you for showing us this absolute devastation. So emotional.
All right, let's go back to Kevin Coe on the Pacific Palisades. He has someone that he has been talking to. Kevin, what's your situation like now that the sun is beginning to rise and you get a better idea of what's going on?
Yeah, the sun is up, and we are starting to see a clearer picture of some of the destruction behind us. But I just want to introduce you guys to Chris Clinton. Chris, Mr. Clinton, it was nice to meet you. I mean, nice to meet you too. We met you while you were walking down the street here, and you said something that I just can't forget, where you're like, you saw this fire, and you thought it was a lot closer, I believe, right? Can you just put me in your shoes when you saw this? What propelled you to come down?
It's just a red glow. It was a red glow right up, like right behind the house, and it looked like it was right here. And and the other house across the street was gone, and we just trying to stay put and stay locked in to the zone, like closer to my house, and that's what I thought was most important to do. I mean, I'm trying to save all the neighbors' homes, but there's only so much. It's like me and my three buddies, Nima and Germano, and we're just trying to fight it.
And in the ways you've been fighting this, I think is key here, because you said at some point the water just cut off,
The water cut off, and we've just been pulling bucket at a time, bucket from the pool. Just, there's no water up here. So we're just, we're just doing whatever we can with shovels, with anything we got. I don't know.
Chris,
you know, I was trying to get trucks to come up, but I mean, there's only so much people could do. When things are up, they let them rock, and you just gotta just stay strong and hold it down.
I know you've been hunkering in place, but you did mention you did leave at one point.
We left at one point, and then they wouldn't let us back up. And then I know the back routes up here. I grew up here my whole life since I was born. My mom's still there, but I live in Topanga, which is still going. And we just, you know, just doing our best to try to save Mom's house.
Chris, I grew up in the San Gabriel Valley. Yeah. I'm not here often, right? When I see this, I see ash that looks like snow. I see houses that are just completely gone. I mean, what was this neighborhood to you? What did it mean to you? And what is it like seeing it now?
Skateboarding down these streets. This is home. This is for sure. Palisades is my home, and there's nothing like it. I've never seen nothing like it. It's heavy. Yeah. It's heavy. A lot of it's gone.
Chris, my last question for you is, a lot of people have been watching a lot of this coverage.
Yeah.
You've been in this.
Yeah.
What is one thing you would just like for people to know?
We'll rebuild. You know, if it's gone, you know, we'll just rebuild, and fingers crossed, and you know, let's just try to stay positive and stay as a community. And you know, I give my heart out to my neighbors who have lost their life, lost their houses, and I just did what I could. And I pray for everybody in the Palisades. I love all y'all. Please just hold tight, and we'll get through this.
Chris?
Yeah, bro.
Appreciate you. God bless you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah?
Best of luck to you, okay?
Yeah, all right, cool.
And guys, I just do want to bring your attention here. This fire, the sun has come up, so you're getting a better view of this right now. What I could tell you is earlier we saw that fire engine that was here. Brian, if we could just step out of the way real quick, because I'm seeing a pickup truck or an SUV down there. It might be coming up. I believe it's coming up here. Might be making a U-turn. But I do want to mention that fire engine that was here, it is gone. There are no first responders here anymore, just residents like Chris who have decided to stay and hunker down here. And I mentioned earlier about
there's a lot of firefighters that are up in the canyons here, keeping an eye on where the fire is headed, giving updates over the radio, and providing some structure protection where it is needed. Occasionally we'll see the fire really flare up as it makes a rush up the hill. But for right now, we have not seen any loss of structures, at least from Sky 5 over the past 3 to 4 hours that we have been overhead. Now we'll make our way back over here towards the east. This would be near the origin of the fire when it took off on Tuesday. This is going to be that Palisades Road, the Highlands area of the Palisades, and there's likely some homes that have been lost in here. A little difficult to see with the smoke. We might get a better view of it throughout the morning, but for right now, that would be where the origin of the fire is. And then as we widen out, you can just see how widespread the fire has gone from that within the last 48 hours or so. So again, to the west, we're at or to the east here. So the east edge of the fire is going to be along the fire roads, close to Mandeville Fire Road. Those are some popular hiking trails. I'm sure some people are familiar with the area here. Most people probably would be out at about this time enjoying those trails, walking, biking, but for right now, really just not a good idea, and there's really no access up there for right now. And then again, we'll make it out here towards the west, where the fires are burning along Piuma Road, Saddle Peak, and close to Malibu Canyon Road. So we'll stay overhead, give you a live view throughout the morning. But for now, I'm Rich Frick in the Sky 5. I'll send it back to you in Hollywood.
And Rich, as the sun comes up and we get a better look at this, have you seen the water-dropping helicopters or even any super scoopers doing their thing? Because I know that 24 hours ago it wasn't possible. The winds were too serious, too dangerous. That's changed. Have we seen them starting to increase water drops now that the sun has come up? I know they can still fly at night, but even more so as the day comes up. Hey, Rich, can you
throughout the morning. For right now, we're not. Yes, I can hear you. Chris, so for right now, we're not seeing any water dropping helicopters. They were here early this morning and throughout the night, so they were doing drops in the dark over the canyons here. But for right now, they have returned back to base. They said they were going to come back after sunrise, but we've yet to see them come back and arrive. And then at some point, there's a good chance that we will see fixed-wing aircraft here as well. We may see some more of those Phos-Chek or retardant drops, you know, along the hillside here. So we might see some of those red chalk lines that here to help prevent any further spread to the north. Pan over here just briefly while I have the vantage point. Over there is going to be like the Encino area and Ventura Boulevard there in the distance, and then we'll pan back over here towards Palisades, and that just kind of gives you a sense of how far away it is from the Encino area. But, you know, back to your question, we should see some aerial resources here within the next couple of hours. Chris, send it back to you.
All right, we will take it from here. Thank you so much for that, Rich Pickett. We'll check in with you coming up shortly as well.
People who had property damage or even lost their homes in the fires wondering about their insurance coverage.
Yeah, many providers started.
Right behind us here, we have some poles, utility poles that were knocked down. You see some right there still burning. We really can't move the camera a whole lot because then we lose our shot. We're having some connectivity issues here, but you see some exactly what this was. There's a couple of fireplaces that are standing, so this probably was some sort of apartment complex. You see the van and the cars that were left parked right over here. A lot of hot spots. You see that those little tiny plumes of smoke, you know, areas that are still smoldering, and the fire, of course, jumping across Lake Avenue, that entire strip of Lake Avenue completely taken out. But incredibly enough, if Jeff Sharping can continue to pan to the left over here, you will see this building here, office building,
So that's exactly what Annette was talking about. There's some signal issues there when we move the camera because we're very reliant on the cell phone technology. But she was pointing out, I believe, that building's intact while so many homes around it are just leveled, burned down to their foundation, ash, rubble right now. And such a scary scene with the utility pole down, the lines down, the burnt out cars, just really difficult to see.
You know, as we look at an aerial view of what we're talking about here, we keep wondering why we're not hearing or seeing helicopter or fixed-wing aircraft in the air doing water drops. In about an hour, we are going to hear from city officials, and hopefully they will address what the plan is going forward and, you know, why we haven't seen a whole lot of that kind of activity in these early morning hours. Well, the wind has been relatively calm compared to what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, they said the reason they weren't flying was absolutely because of the winds. It wasn't safe to do with winds over, 50 miles an hour. But now the conditions would be okay.
Yeah, curious to find out the reasons behind that. We want to point out that Pasadena Humane is now caring for over 300 animals who were evacuated from the Eaton fire, from cats and dogs to birds. Pasadena Humane says the animals are suffering from severe burns and dehydration. Some of these pets were found all alone outside of these scorched neighborhoods. Pasadena Humane, they tell us they are in need of donations to help provide the emergency resources, care, and services to these animals.
Now, again, it is not only people being evacuated out of these areas where the fires are burning across California. So this is video from Topanga Canyon Boulevard. A mountain lion and 2 cubs were fleeing the burned areas. They were fleeing through there. The 3 crossed Topanga Canyon toward Mulholland Drive, away from the Palisades fire. Officials are warning residents of possible increased sightings of wildlife in the area as the animals try to get to safety. They do recommend bringing any of your pets indoor and allow the wildlife to pass through.
So smoky, you can barely see anything. You cannot see the flame.
During the Palisades is burned down. My high school was burning. It's just insanity.
You came in and said, the house is on fire, the house is on fire.
This is what it's looking like right now, and it's hard to describe.
Probably half of our friends have lost a home.
The place that's still standing, we're glad to see that still standing.
These are businesses just across the street that have been completely decimated.
Seems like maybe half of this whole town has been leveled.
It's very emotional. Like, we've been here in Pasadena for 22 years, and then we never seen nothing like this.
And we have never seen anything like this before. Time right now is 7 o'clock. You are watching Today in LA, and we've been covering Southern California's wildfire emergency live on the air nonstop since Tuesday morning. So closing in on 45 hours straight of coverage. We appreciate you joining us. I'm Adrian Arambulo.
And I'm Lynette Romero. We do want to give you an idea of exactly what's going on right now. This map will show you the fires that have kept firefighters busy, very, very busy across Southern California.
Squad made up of different trucks, different firefighters from their local smaller departments. So one department says, we'll send the water tender. Another department says, we'll put in the engine. Another department says, we'll send a ladder truck. And they put together a unit, and that unit travels to wherever they're needed to help out the local fire departments.
It's so, you know, what's extraordinary is to see these well-known establishments, as we've talked about, that are cornerstones in this community that are now no more, that are gone. It's and I think that for many people, the fact that this was such a well-populated community, the Pacific Palisades, many of us would think that, oh, a fire couldn't necessarily get here and take down this community, and yet it has.
But there's so many people out there who have just even if it's flashes of memories that they have at some of these areas. Like, you know, my daughter had her graduation ceremony here, or there was a wedding dinner that was held, you know, in some areas. This is my coffee shop. This was just where I used to go. It's any number of things. It's just devastating to see some of these well-known areas. No more. There are no other words for that.
That's right. Casa Nostra is such a popular Italian restaurant here on Sunset Boulevard. I mean, so many folks know it. So many folks meet here to have dinner, and not necessarily just local folks, but you meet people here for dinner. They were well known for their patio, their service, their food, and that's gone. And we have to imagine it is a smaller, independently owned business affected.
And if you're the business owner that had to watch this happen, or now go survey the damage, oh my goodness. Oh, we can only imagine and
look at the inside. The restaurant is completely gone.
Gigi, thank you for your reporting out there.
And to the left.
To the left. Go ahead. To the left.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I was just going to say, to the left, now blended into the Italian restaurant, is the Starbucks. Of course, Starbucks is a corporation. It will be easier for them to rebuild, most likely, if they choose to rebuild in this community. But now it's just one lot of mingled metal and the roof and concrete.
Look at that.
Oh, my goodness.
Gigi, thank you. Those are some incredible visuals that you were able to just show us. And so we're going to do a bit of a reset to welcome everybody in to Good Day LA at 7 o'clock. The scope of these fires, as you just saw from Gigi, is just absolutely unimaginable. Flames are ravaging homes, threatening communities, leaving thousands of people with really nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go, and left to move through this new normal that many of us that haven't directly been impacted by this don't really know anything about. Fire crews are stretched really thin, as you can imagine, as we have been reporting, as they face devastating conditions all across the Southland. Roxy is here with us. She's got the latest on all the fires. Hey there, good morning.
4 major fires that are now burning.
That's right, yes. And then you see some of these spot fires, which make people nervous, right? Because they don't know what
like in Studio City last night, too.
Right. We're going to get to the one in Studio City. That was the one that the community there was on edge, like, wait, are we next? Do we have to evacuate? So, yeah, the winds are, of course, driving multiple fires across LA County, as you know. And together, these fires have burned more than 28,000 acres. This is across the region. Some 130,000 people have been told to leave their homes or to get ready to do so. And there is zero containment in many of these areas. Let's begin with the Palisades fire. It has scorched over 17,000 acres, reducing more than 1,000 structures to ashes, just ashes. 0% containment with this fire. And the fire does continue to force tens of thousands to stay away under mandatory evacuation orders. There are another 13,000 buildings in the path of danger. Moving over to the Eaton Canyon, above Altadena, 5 people have died. This fire has exploded to over 10,000 acres. Some 100 structures are destroyed. More than 32,000 people are under evacuation orders, including parts of Pasadena and Altadena. The Eaton fire is 0% contained as well. There is a bit of good news. You could say the winds that drove the flames are easing at this hour, but of course that can change. The Hearst fire in Sylmar has now burned 855 acres. This fire started near the 5 and 210 freeways, has forced evacuations across the region. More than 44,000 people have been ordered to leave their homes. Evacuation zones do extend to Santa Clarita and the Newhall Pass. The Hearst fire is now at 10% contained. The Sunset fire has burned 60 acres in the Hollywood Hills. There is 0% containment here. Flames are pushing toward Hollywood Boulevard. Most evacuations, though, have been lifted. Evacuations in areas north of Franklin Avenue will be lifted shortly, coming up at about 7:30 this morning. There is an evacuation center which has opened at Pan Pacific Recreation Center. So this is something, if it's near you, you can take advantage of that. Speaking of Melvin and Jen, that Studio City fire, right? So the massive fire erupted there. Flames engulfed a 4-story home on Sunswept Drive. We were watching this live yesterday as it was happening, and it was just really tough to see. Those flames then spread to nearby brush and buildings, and more than 50 firefighters quickly were able to, thankfully, get this fire under control. There was some damage, though, to surrounding structures. No injuries were reported there. So yes, many people just on edge. People who live in Studio City who were near the fire didn't know if they were next or if they would have to be evacuated. I know some people, and they were telling me
these folks you see there, they did not want to speak, but it looks like they're going to go check it out. Unfortunately, based on what we've seen here on Mariposa Street near Fair Oaks Avenue, there are very few homes that remain standing. Most of them have been destroyed, and we know even some other homes in the area that were standing just a few hours ago started flaring up again today. So firefighters have been kept busy with that. We know again that the wind is expected to shift north at about 10 to 20 miles per hour, with gusts of up to 45 miles an hour in some areas. That's going to help fuel the fire and push it north as well. Conditions will remain dry for the next few days. We know resources, those are very, very limited at this point. California still mobilizing some of those, and they're getting help from other states as well. Take a listen.
Yeah, multiple strike teams have arrived. We're in the early, like 15-ish strike teams, and we expect over the next 24 hours we'll be close to 50. Even some of the Arizona
pockets of homes that are still standing, but it definitely is the minority as you walk along the highway. Power lines, these are all, they don't have power anymore, so we're safe here. But look across the street. I think it's 3 more properties with cars parked on the side of the road. You know, I wonder, who were these people who were in those cars? Were they some of the people who ran for their lives? Were they people who lived there? You don't know. But, I mean, it's just, and you can see the ocean, it's just, your mind is trying to comprehend, how is there all of this water? There's an ocean. And then there's all this destruction just right back onto it. Right here, Joel and I are trying to figure out what happened here. Somehow this motorcycle is on top of all of these power lines. Don't know what happened here, but certainly a reminder, only law enforcement and fire crews and media should be here. There's downed power lines. It looks like somehow this motorcycle ended up on top of those. I hope they were de-energized. This is another home here that's still smoldering. And you can see the border, the patio. You can still see that dining table and the steps to the ocean. I feel I'm physically hurting for everyone whose homes that we are showing. And it is a privilege for us to be here. And it's a privilege for us to be able to show you this. And we don't take this lightly at all.
You know, as you're
Let's walk a little bit more this way, Joel.
As you're walking and showing us all of this, Brittany, you're very close to Carbon Beach, which I think is, over the years has been called Millionaires Beach. A lot of very exclusive celebrity homes there. I believe Paris Hilton has a home there that she's talked about on social media that burned to the ground, that she's had for many, many years. Cher, she had a home not too far from where you are. There's some very celebrated homes with a lot of history along that area. So even though sometimes when you're looking at it from the street, it looks like a very modest home, you know, a garage and an entryway, but it goes down the hillside and leads right up to the ocean. You know, before the threat was with high wave, high surf. But now we see what happens when a destructive fire comes through with these kinds of winds. It's just beyond your imagination.
I've covered a lot of different fires, never anything like this. In fact, Joel, our photographer, he was saying this reminds him a lot of the Oakland fire back in the 90s when he and firefighters were running for their lives, trying to protect themselves. And he said this is the only time he's seen destruction that's similar to that. But an example, Annette, of one of those homes you were saying where the front facade is modest, you can see this home. So Joel, if you turn around like 180, it's one of those things, right? And that's what people have been asking us too is, how did my home survive? How did theirs not? How does this make sense? All of these homes burned, but then there's a few homes here that are still standing.
Yeah.
That go right up to the ocean. And certainly they're gray because of all the smoke, but it just doesn't, you know, it doesn't make sense. And, you know, we're in our first night of coverage, our first morning of coverage, it was the Palisades, and then it quickly spread to Malibu. We were talking with an LA fire captain, and he said that the flames went all the way to the burn scar from the fire that happened near Pepperdine last month that we were covering. So he said the only thing that stopped it was that burn scar. That's really scary.
Wow, amazing.
So, Brittany, thank you for that. Brittany, along the coast there, NBC4's John Caddies-Kliamak continues our coverage of the Palisades fire. John's a little bit more up in the hills. He's in Pacific Palisades on Lockman Lane, where you get sweeping views of the ocean. And, John, we understand that you have a homeowner you're going to talk with.
Yeah, I wanted you to introduce you to Mark here, who throughout the morning has kind of been going up and down the street with this shovel because the fire department kind of told you how to avoid other fires from starting using the shovel.
Yeah, it's true. And originally, I've been posted up 2 houses over here with my girlfriend's family, and her dad has a whole setup with a pool pump, and we've been spraying things down. He's saved about 5 houses in the neighborhood. So I've been on watch, going around any embers that are landing. I've been knocking them down with a shovel. I've also been like filling dirt onto piles of embers to help kind of sedate them. So that's what I've been up to all night.
And then watching this house behind you here on Lockman Lane where we are, we've been watching this, how it was just blowing up in flames, and now it's really just smoldering now.
Yeah.
What were you thinking just kind of watching this? And certainly you've seen others.
Yeah, I've seen, this is the biggest one and the closest one. Wow, that must have been part of the roof falling there.
Yeah.
But
and some more in the back, yep.
This was really dramatic to see go up in flames, and it was really tragic to see such a nice house go up.
But this neighborhood, as we drive up, we're seeing house after house after house. And yet there are some that are still standing. And you say you credit the fire department for that and the way they were handling all of this as the wind was blowing.
Yeah, so I was working with the fire department last night, and they were doing an amazing job of working with the limited resources they have. They used up all the city water, and they're using their own pumps to pump out of the pools. So there was a pool on the bottom side and the top side here, and they saved both houses from the fire
on either
spreading.
Side of this house.
Yeah, on either side of this house. So they saved both those fires, and that prevented potentially a bigger spread. So they're being really smart with what they got. They're really good at what they do, and they just don't have a lot of personnel out here because they are put where the fire is burning really hot. So the people that are here, they have to kind of run around and do everything that they can, and they're doing a great job. There's a lot of houses still standing here, more than I thought.
What do you think about people who, at some point, they're going to be allowed back in here and they're going to see what's left? There are going to be people who have lost homes. There are going to be people who haven't. What do you think that those who come and see what has been lost, what do you think they should be thinking through this?
It's I don't even know how to say that. I can't imagine having a house like this, maybe someone their whole life, and there's so much sentimental value to it. There's so much security in it. I can't imagine. That's something that would take a long time to process. I think also a lot of people are going to come up here and be relieved and ecstatic to see that their houses are still standing. So it's going to be a lot of mixed emotions.
Hopefully we'll find out sooner rather than later when that'll happen. Mark, thank you very much for doing that with us. Again, where we are this morning here on Lockman Lane, the house that we've been kind of keeping an eye on. I don't know if you guys still have that photo to show what it looked like prior to the fire itself. You see the difference between the two, the beautiful view that it had of the ocean from here. 4,500 square foot home, 5-bed, 5-bath. It is just it is nothing. And you saw here the walls continue to fall as the fire continues to just engulf this thing and smolder as it really starts to put itself out. But firefighters working throughout the night. The wind has really, really died down, which is certainly some great news. And again, we're just waiting to see when we start to see those aerial attacks happen again, guys.
You know, John, it's just shocking to think about when you first started doing your live reports early this morning. We could see the flames coming through the garage doors, and it's so striking to think that that entire house was burned. I'm going to just pan to show people how big this house is, because from the front you can't tell, but this is a massive house. It's very, very large. It's a $25,000 a month house, 4,500 square feet. So it's a huge house.
Here and see for themselves. In some cases, folks are walking in here or riding bicycles. It's not easy to do, and again, it's not safe to do, but people have done it.
And Eric, you talked about something that struck me. What makes a community are the shops, the stores, the schools, all of those things that make a place special, that make it feel like home, have been lost. And you were even talking about the fact that your kids, who are now adults and live on the East Coast, are hearing from so many of their friends. You're from this community. You talk about Brentwood and Santa Monica, Pacific Palisades. Everybody knows somebody that's been affected by this fire.
Yeah, and this is a tight-knit place. It's a community where people know each other. It's very friendly. You go to the supermarket, there's only 2 supermarkets here, the Ralphs and the Gelsons, so you're going to run into people over and over and over again. My kids grew up with other kids who come from Pacific Palisades, who lived here their whole lives. And my daughter yesterday sent us, I think it was 6 different photos of her friends' homes, kids that she knows. They grew up in these homes and they were destroyed by the fire. It is very, very sad. I know a lot of people here who are affected by this, and I want to say that in some neighborhoods like this one, 10% or less of the homes in the whole neighborhood survive. You can only see one, and it's just remarkable how complete the destruction was. It was thorough. There's sometimes you see brush fires that hit residential areas, and you might have 1 home here, 2 homes there that survived, and another 3 homes there are destroyed. In this case, it seems like the majority of the homes were destroyed.
All right, well, Eric, we appreciate that report this morning. Thank you so much. We want to go from Eric Spillman now to News Nation's Xavier Walton with more on the catastrophic damage in the Pacific Palisades.
Xavier, we know you're a Southern California native. You're with News Nation, but you're one of ours. Where are you exactly, and what are you seeing?
Frank, Jess, good to be with you, and unfortunately it's under these circumstances. And you know what, Eric, just before you put it really into perspective, we've been out here all morning long, Pacific Palisades area as well, and obviously the sun just came up in about, 20-30 minutes ago, and just down the street here, there are about 5 houses, and this is what you're seeing. It is, it is devastating, and I honestly didn't even see that car just a time ago, but clearly the car was in the garage. But you look, or at least on this street, it is just home after home, and we're just to kind of walk around, and even right here, this used to be an entryway. This used to be the front door to a home. Not so much anymore. And then when you just walk around and the sun's starting to come up, oh wow, that is here, we're gonna walk this way, and if you look this way, you can see the sun coming up. Actually, Austin, turn to the And
All right, Xavier, we lost your signal, but there we are.
This way, another house.
We got you back.
Okay, about that. Yeah, the signal's not great out here. I mean, but everywhere you look, at least on this street here in Pacific Palisades, I mean, this is a basketball hoop, or at least what's left of it. You could tell that. Aside from the basketball hoop, and then the barbecue set there, back left corner, I mean, it is unrecognizable. You really can't tell what all this was. I mean, maybe there was a basement down there at some point. And then we'll kind of pan across the street. We'll walk this way. And I'm sure Eric was showing you some of the similar images, but I mean, car after car. The car down there, that one survived, but these two didn't. And here, we actually watched a lot of it, sadly, burn down this morning. And what was interesting is that there were actually fire crews here. They weren't trying to necessarily put out the fire. They were trying to make sure that the fire didn't spread to the home next to it. Obviously, the winds have died down a lot. We were here yesterday. I've covered my fair share of hurricanes, and those were hurricane force winds, but with embers, fire flying. It was really remarkable. And since we got here this morning, we got here around, 2 a.m., 2:30 maybe. That home beside this home that's now been burned to the ground, that home was standing. There was barely any fire on it. Now that home is almost completely gone. I spoke to one gentleman who's, his house was spared completely, but he was almost in tears because his neighbor's home was completely destroyed. And I just kind of asked him, I said, what has it been like for you, yesterday and the day before, just kind of watching and waiting to figure out, what's happened to your home? And he said, he was with his daughters as well, as they were packing up their car, getting their belongings, but he said it was terrifying. It was absolutely terrifying. And that's a kind of a sense that you get talking to people around here.
What floor? Let me go to the top.
It's going to be upgraded to a warning. So let's just think of it as a warning. The gusts could get up to 60, 75 miles per hour. On top of the high fire danger, we could see some more power outages, down trees. So make sure you take those precautions, charge your devices, because there's a possibility for some power outages. Now here's a look at that smoke advisory that covers the San Fernando Valley over through to the San Gabriel Valley, parts of the Inland Empire. It has expanded and it has extended. You see where those fires are currently. We went ahead and put on some markers where the Palisades fire is and where the Eaton fire is currently burning. But notice how the smoke is going to be blowing into the South Bay, over into Orange County, the winds coming out of the northeast, and then just kind of blowing out towards the south and towards the southwest. So take those precautions. Today, because of those Santa Ana winds picking up, the numbers are going to be warming. It's very odd. Highs today are going to be in the 70s and even in the 80s in some areas. This morning, though, it is much colder than yesterday, so bundle up. Tomorrow, we still have some winds for the first half of the day, then gradually those winds ease. But notice how the temperatures come down. And then over the weekend, we've got 60s. We've got no rain. I know that's $1 million question. When are we going to see some moisture? We don't have any in our 7-day forecast. In fact, the weather stays really dry, and our long-range forecast models are indicating that we could see another round of winds early next week. The valleys and Inland Empire getting windy throughout the day, very smoky. Take those precautions to protect your lungs. If you have to work outside, bring a mask, the good mask that protects from those little particulates. Tomorrow, windy for the first half of the day, and then over the weekend, we've got sunshine, cool temperatures in the 60s, and then the dry weather continues through next week. The high desert, watch out for blowing dust. Same goes for the low desert. And notice how these numbers are going to stay cool through the weekend, and there we see that next round of wind possible next Monday and Tuesday. And finally, in the mountains, just a few days ago, we had our first snowfall, and now it is dry, it is windy, and we've had fire danger. Temperatures will be in the 40s, and we have just dry conditions through next week. So reminder, that QR code on the bottom of the screen, it takes you to all the information you need to know to keep you safe during these fires.
All right, let's talk about traffic. What's going on, Robin?
Hi, Belen. Good morning. It's, relatively light and quiet out there with so many schools closed today, fewer cars and parents and kids on the road. But we want to highlight some of the closures related to all the fires that we have burning here in Southern California. These are the areas to avoid. We're going to start off with your commute through the San Fernando Valley, the Hearst fire.
Good morning. As we know, more than 1,000 structures in Altadena alone have been burned, many of them historic landmarks, and the damage is just incomprehensible. Here's a look at some of it.
It's terrible. It's heartbreaking, and it's shocking to see our community like this.
Altadena is unrecognizable. Historic homes and beloved landmarks gone. Houses of worship in ruin.
You said your son's school burned down?
Yes, it did.
Which one was that?
That's St. Mark's.
St. Mark's Episcopal Church on Altadena Drive was still smoldering last night. Directly across the street, Altadena Community Church is also in ruins. And in the heritage area known as Jane's Village, Altadena United Methodist Church is one of the many buildings that burned to the ground. Along Lake Avenue, the Fox's restaurant is gone. It's a landmark that's been serving this community since the 1950s. Also lost, the world's only art museum dedicated to bunnies, a collection that took 26 years to curate. The Altadena Golf Course posted this video showing its property in ashes. And this is the strip mall on Lake and Altadena Drive, where Side Pie once stood. In the foothills, a before and after of the damage at Eaton Canyon Nature Center, which educates children and adults about the native flora and fauna. It's unclear how much of the trail system here has been scarred, but in the days, months, and years to come, there will be hope for healing.
And nature, one of the many reasons people choose to live in Altadena, these historic, beautiful homes and landmarks, and so many unique mom and pop businesses that you just can't find anywhere else in Southern California or the country for that matter. We believe this is an apartment building that is still burning this morning. It's just hard to know what anything even was. We want to go to Amanda Sorrentino now. She has been walking around the community. She has been covering this fire from the very beginning. And Amanda, you have seen some real tragedy. Okay, it sounds like we just lost Amanda. We are up in the hills here, so it is difficult with technical issues sometimes. So we'll toss it back to you in the studio until we get her signal back up, guys.
All right. Thank you, Rutabaga. That's right. We talked with Amanda a little bit earlier on, and I'm sure she is having some signal issues. She's in an area completely devastated. She was walking us through a block where there is absolutely nothing left. She had run into a child's play bench, which was heartbreaking. I don't know why it survived out of everything, but just a reminder of the people who live in the homes and in the areas that we're watching completely devastated.
Absolutely. I was there actually yesterday in Altadena covering the damage of the Eaton fire. And I noticed Amanda earlier this morning got emotional. I usually don't get emotional when I'm doing live shots. I try to stay professional, but you cannot help. In one of my live shots, it just hit me like, oh my gosh, this is what our home has become, Southern California. And it's, I hate to keep using the word heartbreaking, but there really is no other word to describe it. It's heartbreaking to see the constant destruction and people losing their homes. And it's impossible not to get personally affected by this.
Absolutely. You are human, and that's only fair, and especially for you guys who have connections here, who grew up here, who are seeing homes burned that belong to families and friends where you spent time as children. That is only a natural reaction. In your live shot yesterday, you spoke with a young man who was looking for a gold ring, and that has stuck with me since yesterday, because I just thought, wow, everyone's looking for everything, but this man had one thing he wanted. I believe you said his mom had given him the ring.
Absolutely.
So I really hope that he finds it. Sometimes it's that one thing you get that makes you feel like, okay, I can move forward and have a little bit of my past.
Thank you for saying that. I wanted something tangible, like
Absolutely.
you said, right? All right. All right. Of course, we are covering all the fires burning here in Southern California, one of them being, of course, the fire in Pacific Palisades. Let's go to our Lori Paris' story.
I certainly did not expect to see flames again like this after leaving here early this.
No apology for them. Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
During a news conference yesterday afternoon, Mayor Bass said that she took the fastest route back to L.A. She also said that she was able to be on the phone the entire time during her flight. It is 7:30 right now. You're watching Today in L.A. We've been covering Southern California's wildfire emergency live on the air nonstop since Tuesday morning. So it's about 45 hours now. Thank you for joining us. I'm Major Rambulo.
And we will continue to cover this, bring you the very latest images and information as we continue to get through this wildfire emergency. I'm Lynette Romero. Let's get you up to date exactly what's happening right now. These are the latest numbers that we have. These numbers will change today. There is no doubt about it, but this is the latest information. The Palisades fire, so much larger than it was 24 hours ago. We are expecting those updated numbers, but what we know right now, it is more than 17,000 acres. That's about 26 square miles. The landscape of the seaside community, it has changed drastically. We've been showing you that all morning long. A lot of the homes and the businesses have burned. More than 1,000 structures are gone. The other big fire is the Eaton fire. It started in Altadena. It has burned more than 10,000 acres and destroyed hundreds of homes and businesses. Tragically, 5 people have died, and we, of course, are working to try to get more information about those victims.
And everything, but you do see some of these homes remain intact, luckily enough, but then in other neighborhoods, it is just absolute, a flattening of just blocks and blocks of homes. Historic landmarks and hundreds of homes are now gone. Let's go to Gigi Graciette. She has been reporting for us there on the ground all morning long. Some stunning visuals, Gigi.
You know, we're on the 15,000 block of Sunset Boulevard. We were across the street, Casa Nostra, the Italian restaurant, Bank of America, Starbucks. That is all a total loss. Now we've crossed the street and we're at smaller businesses. You were looking at what once was Palisades Flowers. Flowers, the only thing indicating what this business was. We have to imagine this is family owned. This is a smaller business. Be careful, photographer Tony Butita. There's a lot of debris, a lot of raised concrete here on the street. This was a nail salon right next door to it, we believe. It says Rosie's Nails. There was a gymnastics center here. There was a hair salon here. I can't tell where everything was, but these are smaller businesses. And not only is the business owner out of business, it may be temporary, we hope, but not only is the business owner out of business, what about all the employees? What about all the lovely men and women who do nails in these nail salons? What about all our stylists who cut our hair? What do? They move to another salon. If they're lucky, they rent another station maybe somewhere. What does the florist do until they can rebuild? The devastation is just all over. And behind this, I just walked behind this. I don't even know what it once was, but there's an entire collapsed building in the back of these little shops here on Sunset Boulevard. Some of the damage is very reminiscent of what we saw in 1994 at the Northridge earthquake, when we saw apartment buildings collapse and then catch fire. There's certain areas that it looks like there was an earthquake and it just knocked these buildings down. They caught fire, and this is the aftermath. But no, this is all because of the Palisades fire. Look at that sign right there. Joy to all. I don't know if you can see that, Tony, right there at your feet.
Yeah, juxtapositions, right, of the signs. You showed us the American flag that remained intact yesterday, and now it's the sign, Joy to All, in front of just this absolute destruction. It's just really something to see side by side.
I think the other point, too, Gigi, that you raised about job loss, I think that's an extraordinary part of this story, are the amount of people that there's the people that have lost their homes, people that lost their businesses, but employees at many of these establishments that now do not have jobs as a result
and likely
of this.
don't have homes either.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, the employees at Bank of America and Starbucks most likely will be relocated to another branch, another Starbucks. But the folks who do your nails here, the servers, the bus boys, the dishwashers at Casa Nostra, the Italian restaurant, the folks who do your hair, the gymnastics, where kids had all those gymnastics programs here. What do they do until they can rebuild? And careful. In the back there, you know, I was talking to you about that collapsed building. That is actually across the alley in the back. I don't even know what that was, but that entire building, if you pan off to the right, you can see some of the debris. That is all collapsed and destroyed. They look like some type of maybe offices. I'm going to go check that out a little better after, but just more destruction. And again, we're on Sunset Boulevard, the 15,300 block near Swarthmore, and these are the mom and pop businesses that have now been affected and have left so many people out of a job.
Yeah. All right, Gigi, thank you very much. We'll check in with you
right there in that
in just a little bit. Oh, my goodness.
All right, so meantime, city officials, they will be holding a press conference much like they did yesterday at 8 o'clock in the morning. That press conference is slated for 8 o'clock this morning as well.
Yeah, Mayor Karen Bass undoubtedly faces more questions about her actions leading up to and after the fire starting. Bob DeCastro is live for us in downtown L.A. with more details on this front. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, here at the Hall of Administration, again, that press conference getting underway at 8 o'clock this morning. You have county and city officials standing shoulder to shoulder here to give an update on the crisis. And yes, LA Mayor Karen Bass will be here this morning. She was noticeably absent yesterday. She was even asked about that. She was returning from a trip to Ghana, a trip that she is still being criticized for. Many wondering why, with the National Weather Service had said that previously this was going to be a potentially destructive and life-threatening fire, a windstorm, why she would even take that trip to West Africa in the first place. Also receiving criticism this morning for cuts to the department, to the fire department. LA City Fire receiving $17 million in cuts last year, and many wondering if that had an impact at all in terms of the firefight and the challenges when it came to the staffing of fighting this fire. Well, Sky News caught up with LA Mayor Karen Bass when she was on that overseas trip on her return here to Los Angeles, and this is video that went viral.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
Well, Mayor Bass did return yesterday from that trip overseas, and she held a press conference last night. She did address that trip and said that she was in constant contact with emergency officials.
Is going to be an effort of all of us coming together, and we have to resist any effort to pull us apart. In terms of my flight home, I was on a military flight, as I mentioned, which allowed me to be in constant communication. I was on the phone, on the plane, almost every hour of the flight. So although I was not physically here, I was in contact with many of the individuals that are standing here throughout the entire time. When my flight landed, immediately went to the fire zone and saw what happened in Pacific Palisades. Thank you.
And again, Mayor Bass expected to be at this press conference, again, starting at 8 o'clock this morning. In addition to those questions, there are so many other questions that people in this area have, including the firefight, now that the winds that we're dealing with are not the same winds, but more of a traditional Santa Ana wind pattern that we're dealing with, and we can get air assets in the air. Is this the day that we can finally turn a corner and perhaps get some containment on all of the fire losses? lines. Questions that will be asked today, and of course we'll be here live as we're covering this press conference that gets underway at 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, Bob, I think in the coming days you're going to be talking about issues of preparation. Why did firefighters, specifically in the Palisades, run out of water? Why was the LAFD begging for more firefighters to join their ranks, off-duty firefighters, volunteers? We knew this was coming. We knew that at some point all of these elements would converge to make for a catastrophic fire event. And I think these questions in the days to come are going to get louder and louder and louder. And I do hope that the mayor of Los Angeles does something to address some of these concerns here.
These are not just questions that the mayor, but perhaps people across the state have to answer.
Governor Newsom.
And that issue in the Palisades is not just the issue in the Palisades. People in Altadena had also experienced a severe pressure loss in all of their hoses when they were trying to fight those fires as well. They said they did not have any water. So these are all issues, infrastructure issues that certainly will be asked and perhaps we'll get some answers to in the next days, the weeks, and months, and perhaps years to come.
Thanks, Bob. I think, after the Woolsey fire, there was a big conversation and investigation even about communication and how the communication fell through there. And I think here we're probably going to see lots of conversation about especially this water and what happened there and the lack of funding and preparation amongst, within the LAFD. Yeah. All right.
Thank you. And we'll be taking that press conference live as it happens, set for 8 o'clock. And they were very prompt, we should say, yesterday when that news conference started. So 8 o'clock.
And I want to clarify something. The lack of preparation to support the firefighters that we're trying to fight, because we're very grateful for. I just want to be very clear about that.
They are doing the absolute best,
and they were left helpless in many situations. Those poor men and women just trying to do their job. They needed support.
And going above and beyond. You're seeing videos of them helping pets, trying to bring out some belongings,
leaving their families behind.
That's right.
And many of them who probably experienced extraordinary loss in their own lives, that weren't able to tend to their homes or their families because they were protecting structures and protecting all the residents across Southern California. And we cannot say thank you enough to these brave men and women for everything that they have done against extraordinary odds.
And I have to say, some words from the mayor, and in that situation when she stood silent for a full 2 minutes while she was getting, a grilling from that Sky News reporter, but saying something about the gratitude for these firefighters, and our hearts go out to some of the people who have lost everything. Something would have been nice. Some words.
The firefighters have been working, some of them over 24, 45 hours.
Absolutely. I texted one yesterday, Cameron, LAFD 88, checking in on him, and he got back to me over 12 hours later. He's like, sorry, just now getting a chance.
And what they're seeing and what they're experiencing right in the midst of harm to protect structures as best they can, people's lives as best they can. Thank you to all of the brave men and women out there.
Thank you from all of us.
Thank goodness.
Here.
All right, Amanda, what's up?
Well, we've heard the saying, stars, they're just like us. And this is such a moment where we are seeing that, from local mom and pop shops to some of our favorite stars. Everyone is being affected somehow by these fires. Many have fled during evacuations in the area, while others have lost their homes completely, all their memories. I had a friend from college just text me a picture of what stands from her house. Every photo gone. Page 6 reporting Paris Hilton, Heidi Montag, Spencer Pratt, Leighton Meester, Adam Brody, Anna Faris, Miles Teller, Eugene Levy, Anthony Hopkins, Billy Crystal, Tom Hanks, Rita Wilson, and John Goodman are among the stars who have lost their homes. Many shared emotional messages on social media expressing heartbreak over the loss of such cherished memories. Others, like Ben Affleck, Mandy Moore, and Mark Hamill, were forced to evacuate. Celebrities like Ricky Lake described their homes as heaven on earth in perfection, now reduced to ashes. Actor James Woods posted a series of videos on X showing his home and his neighbors' homes surrounded by smoke and flames. Woods says that his family evacuated from the area safely. He commended first responders and members of the community for evacuating children from elementary schools within the neighborhood. And Paris Hilton posting on Instagram saying that she learned her Malibu home was lost while watching it burn on live television. She adds, no one should ever have to experience that. Jamie Lee Curtis speaking out about devastating wildfires in Pacific Palisades.
I saw that.
Yeah, she got very emotional, as I can imagine. She shared this video on social media that our family is safe, but many friends may lose their homes. She described the situation as terrifying and expressed gratitude to firefighters and neighbors helping each other. You're really seeing the community come together right now. She urged everyone to stay safe, support one another, and let first responders do their work. Curtis also encouraged people to pray, regardless of their beliefs, for those affected, because sometimes
And the sun rising, it really is an eerie scene, isn't it?
What's so eerie is that if you close your eyes, you feel like you're just at the beach. We can hear the waves crashing, and it's so peaceful. But then you open your eyes to something that just doesn't seem real at all. I've never seen destruction this severe. From Topanga Canyon, there at Topanga and PCH, that antique store, that furniture shop is gone. We drove miles headed into Malibu proper. So much of PCH, businesses and homes, are gone. Certainly, there are some still standing, but that is definitely the minority. I mean, as the sun comes up, it's so upsetting. And I'm just so deeply sorry and apologetic to everyone who is seeing this, to everyone who is connected to this. I feel like if you're someone in Southern California, you know someone who is impacted by one of the many fires that we've been dealing with. And this is just an example. I mean, all these power lines, they're de-energized now, so we're safe, but there's power lines all in the road. Bricks of this house, and usually bricks don't burn, they didn't stand a chance. But some of the foundations of these homes, those steel beams and the concrete still standing. Over there, right under the sun, are still steps to the beach. And in other properties, you can still see the steps down to the water. You just see all of this water in the ocean, right? And in your head, you try to figure out, how did this fire get here? So much of PCH is like this, and we've been posting videos on the NBCLA Instagram as we've been driving through different neighborhoods. You know, viewers have been calling us saying, can you check this house? Can you check this house? And we're certainly doing our best to get as many as we can, but there's just so much gone. Down the road around the corner from us is Moon Shadows. It looks like a lot of the businesses and homes down PCH toward Topanga, right around that bend, are still standing, but I'm not sure exactly what's still standing and what's not. But I can tell you for sure, all of these homes on this stretch on both sides of the road. Joel, can you just turn around and show them those homes over there? That's 3 homes in a row with cars that were parked on the shoulder. We're standing on the shoulder here on this side. Cars over there on that shoulder that have burned. But then you see all of those homes over my right shoulder that are still standing, that were literally inches away from those flames. And you have palm trees here that are burned, but they're still somehow standing as well, but their leaves were just burned off. The destruction is immense, and there's little flames in all of this rubble still. What is a blessing at this point is the winds. If you were with us yesterday, we almost had to yell into the microphone. It was so loud. We could barely hear Lynette and Adrian, you talking to us and asking questions. So many of us have never experienced winds like that. Growing up in Southern California, in Los Angeles, today it's a totally different story. It's serene. This morning we saw a Chinook fly over us. So although there's still active fire, at least along PCH, we did see some homes that were still burning, but certainly that this is a phase where you're looking at a lot more destruction.
The fire is continuing to burn. We just showed you some classic cars from another neighborhood, and here, local businesses now just completely gone. This is on El Molino and Mariposa Street right here. You're looking at a hardware store, and then next to it is a Merritt Cleaners, and on the corner is a State Farm. I want you to take a look at this video my photographer who's with me now, Mike McGregor, shot when this fire was burning. So there you go. You can just see what was happening here just about 24 hours, a little more than 24 hours ago, when this building was going up in flames, and this is what we're seeing here now this morning. And those flames just tearing through so many places right here, and that's what we're seeing with what happened just the other night when this fire came through, and those embers just landing everywhere in these neighborhoods. And this is multiple businesses going, multiple families that are impacted by this and now just gone. So now looking at this building, we were trying to see what was inside, and right over here, over my right shoulder, A lot of old bikes we noticed were just burned completely to the ground, and just this place is just shattered. So I don't want to move too much because our signal is kind of weak here. So actually the weather channel's here, which just shows what kind of, you know, this was such a huge weather event to talk about, the wind that came through here. We're going to be talking about this forever in Los Angeles. So we see the weather channel there, and then right behind those white SUVs and our black truck actually right there is Mariposa Townhomes. And when we drove past there, I would like to take you through there eventually, because that is just blocks and stretches of homes, and that is one home after another, completely now to the ground. It is so sad to see, and that is tons of people impacted right there.
Even though things look much better, we still have strong winds that will be coming back at times all the way through the next 48 hours. I'll send it back over to you.
I was waiting for the sound. I'm sorry. You know, I think you're right that is something that we're all going to be watching and waiting for. And you really kind of explain. In fact, I took notes, to be very honest with you, Henry. I took notes on the things that you were saying because they're so important. As we look at that picture coming in from our team in Sky 5, I mean, it's such an incredible picture to see the fire that we're dealing with. We want to make sure you know about what the conditions are like for the roads, right? Very unusual patterns. As we know, a lot of people, you know, couldn't go to work, and some people stayed home if they could. Here's the thing. We talk about it all the time, right? No matter whether the fire or not, if the signals are not working, defective signals, then you have to treat everything as a four-way stop. So this is Mulholland at Canaan Road. What we're here.
Homes damaged. We know that there are many homes. We're talking dozens of homes that have been destroyed in the fire. Right now, you could just see the frame of this home. You'll see a white picket fence just melted here. And I want to show you an image that we brought up from maps. And this is what the home once looked like. It's just so tough to see that white picket fence now, as you just saw, on its side melted. You'll see the gate at the front door right there. The only thing standing right now, debris, piles of debris still smoldering there. If we walk down this way to the right, you'll see another home that burned. It just didn't make it, burned to the ground. And just across the way are businesses too, right here on Lake Avenue, a popular breakfast spot that didn't make it, a laundromat that didn't make it, an auto shop with lots of cars out on the lot that didn't make it either. So there is a lot of destruction out here, and there are fire crews who've been working nonstop. I talked with a fire crew from NorCal. We've seen a lot of fire crews from NorCal, and they said they worked a 30-hour shift. We were able to catch up with them after they had napped for just a short moment, because you know they have to get back on the fire lines, and we know the firefight is not over. It's so tough because they still have a long road ahead of them. A lot of people wondering if their homes made it. We've been trying to keep everybody posted, trying to send back video to show them if their home made it or not. Unfortunately, in a lot of cases like this one, it just didn't. And as you look around right now, as all of this smoke is just hanging over this community, it's so smoky out here. You can smell it, you can see it, and we know all of the neighboring communities are dealing with poor air quality as well. But so much destruction right in front of us right now. Of course, we're going to stay out here.
And they tried their best, and by the grace of God, like, their house survived. You know.
Wow. Yeah, and so many people not as lucky. When you see, I'm sure you saw at least video. I'm sure you saw at least video of all of these buildings going up in flames. It's just apocalyptic.
Yeah.
It looks just unreal.
This is my first time seeing this. I didn't see how bad Lake Avenue was. I live one street over, and actually seeing what happened over here, it's devastating. I don't know how we're going to rebuild it. I don't know what the steps are. I know that fires aren't something new to California. They happen all up and down the coast over here. But I don't know what the steps are going to be to rebuild our city back to what it was. If it is going to be built back to what it was, what they're going to build after this. Are they going to start building apartment complexes? It's just, I have all these questions now. How is Altadena going to look in the future from what it was from my childhood?
And Altadena really is a unique community because it was so many independent businesses. Yes. It was so many historic homes. Yes. It was so nature-based with the trails and the conservatory and all of those things that people really, really enjoyed.
Yeah, that's what makes me sad too. All these mom and pop shops that I would go to, Fox's Diner, been there my entire life, would go there as a kid, gone. This smoke shop over here, the owner, amazing guy, been going there for at least 5 years, gone. Rancho Bar, gone. The Cafe de Leche, like all these mom and pops, and it's just sad to see, like, that wasn't easy for them to start a business. And what are the steps to rebuild your business from the ground again? you know?
What do you think is going to happen in the long run in terms of insurance issues, in terms of all these things? Do you plan to stay in this community?
I mean, I do plan to stay in this community, thankfully. I know that there's going to be some good that's going to come out of it. I just hope that all the insurance companies do not go, I don't know if they could go bankrupt trying to pay out all of the claims that are going to be filed, because as I was going up into the mountains, the amount of devastation that I saw and blocks, excuse me, literal blocks that are flattened now is insane. So I don't know how they're going to rebuild it.
Well, thank you so much for being with us. We're so
course.
sorry for everything your community is experiencing. I think it's touching all of us in some way here in Southern California. Even if your own home was spared, you know someone who was evacuated. And that's why this is so historic. This is such a unique circumstance with so many fires breaking out in so many different areas. So guys, I'll send it back to you as we just take a look at this devastation.
All right, Ruta Bay, certainly devastating, and thank you for bringing us that interview. Right now, let's go to Mark for some breaking news. He's at the desk. Mark.
Yeah, so we've been monitoring the continuing march forward of the Palisades fire. It is an incredibly long fire line on the northern flank. Sky Cow was flying overhead, looking at some of the homes that have been destroyed on the northern side of the fire. You know, we have focused so much on the flatland area of Pacific Palisades, the southeast side of Pacific Palisades as you head into Santa Monica. But this is much closer to where the fire started on Tuesday morning. What we're looking at here is actually what I believe to be the area above the initial start point, or just to the north of the initial start point. I recognize these homes from the map. This is not far from Piedra Morada Drive. This is where reporter Kevin Coe is in the area of Lachlan Street and Charmel Avenue, where it was just about 10:30 that morning, 11 a.m. We actually heard on the scanners here at the desk, an LA City Strike Force #1 had arrived in that very neighborhood you saw there and requested 10 more engines for a very fast-growing brush fire at the time. Well, we now know that brush fire has turned into the incredibly damaging 17,000-acre plus Palisades fire, but it was not far from this neighborhood. Somewhere on Piedra Morada Drive was the initial call-out point by LA City firefighters as to where this started. Now, there's no cause. We may not have a cause of this fire for quite some time, but it was not actually far from that neighborhood where this happened. Now, if you come out to my screen, I want to take a different sort of look as to what's going on. Just to give you a perspective, Sky Cow was right about here looking south, just to give you an idea. The northern flank of the fire is all along here. And the website that we're looking at here is Alert California. This is something that you can actually look at on your mobile devices or your computer at home. This is a collection of mountaintop cameras that are publicly accessible. And you can see these blue areas that I've highlighted. These are cameras that are currently looking at some sort of fire activity. I've been monitoring this all day yesterday and today to get a better look at time lapse of things like the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. And I want to draw attention, the blue icons here are cameras that are still active and recording the fire. These gray ones, these are cameras that are offline. I don't know if these cameras are offline because they've been destroyed by the Palisades fire or they simply have lost power due to the Palisades fire. But certainly Green Peak, Temescal Trailhead, and LA County Fire at Helibase 69, I was looking at yesterday, they are currently offline. I know that Helibase 69.
Some calmer winds. We're going to have live team coverage all throughout the morning as the 8 o'clock hour is about to start. We're also waiting for a press conference from fire officials. Keep it here. We'll be right back.
We're about 7,500 feet up, and I'm flying this with a pilot who's been flying news for about 30 years. We are trying our very best to navigate past this smoke in a way that's not only safe, but gives you guys on the ground the best perspective we can deliver of the devastation. But right now, we can't fly through this smoke. And the worst of what our ground crews have been showing us, it is just beyond this ridge. It's going to be on Sunset Boulevard near the Palisades Village. That's where we have seen images of everything every single structure destroyed. For now, we cannot fly over that. We can't give you that coastline flyover that we were envisioning as soon as the sun came up. And it's because of all of this smoke. You can see it sitting here now. This is very similar to what we saw over in Altadena last night over the Eaton fire. This smoke is not moving the same way that it was yesterday. You'll recall, yesterday afternoon, during our first flight over the Palisades fire, I told you we were in a hover. News Chopper 4 was not moving through the air, but one of the dials in the helicopter, the airspeed indicator, it showed that it was going 80 knots. That's how fast the winds were moving at the time. This morning, when we did the same thing, we were hovering, we were not moving through the air, that dial was reading 30 knots. So that gives you a good sense of how much slower the winds are moving. And because of that, this smoke is not being pushed through the air in a way that creates openings for us to get in there with the camera. But from where we are, again, on the north side of the fire, you can see what's happening in Topanga right now. We call it the Palisades fire, but so many surrounding communities are impacted. And we are just minutes away from a news conference where we should be getting new figures about the acreage and the containment. Now, my guess is the containment is still going to stand at 0%. The acreage is going to be quite a bit higher than what was last reported, which was 17,200. And this is already the most destructive wildfire in LA history. Nobody in LA is untouched by what is happening right now. And I want to share a story with you. We just landed. We signed off for a little bit because we had to go back to Whiteman Airport to get fuel. And the fueler who served us over there, he pulled out his phone and he showed me a photo of his sister's house. His sister lives here in the Palisades. Her house completely burned down. She had to evacuate. She's got a 9-month-old baby. She just renovated her home and she doesn't know where she's going to go next. This touches everybody. Last night, I was flying a News Chopper 4 with a pilot over the Eaton fire, and his family lives in the Altadena area. He had go bags ready to go. He was telling his wife, if you need to leave with the kids while I'm flying, take them and go. This is something that is impacting everybody covering it. And it's really interesting for me to hear perspectives from our NBC colleagues who are flying in from out of town and out of state to help out with coverage. You know, from up and down California, our friends from the Bay Area and San Diego, they're saying too, they have never seen anything quite like this. This fire, these fires, all of them burning right now, this is going to go down not only in LA history, but California history.
You're absolutely right. Nobody is going to be left untouched. Even if you aren't involved directly, you know someone, or you're dealing with the ramifications of these fires, the air quality, all the other things that are happening, closed schools. So certainly as a community, we must come together. We so appreciate you giving us a view from the chopper, and we will continue to get updates from you throughout the day because we are going to stay on top of this, covering this story. And we do know that the fire officials and city officials are starting to gather for this news conference. You're looking at a live picture right now. We expect to hear from the chief of police. We also expect to hear from Sheriff Luna. Mayor Bass is back in town, so she's going to be part of this news conference, and we are going to get the very latest, and we do expect all of those numbers to change.
Yeah. And so as we wait for this news conference to begin, we do have a list of speakers here. We're going to hear from LA County Fire Chief Maroney, as well as LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, the Sheriff Robert Luna, the Police Chief Jim McDonald, on top of Mayor Bass. The District Attorney is going to speak. We're going to hear from various supervisors, the Public Works Department as well as the Department of Water and Power CEO. Of course, we've had some water issues. We have air quality issues. We've had cell phone issues. I mean, it's touched all aspects of life.
And really just trying to find out from authorities is, you know, again, people want to know a plan. What is the strategy? What happens next? you know, there are going to be some tough questions. What could we have done better? And that's important to talk about. At this point, we can ask those kinds of questions and find out where do we go from here and how do we make sure that this doesn't happen again, if at all possible.
One of the big questions, you know, Julia Dang in News Chopper 4 had brought up that she had not heard or seen any firefighting aircraft.
Why is that?
Air resources being used this morning. She saw them last night. So curious as to why that is not going on right now, as far as we know. And
yeah, we've seen hours and hours of low, you know, winds, and that would have been a prime opportunity. We are going to listen to the fire officials right now and city officials.
Welcome you, run of show for today. We have speakers. There's a speakers list. Please help yourselves to one of those. After that, we will segue to question and answer with members of the press. Allow me to introduce to you our first speaker, Los Angeles County Chair of the Board of Supervisors, Catherine Barger.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you for joining us here today. Earlier this week, the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors declared today, January 9th, a day of mourning in solidarity with the federal government in honor of the passing of former President James Earl Carter. Ironically, today is turned into a day of mourning for more reasons than the one as we mourn the loss of lives and property across our county. While we are still facing significant threats, I am hopeful that the tide is turning. Thank you, Chief Maroney. Thank you, Chief Crowley. Yesterday afternoon, as the winds died down, we saw the return of aerial drops and aerial firefighting, a truly, truly welcome sight. First and foremost, I want to assure our residents in Los Angeles County that the City of LA and the county are working hard and working hand in hand to bring every resource available to the table. Last night, the county opened the Pomona Fairplex as an additional shelter for those evacuating and those who have suffered losses. The Fairplex will also continue to take in large animals that are in need of a home. The county is working to harness and utilize the incredible outpouring of generosity from individuals, nonprofits, and companies that want to help. We have heard that many companies like Airbnb, Uber, and Lyft are offering free or subsidized services for those impacted by the fires in Los Angeles County. The county will be sharing all of these resources through our recovery.lacounty.gov website. In addition, the state has activated CAL FIRE Management Team 3 and assigned them to the Eaton Canyon incident. They will be joining Federal Management Team 5 in their ongoing efforts, we hope as early as tomorrow. CAL FIRE Team 3 will be tasked with overseeing victim search operations and damage inspections to facilitate debris removal operations and setting up disaster recovery assistance centers. This will allow Federal Management Team 5 to focus on firefighting operations and the active front. As Supervisor Horvath mentioned yesterday, wildfires do not care about jurisdictional boundaries. Between the city and the county, we are managing the various resources that are coming online with the increasing demands on our first responders. I saw this firsthand driving through the streets of Altadena yesterday. Driving up Lake Avenue, the devastation could not be missed. The number of homes, businesses, and buildings that were on the fire dwarfed in any sense of available resources. Altadena is a very unique and special part of the 5th District. It is a community that embodies the spirit of a big, small town, a community full of rich culture, history, and one that passionately supports the small businesses that drive its economy in the community. It is also one of the only communities in Los Angeles County that manages the urban-wildland interface. Altadena is a resilient community. They have seen some significant battles before, but the scale of the impact today is larger than anything that I have seen in my career. The loss of historic resources at Eaton Canyon Nature Center, Farnsworth Park, and the Altadena Golf Course cannot be measured. I saw fire engines and companies from El Dorado County and other parts of California joining Los Angeles County Fire in an effort to protect life and property. in the midst of the emergency, we've all seen individuals who are targeting vulnerable communities by burglarizing and looting homes. This is simply unacceptable. You will be hearing from our DA, Hochman, shortly regarding his efforts to hold these individuals accountable, and I promise you, you will be held accountable. Shame on those who are preying on our residents during this time of crisis. The emergency order will be strictly enforced by the Sheriff's Department, who are proactively patrolling to protect these communities from looting and any criminal activity. They have made 20 arrests of individuals who will be held accountable for the actions that they've taken. I want to thank President Joe Biden and Governor Gavin Newsom for pledging to bring federal and state resources to help Los Angeles County in our moment of need. President Biden's disaster declaration includes the promise of public assistance and individual assistance. We will begin the process of rebuilding. We will have critical resources available to ensure the residents of our communities are not fighting these battles alone. I intend to bring in a motion with Supervisor Horvath as my co-chair or co-author to ratify the county's emergency proclamation at the next Board of Supervisors meeting. Make no mistake, this board and this county will continue to do everything in our power to ensure the safety of our residents as we look forward to the path of recovery. With that, I would like to introduce Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
With the mayor. That's announced the elected officials.
Okay, so who are we going to? Mayor Bass. I'd like to introduce LA City Mayor Bass.
Thank you, Supervisor. One voice, that is the way we speak, and that is the way we stand here united. Los Angeles will stand united and stand strong. So first of all, my thoughts are with the thousands of Angelenos who are impacted by this emergency, as more Angelenos were forced to make the terrifying decision to evacuate. Our priorities, of course, are to keep Angelenos safe and to protect homes. The winds continue to be of a historic nature and a key factor of this firestorm. For much of Tuesday, the unprecedented winds prevented air operations to continue. However, as of yesterday, the winds have allowed for air operations, and that has enabled significant progress against the fires in Hollywood and Studio City last night. And as of 7:30 this morning, evacuation orders in Hollywood have been lifted. Angelenos cooperated. The community stood together. They evacuated, and Angelenos should continue to proceed with caution. Air operations are continuing rapidly in the Palisades, in Sylmar, and across our region. We continue to see our heroes, from our LA firefighters and from personnel, families, neighbors from across the county and the state. We thank you. However, we continue to confront a big one-level firestorm. Historic winds and extensive drought have created a perfect storm that has driven people from their homes and have taken people's homes, and that has taken people's lives. I've been in the fire zones, and you can see how fast and devastating these wind-driven fires are. I know people from all over the nation are asking how they can help. So here are two essential ways. First of all, support the California Community Foundation Wildlife Recovery Fund at calfund.org, and support the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation at supportlafd.org. And in addition to shelters, Airbnb is offering free temporary housing. Go to 211LA.org for more information. This, as we know, is a regional crisis. So working together is the only way we will get through this. That's why I've been in constant contact with my colleagues at the county, state, and federal level. President Biden, Governor Newsom have assured us of full state and federal support. And of course, County Chair Barger and I are fully coordinated, as I am with all of the local elected officials. And our fire departments, police departments, utilities, and other critical agencies are coordinated as well. We have pre-deployed, we are executing a strategy, and we are adapting to conditions on the ground in real time. This is absolutely an unprecedented historic firestorm, but we are all hands on deck. We need to continue to cooperate. We need to evacuate when asked to do so. We need to help others, help our neighbors. And first and foremost, we need to stay united. We need to stay strong. A united LA is the way we will recover, is the way we rebuild our communities. And with that, I believe I am introducing Supervisor Lindsay Horvat.
Good morning. The strength and resilience of Los Angeles County is more than anything we are seeing on the ground. I know this because of the relentless fight that our first responders, our firefighters, our law enforcement officials are putting forward, giving it everything they've got to take on each of these fires throughout the region. That being said, this is testing even the strongest among us. Last night, I personally received an alert from Nixle that I too was under evacuation warning, and I was put in the shoes of tens of thousands of Angelenos who have been facing this from the moment the fires broke out. No one should have to choose which priceless memento they're going to take with them or leave behind in order to stay safe, for their families to stay safe, for their communities to be safe. I've heard from so many community members about the pricelessness of the community centers, the faith centers. I know that in the Palisades alone, there are more than 20,000 Jewish community members, and I was contacted by the Jewish Federation and the work that they are doing throughout the region to support the Jewish community. We've heard with the Eaton fire, the loss of so many faith centers throughout the Palisades fire and so much more. These are not just structures. These are places where people have made lasting memories, memories they will hold on to. But as they look at their community now, their hearts break, and we are in mourning with them. This is a time of grief, and that is why it is tremendous that our governor and our president and all of the leaders behind me and all of the leaders out throughout Los Angeles are standing strong for all of our Angelenos who are suffering great heartache. The Pacific Palisades has suffered immense loss, and my heart goes out to all of the residents who are continuing to try to understand what is left of their homes. In the Topanga Canyon, I've been speaking with residents throughout the night, and I know that One Topanga and TSEP have been in constant communication with those on the ground, and we are in communication with them to ensure that we are supporting Topangans on the ground. I know there's this morning a fire active behind the lumber yard, and the chief has personally deployed resources to ensure that we are actively fighting the fires in Topanga. Topanga Canyon is a treasure, and we are fighting to protect it. Sunset Mesa, when you look at what is left, is heartbreaking. The community members of Malibu and Santa Monica, which last night declared a curfew because of the tragedy that they're experiencing on top of the fire, people trying to take advantage of this crisis. It's absolutely unacceptable, and we will all stand together to keep each and every neighborhood safe. The Hollywood Hills, my heart broke with you last night. I am grateful for the swift work and the aerial assault that took place in order to protect our Hollywood Hills quickly. When you saw a home go up in flames in Studio City, you wondered if that was going to be the next outburst. The residents of Studio City, we stand with you. And in Sylmar, we have at least achieved some containment of the Hearst fire, but we have a long way to go, and we are watching and standing with you. This is a moment where we will share detailed updates, but we will not forget that behind each of these updates is a person who deserves our support. With that, gas shutoffs continue to affect more than 15,000 people in Malibu from Brentwood Country Club to Pepperdine. A boil water advisory remains in effect for the Sunset Mesa community from Topanga Beach and Coastline Drive to the south on Shore Heights Drive on the north, and Topanga Canyon to Carbon Canyon Road in Malibu, including communities of Big Rock and Carbon Mesa. Metro fares remain suspended today thanks to the leadership of Metro Board Chair Hahn and our CEO Stephanie Wiggins. If you have essential travel today, please do so safely away from the areas of the evacuation orders. If you do not have essential travel, please remain indoors. For the latest updates and service impacts, you can go to alerts.metro.net. LA County Assessor Jeffrey Prang has shared property tax installment deferral applications, misfortune, calamity, damage reassessment applications, and disaster relief FAQ for property owners affected by the fires at assessor.lacounty.gov. All LAUSD schools and Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District schools in the 3rd District are closed. With that, mental health supports are available through the county's Department of Mental Health. You can call 800-854-7771. Please use this resource. We know you are experiencing traumatic pain, and we want to do our best to help start healing. Thank you for the outpouring of support from across the county and across the country. Emergency Network LA is coordinating volunteers and support through enla.org. Our county is doing everything possible to respond to these fires until they are contained. And as Chair Barger referenced, today is a day of mourning. And in the words of former President Carter, our faith calls us to do all that we can, wherever we can, with all we can. And in this spirit, indeed in this moment calls us to do the same. Thank you. Next, I'd like to welcome LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
So good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. I will be providing an Eaton fire update in addition to a Region 1 update. The Eaton fire remains estimated to be 10,600 acres, and growth has been significantly stopped. And we have 0% containment. We have over 879 firefighting personnel assigned, and mutual aid resources continue to arrive to assist with this firefight. From this point forward, incident fatality information and reporting will be the responsibility of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. We have several reported injuries and over 1,000 structures damaged and destroyed. The cause of the fire remains unknown, and it continues to be under active investigation. As I stated yesterday, as soon as a cause is determined, we will advise the media. The Lydia fire that started yesterday in Acton has been 40% contained, and forward progress has been stopped. It is limited to 348 acres. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege event has increased significantly, and we have a much better posture than we did on Tuesday and Wednesday. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in Los Angeles County and City, and we are appreciative to our fire partners from throughout the Western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning, the National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday. I would like to also acknowledge the presence of Dr. Lori Moore Merrill from the U.S. Fire Administration, who flew out with her team from Washington, D.C. last night to be with Fire Chief Crowley and I so they could witness firsthand the challenges and the devastation that have resulted. Lastly, I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of my LA County Fire Department personnel, both on the front lines and those behind the scenes, who continuously place themselves in harm's way to protect residents and property in our great county of Los Angeles. Thank you for always being there, and continue to be safe as they take care of themselves, those around them, and the people we serve and protect. Thank you, and I'd now like to invite up Fire Chief Kristen Crowley of the Los Angeles Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief Maroney. So good morning. We continue to battle multiple major brush fires in the city of Los Angeles and across the Los Angeles region. Today, we expect winds to subside somewhat, which will allow fire crews to increase containment lines. However, and I want to be very clear here as well, we are still under red flag warning with extreme fire behavior possibilities. Before I give you an update on several fires in the city of Los Angeles, I have to take a moment, for all the right reasons, to thank the residents of Los Angeles and our surrounding areas for heeding our instructions. Today, it is absolutely imperative that as we move into day 3 of this firestorm, all members of our Los Angeles community maintain vigilance. I will now give you an update of our activities that occurred overnight. Palisades fire, as we know, started January 7th at 10:30 hours in the morning. Size at this point is 17,234 acres. We are in unified command, LAFD, CAL FIRE, LA County Fire, LAPD, and LA Sheriffs. 0% containment. Extreme fire behavior continues to challenge firefighting efforts for the Palisades area. Wind gusts are up to 60 miles per hour and are expected to resume throughout the entire day. Firefighters and air resources will continue to work to protect the community and infrastructures and gain control so that we can contain this fire. Damage assessments are ongoing at the Palisades fire. However, preliminary reports estimate the damage or destroyed structures to be in the thousands. It is safe to say that the Palisades fire is one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles. We will continue to provide additional information as it becomes available. I'll move on to the Hearst fire. January 7th start. The size, 855 acres. We're unified in command, LAFD, United States Fire Service, Angeles National Forest, and LAPD. 0% containment. Firefighters held the fire within a planned containment area and are successful, and we have established a perimeter. Crews were able to get a handle on a few of the flare-ups over the night. We will continue to strengthen our containment lines and create a number of dozer lines to minimize the fire growth. Next, Woodley fire started on January 8th. The size, 30 acres. Containment, fully contained, and we are using fire patrols to monitor the area for any flare-ups. The fire has been declared as a knockdown, and there are no current threats. Next, the Sunset fire, which is in the Runyon Canyon area, started last night, January 8th. Size 42.8 acres. Forward progress, I'm very glad to share with everybody, was stopped, and the crews are working to put out spot fires within the perimeters and to keep the wind from spreading any additional embers. As of 7:30 this morning, all evacuation orders have been lifted. This fire was rapidly and aggressively attacked by using coordinated air and ground fire suppression efforts. Residents heeded our timely evacuation orders. More information to come on that. Next up, the sun-swept fire, which is in the Studio City area. As I talked about all the previous incidents, on top of this, our fire department was faced with another massive challenge. A very large structure fire encompassing 2 large hillside homes with heavy fire, which exposed brush, broke out in the Studio City area of Los Angeles. The high winds caused the fire to extend within the adjacent brush, potentially causing another additional brush fire. Our LEFD poured all available resources into this fire, and through a combined effort, were successful in preventing another devastating brush fire. Our firefighters stopped the forward progress at just under 1 acre. Also, to be clear, all of the incidents that I just spoke about are all under an active investigation. Let's talk about the preparations for today. The LAFD continues to augment and recall all of our firefighters to fill every single available seat on every single available apparatus within the city of Los Angeles. Firefighters continue to move into the Southern California region from across the western region of the United States, and we are very, very grateful for any assistance that we are receiving. Weather conditions are beginning to turn favorably, which will allow us to increase our containment lines. Again, our primary focus remains on impacting and affecting rescues and saving lives while protecting property. The multiple incidents across the city and the region continue to tax our firefighters. However, rest assured that every single firefighter, first responder, law enforcement officer across the region remains 100% committed to protecting our communities. Here's your call to action. Stay informed with trusted news and official updates. Be prepared to evacuate if you live near a wildland area. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. We also ask the public to stay off the roadways and away from any impacted areas, which we want to make sure there's zero room for any other issues when it comes to delays for our firefighters, first responders to get to where we need to go. I want to take just a moment to thank every single Los Angeles resident who's been impacted by this for staying vigilant, supporting our first responders, and helping your neighbors. Thank you to Mayor Bass, our city leadership, everybody that is here. As you can see, we stand with every single community member, business, anybody that's been negatively impacted by all of these incidents. We stand with you. We're going to remain strong with you as well. And I tell you, we're throwing everything at this that we possibly can, and we're going to move through this and continue to support one another. With that, I will go ahead and introduce our next speaker, which is Sheriff Luna. Sir.
Good morning, Robert Luna, the Sheriff of Los Angeles County. Currently, we have well over 400 sheriff's personnel that are still actively deployed to the fires, in addition to our normal staffing for patrol-related functions throughout the county of Los Angeles. Deputies continue to assist our residents with evacuations. They are performing a lot of humanitarian missions. So many stories to share, don't have time right now. Providing food and blankets to people, rescuing people who unfortunately did not evacuate when they were asked to. So you've heard it over and over up here. A lot of the stories of heroic actions by our deputy sheriffs, police officers, or firefighters, a lot of them are taking place from people who did not choose to evacuate, putting their own lives at risk. So please, if you're asked to evacuate, because it's not only your life you're putting in danger. We continue to conduct roving patrols, manning hard road closures, providing security in evacuation areas to prevent anyone who may be tempted to engage in criminal behavior like looting. It was mentioned earlier before by the supervisor, and I'm going to make this crystal clear to everybody out there. Over last night and this morning, we are up to 20 individuals who chose to go into our areas and deprive these poor people who have been through so much of their property. Absolutely unacceptable. And I'm going to give direction to our department members. As you know, when we have an evacuation order by law, if you remain in that area, you are guilty of a misdemeanor. If you commit certain crimes, it could jump up to a felony. I'm going to be asking our employees to start enforcing that. That is very different than a curfew. Why? Because it's 24/7. I don't have to wait for the sun to go down or the sun to come up. If you are in one of these areas and you do not belong there, you are going to be subject to arrest. I hope that is as clear as I can make it, because our first choice isn't to do enforcement. It's not to make arrests. It's to help people. But if people choose to commit crimes, they're going to be held accountable. And the DA, who is standing next to me, will clarify even that a little bit further. This continues to be a fluid and evolving crisis, and the numbers that we release throughout this incident are going to fluctuate. So anything we say is subject to change. We're getting information from our boots on the ground. It's very chaotic out there because it's still so fluid. So forgive us if we give a number and then we have to modify those numbers. I talked about the 20 arrests that have been made so far. Unfortunately, I do expect that to go up. We're not going to tolerate that kind of activity. We have substantially increased our deployment of deputies at the fixed traffic post and are trying to limit and clear out any unauthorized vehicles or people in these areas. I do want to talk as we are summoning more resources. I have been in contact with the chief of the Office of Emergency Services for the state of California. Obviously, that's done at the direction of Governor Newsom. From the get-go of this, he has offered any and all resources to us and law enforcement, and they're doing the same for fire, but I'll specifically talk about policing. The California National Guard is on standby at our direction, specifically my direction, and we, along with my partner Jim McDonald at the LAPD, are currently in discussions if we are going to need them or how we would deploy them as the hours go on. So stand by for that information as the hours tick on. Chief Maroney mentioned this regarding any death toll information. Yes, we had preliminary numbers yesterday. I got to be honest with you, as I reviewed some of those last night and this morning, I was not satisfied with some of the information that we're getting. And it's not the fault of our people. The people that are working under very difficult conditions are doing their best to do what they need to do. At one point, we'll be able to do a more thorough search of these impacted areas. Some of them look like a bomb was dropped in them, where we will be able to bring in canines and other things to help us hopefully not discover too many fatalities. That's our prayer. But this is a crisis, and we don't know what to expect, but we're ready for everything. So all information, at least on the county side of this equation, we're working with our coroner's office. We'll figure out those numbers. So be patient with us when you ask us about death toll numbers. Right now, frankly, we don't know yet. We eventually will. Evacuations overall for Palisades, Eaton, Hearst, and Lydia fires, the number in both county and city areas, evacuation orders are impacting 179,783 residents. That's nearly 180,000 people in Los Angeles County that are currently under evacuation orders, with another close to 200,000 residents that are under evacuation warnings. I cannot emphasize enough that I urge residents that are asked to evacuate to follow our warnings. I gave some examples earlier. I'm going out through my staff, hey, give me some stories where our deputies are just constantly putting their life on the line, and in every example I'm given is as a result of somebody who chose not to evacuate. I don't want to tell those stories anymore. I don't want to give stories of our first responders being injured, specifically our communities being injured. Please, if you're told to evacuate, evacuate. Two of our sheriff substations are out of power, running on generators. That's both our Altadena and Crescentia Valley stations. They're right in the thick of things. They're engaged in all of the work that I've described. The issues of mutual aid. Will consistently evaluate and reevaluate the needs for more law enforcement personnel. But I can tell you, I'm getting calls from all over this region, from other sheriffs and police chiefs. Everybody wants to help. And that's awesome. That's part of our profession. Very proud to be part of it. The last thing I'll say is, for any specific information regarding evacuation orders or warnings or any road closures, and there's a lot of them, please go to lacounty.gov/emergency. Thank you very much. And with that, I am going to introduce the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
Morning, and I'll start off with a sincere thank you to all who have cooperated and supported the first responders and others who've been out there doing the best they can to make this as manageable as it can be. We're still on full tactical alert at the LAPD in support of our fire partners to be able to accomplish their mission. We're assisting with safety as well as the evacuation sites. You heard the sheriff quote the numbers of people who are out there using those. And again, we want to provide every level of safety we can for those involved in that effort. We've been joined by our Port Police and Los Angeles World Airport Police partners as part of the city family in doing the jobs that we're doing as we move forward today. But I want to thank our team. Many of our team and many of the people who are here behind me have left their families in fire areas to come to work to be able to help others. We've had a large number of people who have been evacuated, a large number of people in this group here who either family or friends have lost their own homes and lost everything they own and are dealing with taking care of young families at the same time while they're trying to balance the needs of work with the needs and responsibilities of family. We truly are all in this together, and we have to look at it that way as we move forward. The advice I would give is consistent with what you've heard. The air is not healthy for people who are challenged from a respiratory standpoint. So if you don't have to come into an area that's so impacted, please don't. Traffic, we're trying to maintain ingress and egress to our emergency areas for first responders in particular. We had, as you heard, people coming in still from other states to be able to help in the fire suppression effort, and we need them to be able to get in and be able to do what they need to do as easily as possible. The evacuations, they will probably still continue as the winds pick up. So we want to be able to do that as effectively as we can. Again, I said thank you for the cooperation, but I asked for additional cooperation should the need arise as we move forward. This is anything but predictable. We're thankful for the wind conditions we have now and the ability for our fire partners to try and make up for lost time, to be able to put containment around several of our burn areas and to be able to move forward on that. But again, I just want to say that you've heard from, and you'll hear in a minute from the DA, but from the sheriff about our crime suppression efforts. For those who want to take advantage of others, we're there. We're going to be there, and we're going to be working to hold you accountable for what you're doing in that regard. But as this runs its course, fatigue will certainly become a significant factor for those who are both directly involved in the operation as well as members of our community. So again, we are very thankful for the people who are doing this on all of our behalf, but we need to stick together. We need to support each other. And this is a thing where morale is a big deal for both the community and all of our folks. So take care of each other out there, and let's do the best we can. Thank you. Now, I mentioned our DA Hochman. It's now my pleasure to introduce the newly elected District Attorney of Los Angeles County, Nathan Hochman.
Yesterday, I bore witness by walking and driving through Pacific Palisades. I ended up at my sister's house, a house where she and her husband had raised 4 boys, celebrated birthdays, barbecues, and whatnot, and that house has been burned to the ground. And not just her house, but all her neighbors. Up and down each one of the blocks I traveled, those houses no longer exist. They are now basically rubble. And I haven't seen something like that, and I've lived here almost over 60 years. In the entire time I've been here, it looked apocalyptic. Not since the 1990s, when Los Angeles was hit with the fires, the flood, the earthquake, and the riots, have I seen such disaster occur here in our city. But like back then, Los Angeles has true grit. It has resilience. And it will rebuild, and it will rebuild better than ever. But along the way, there might be people out there who want to take advantage of the people who are suffering these tragic losses. These criminals need to hear, as they've heard from the sheriff, as they've heard from Chief McDonald, an unmistakably clear message that if you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the reason I want to send this warning now is I don't want any mistake later that somehow they thought, oh, it's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. These acts are despicable, and we will prosecute them with maximal punishment. So I want to make sure that message is received loud and clear, because the first responders in this situation have been simply heroic. As I was in Pacific Palisades, I not only saw fire departments from LA County and LA City, I saw Rialto, Poway, Redding, fire engines from across this entire state that have come to our rescue. And thank you. Thank you to all the first responders. When it comes to law enforcement, it's an all-hands-on-deck operation with law enforcement and the DA's office. Again, detectives are putting on uniforms and getting out there on the streets to protect us. We owe them a huge thank you. And from the DA's office, if we do get these cases, please be on notice that we are going to try and deter you from committing the crimes in the first place. But if you do commit these crimes, do not expect anything else than maximal punishment. I'll now introduce LA County Public Works Director Mark Priscilla.
Good morning. As was stated, my name is Mark Pistrella. I'm the Director of the Los Angeles County Public Works Agency. First I want to say my heart, of course, goes out to everyone affected by the devastating event. I personally toured many of the areas yesterday and met with residents, and as everyone here has described, it's an absolute tragedy, including the life safety support system, our infrastructure that has been destroyed that supports life in these communities. I know from personal experience that feeling a loss from a wildfire, and I have tremendous respect for our firefighters and other first responders, our police force, the Sheriff's Department for the work they are currently doing. In fact, our current mission, which has been going 24/7 for 3 days now, is to support our fire department and our Sheriff's Department and the local PDs in their efforts to save lives. That is our #1 mission right now and what we are currently continuing to do, unfortunately, as this event is still active. We are also focusing on the inevitable recovery and repopulation of the areas that we will build back and build back strong. The current focus is on utility restoration, and I know many people are already asking about that. Your sewer, water, your power system and the transportation system have all been significantly damaged. The heat of this system, the wind that blew also knocked down thousands of trees into the roadway. So what we have is a tremendous amount of debris throughout the communities that have had experienced this fire. This debris has been moved enough to let our firefighters and our sheriff and PD into the area to do their work, but it's going to need to be processed and moved safely out of the area, and we are working on a coordinated effort across LA County to do debris removal, the debris removal that it will be necessary to restore the community back to its former way of life. The debris can be hazardous. The debris that is on the private property is considered hazardous and may be toxic. And so I want to warn everybody now that is either there who has remained behind or who is visiting the areas. As was mentioned earlier, it is not safe. It is not safe to touch the debris. It is not safe to remove the debris yourselves. There is a process for that, and we will be mobilizing with the City of Los Angeles to provide a health review of every property and make sure that when we move that debris, that it's done in a way that's safe for you and for the other residents who remain behind in the area. We are also working on water supply system. The water supply system currently is still supplying fire suppression. Last night we got to see the wonderful use of our reservoirs, the city's reservoirs and our reservoirs, to take water from the reservoirs and actually use firefighting event aerial attacks to the system. You saw what a difference that made in the firefight last night, and those reservoirs are full and continue to be ready and at the disposal of our firefighting friends. The municipal water system continues to suffer poor water quality due to the introduction of ash and debris into our reservoirs and into our filtration systems. So there are specific areas that we are asking for water to be boiled. I would just say with all caution, anyone who's remained behind, if there is any residence in your area that is burned to the ground and you are still there, you should just go ahead and boil water. We will be actively coming to communities in the next day, within this day or next day, delivering water, domestic water to people who remain in the fire zone area. LA County will be coordinating that effort, not only for the District 29, but also we'll be working with the City of LA to deliver water to residents who've remained behind or who again have partial damage and are maybe staying in their homes. I want to again just mention that a firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from municipal water systems for several hours is just not sustainable. That's why the air support is so important. Our residents in the Sunset Mesa, Topanga Beach area, Coastline Drive on the south to Shore Heights Drive on the north are up in the area. This is a partial damaged area or a threatened area. The Topanga Canyon Road to Carbon Canyon Road Mesa as well is another area that's threatened. So all what I just talked about applies to you residents who are there. Now what can we do? What can the public do? What you should be doing as we sort of still active fire. I will reiterate that it's extremely important to listen to the sheriff and to PD when you are asked to evacuate immediately. Do not hesitate. Do not wait. Your life is not worth it. The systems that you're leaving behind, they are going to be impacted and they cannot be restarted easily. So I know a lot of people are talking about, starting up. If you're thinking about creating your own water and sewer and power system at your home, I want you to be very careful about that. That is not something that a licensed contractor should be doing or our utility folks. Please don't do that. As I said yesterday, if you're leaving your home, I want to make sure that you lock that home, that you close that home up tight, and that you leave access for firefighters by not closing gates or creating a situation where they can't get to your home to fight off fire. The road system is impacted heavily throughout LA County, including city and county areas. There are multiple, in fact, hundreds of stop signals that are currently flashing red. I want to remind everybody that you treat that as a stop sign and you stop for that flashing. And if you come to a barricade, you need to turn around because those streets are closed for the purpose of recovery and not for looky-loos. Please do not argue with the sheriffs that are there or the PD. If the road is closed, there's a good reason for it. It's because it's not safe for you to be in that area. And that safety includes the debris that I was talking about. Trees down, potholes, road systems destroyed. There could be breaks in the roadway that could cause major damage to your vehicle. So I'm asking that you comply with all road closures until further notice. We are available as a 24/7 agency. You can reach our department at 1-800-675-HELP. We do need every citizen. There's something else you can do. If you see something, please tell us about it. In fact, whether it's a gas leak, whether it's a utility line down, flashing, if it's a signal that's not malfunctioning, if it's a sewer system leak, any of those things that keep our life safety system going, we need to know about them so we can catalog them and get to them. Please know, and I do need to mention that all of the utility workers, not just my folks at LA County Public Works, but the folks at the City of Los Angeles, the folks at the Southern California Edison, the gas company, we are all coordinating with each other to restore your systems. And our folks are all working 24/7. There are many heroic stories, like the sheriff and fire have, of our utility folks out in the middle of the night, 24/7, getting those systems back up into place. And I want to thank all of the utility workers who are out there doing their job, who are not going home to family at night. They are actually working 24/7 as well. With that, I want to introduce the CEO and Chief Engineer of the Department of Water Power, Janice Quinones.
Good morning. I am Janice Quinones, CEO and Chief Engineer of LADWP. LADWP crews continue to work around the clock to restore power and support firefighting efforts. On the power
broken
front,
up into
we have
multiple
restored
units
about
so that
200,000
people could
customers.
enjoy having maybe extended family or someone taking care of the property on site too. But you see the cars damaged, just left behind here as people had to get out. There's just so much destruction. And I have to say, this is an area that I think you would normally recognize if Moonshadow's restaurant was standing here, if these homes with their landscaping could be seen. But we drove past the Real Inn and other landmarks. You don't know where you are. You know you're on PCH, but it's hard to tell until you look at a map and see what used to be standing there as to what you're actually looking at, where you actually are. I am about 5 miles from the center of Pacific Palisades, so you think about just how big this fire got as well. Fire officials telling me they think embers came as many as 2 miles away to places like this. So, you know, unconventional wisdom says that you're at the water, you should be safe. Clearly, they were not. We have Luz Delia Caballero in another part of the Palisades fire to talk about what she is seeing. Luz Delia, where are you and what are you seeing at this point in time?
Jamie, well, we are on Rambla Vista, just off of PCH. We were here yesterday, and a lot of these homes were still intact at the beginning of the road going up the hill, which is actually where we're at now. The home behind us, completely intact. The cars, they were okay. Today, a much different story, and it is a heartbreaking reality. We want you to take a look at this house over here. I mean, you can see kind of flames smoldering there. You see that smoke billowing slightly. I mean, we still have hot spots all over the hillsides and all over homes. And just to give you an idea of how hot it got here on both sides of this road, this is a car that was basically reduced to a shell, and here's metal that was melted. This is how hot it got up here, and it's of no surprise because the damage is substantial. As we continue to move in, you can see how damaged this car got, the homes. And as Jamie was mentioning, you know, we say it time and time again, those Santa Ana winds were not forgiving, and this is the result. They blew embers absolutely everywhere. That wind, the direction of the wind, unpredictable. So you have embers going from one home to the next, from shrubbery, bushes, plants, and yet another home destroyed in this fire. And yesterday, we heard the crackling, we heard the explosions, and before we give you a good look at more of the damage, there's a trash can to my right that I want Armando, my photographer, to show you. It is plastic. This trash can likely was toppled over by the wind, and then this shrubbery caught fire. I mean, this is hard plastic. We all have these at home. Look, I can just peel this off. And it is just devastating. We want to show you the extent of what Jamie was also looking at. And yeah, so Armando just pointed to this. This is something we didn't notice from the beginning, but we see 1, 2, 3, 4 mailboxes. These are supposed to be over there, and they were shot up this way. All right, come over here. We want to show you what Jamie is talking about because really, it is unrecognizable. We are talking about our beloved Malibu. We love this place. It's iconic. And right now, it's unrecognizable. From left to right, this stretch, most of these buildings have been leveled. Just ashes and maybe framework. And that is all. And this is just so devastating. And to add insult to injury, yesterday, going up a different street, Las Flores Canyon Road, we met a lady who was coming down this road, just trying to see if she could get into that road to go to her house. Her name is Judith. She was mentioning that she was coming down with her 6 dogs, going to go to a hotel room. Well, recently, we want to cue this video. We were able to go
one voice is that we have to protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. Rest assured that when rest assured, let me finish. Rest assured, when that is done, when we are safe, when lives have been saved and homes have been saved, we will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what didn't work, and to correct or to hold accountable any body, department, individual, etc. But my focus right now is on the lives and on the homes.
Do you think your leadership was effective while responding to this disaster?
I just said what I believe is the most important thing for us to do right now, and that is going to continue to be my focus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the middle with the laptop.
Before we go on, I want to introduce, because this is an important announcement we made, the U.S. Forest Service Fire Chief Robert Garcia has an announcement regarding a decision being made on the National Forest.
Thank you, Supervisor, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to share that in the overnight hours last night, the U.S. Forest Service, in an effort to reduce calls for service and reduce potential risk for wildfire, we've made a decision until further notice that the Angeles National Forest is closed. And so we'll get some additional information out, press release, that kind of information on the details of that closure, but it's similar to the types of orders that the county and the city have instituted regarding curfews and access and that type of thing. So the Angeles National Forest will be closed till further notice, likely till we get through this current fire weather event.
Thank you for that. We'll go in the middle. Name and media outlet, please.
Hi, Thomas Fuller from the New York Times. For Chief Luna, I just wanted to follow up on what you said about you weren't satisfied with the information that you were getting on fatalities. It's been widely reported that there were 5 deaths, at least 5 deaths. Do you believe that death toll is not accurate, and do you think it's less than that?
Based on all the information that I've received in the last probably 8 hours, I want to be more confident in the specific information that I'm getting. So what we're doing now is going back through everything, because you got to understand the urgency, the chaotic nature of what we're dealing with, and we're still in the middle of that. So I want to make sure that as we go forward, at least for the Sheriff's Department, we're actually having our homicide unit involved, because they don't only do murder investigations, they do death investigations, that I'm going to change the system and verify each number. Because I don't care if it's just one, that's somebody's family. That's somebody we love and care for. So I want to make sure that's solid before we start presenting that information. Unfortunately, based on the preliminary information I've seen, at least in the two large fires that we're dealing with on each side of the county, unfortunately, I think the death toll will rise. I hope I'm wrong, but I think it's going to rise.
Thank you for that. Let's go right over here in the front.
Yeah, Josh Haskell, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Mayor Bass, I've been on the fire lines the last 2 days. I've never seen firefighters this desperate. At fire hydrants, water not coming out, the pressure so low, the #1 tool that they use to fight these fires, not there. How frustrated are you about that? And also, I'm getting texts right now from the Palisades Highlands community. We're almost 48 hours after this fire started. There's not resources up there. The hydrants aren't working. Where's the National Guard? Where are miles and miles of water tenders? How are we addressing this?
Well, first of all, you asked me, was I frustrated by this? Of course, because we all know that this has been an unprecedented event. We also know that fire hydrants are not constructed to deal with this type of massive devastation, and that the #1 problem, especially on Wednesday, was the fact that we weren't able to do the air support because of the winds. And so, of course, I am absolutely frustrated by that. I am not sure that is correct, that there are no resources up there, but rest assured, as soon as we are done here, I will follow up on that.
But those homes, the first day and a half, there were homes up there that had been protected by the fire. And then I went up there yesterday, and there were
that had been protected?
That it basically had been saved. Obviously, the fire's moving different directions, but when I went up there yesterday, there were not a lot of resources. We drove around, and then I know that things got worse up there. I'm just wondering, now that we move 48 hours past, how are we addressing these water problems that are continuing, and is it acceptable that they continue?
Well, let me just say that the water problems are a little better now because the winds are such that we can go up and have the air support. And you know that that was the reason that the devastation was so bad, the unprecedented wind. The strength of the wind and the fact that the air support could not go up.
And if Chief Crowley wants to talk to this, there have been many fires before where air support is not available, and we depend upon these ground resources and crews. Was there a plan in place for that, and did the resources get here quickly enough? Because and talk about an update to air support today.
Right. So thank you for that question. As we know, and you heard all of the incidents that are occurring at this point. Palisades was the first brush fire that we were attacking at that moment. You talk about specific pre-deploying. We put resources in place, pre-deploying, knowing that the winds were coming. With that, when the fire did light and take off, rapid response, very dynamic situation, air to ground resources coordinating. Now with the winds, I don't think we can overstate that enough. There's no excuse in regard to the winds were too much, but the reality is the winds are so dynamic, and at that tipping point, when our resources, air resources were grounded, that changes our strategies and tactics. We called for the world in regard to the number of resources and what we needed, who we needed, immediate need. Every single resource that was available at that moment responded. You talked about 48 hours later, where are we now, right? Again, I already spoke on if we don't have water, we find water, we use water tenders, we draft water. The fire department, first responders, we're going to do everything in our absolute effort to do what we can do with what we've got. The good news is, with the wind subsiding, you're going to see water drops, you're going to see rotary, you're going to see fixed wings all day, unless something changes. Again, I did say 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts even today. So very, very dynamic situation. With that, also, you said about the other homes, no fire resources there. As winds change, our resources change, we redistribute, we move, and that's the dynamic situation that we are in, even in day 3. That's what I wanted to say about that.
We'll
Thank
go
you.
right behind. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, I have another question for you. Bob DeCastro over here from Good Day LA, Fox 11. Another issue, another concern about resources and in particular staffing as well. And we heard from firefighters even on the front lines expressing frustrations about, obviously it's a challenge right now. They're bringing in firefighters from all across the western region. But can you address the criticism now over the budget issue and the slashing, $17 million slashing
I think
of the budget?
if you go back and look at the reductions that were made, there were no reductions that were made that would have impacted the situation that we were dealing with over the last couple of days. And then there was a little bit of confusion because money was allocated to be distributed later on, which was actually going to support salaries and other parts of the fire department that were distributed a little later. So I think it's most important to understand that we were in tough budgetary times. Everybody knew that, but that the impact of our budget really did not impact what we've been going through over the last few days. Again, back to the unprecedented windstorm, wind at such ferocity that we haven't seen in years, is the context in which we were dealing with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go over here on this side. Did you have your hand up with the blue? Name and media outlet, please.
Hi, Grace Tui with the Los Angeles Times. I was hoping Chief Crowley could talk a little bit more about the start of the Palisades fire. We'd heard that, I know we don't know why it started, but we'd heard that it started possibly in a garden in someone's backyard, if you could confirm that. And then how long do we know it took for it to actually reach homes? And I know you said that resources were pre-deployed, but do we know were there actually fire crews in the Palisades when it did start?
Right. So I'll start with your second question, and we'll go back. I'll just start with your first one. As for where the start of the fire was in the Palisades fire, again, currently under active investigation. We have our arson investigators that are out right now as we speak, and they are actively investigating. As soon as we have information, we will share that with all of you. I know there's obviously, for the right reasons, a lot of interest in that. So with that, we'll circle back. When we come to pre-deployment, yes, we had our local fire stations that are assigned, Fire Station 69, Fire Station 23 in the Palisades area. They were fully staffed. Also pre-deployment in those areas, and we can also share the exact locations of where they were, how much we bolstered in regard to resources in the Palisades area. And also, mind you, we pre-deploy in the very high fire hazard severity zones, knowing that those are the communities most at risk during a wind event. So not only did we pre-deploy in the Palisades area, but also in other critical areas within the city. I don't know exactly, but we certainly can get that to you. Thank you.
Hi, Dakota Smith with the LA Times. I have a two-part question again for the two fire chiefs. First off, have drones, unauthorized drones, been a problem, and have they hurt firefighting efforts? Secondly, in terms of the LAFD hydrants, was there any scaling back of the inspection of those hydrants in the last year and did that affect the firefighting effort to Chief Crowley?
Sure. Thanks. So as for your first question with the drones, I don't have any information on that, so I can't share anything with you on that. In regard to the hydrants, historically, January is our hydrant testing phase. What I can tell you is we work closely with the Department of Water and Power. Those hydrants themselves are DWP's hydrants. They're to service the fire department. We partner with DWP in regard to that testing. Now, the very dynamic situation of where we are currently with the wildland season, if you may, there was a decision to postpone. We did not, in regard to the January start date, we have all year to test them. And also, mind you, our local fire stations are every single day going up and down the streets and looking at our hydrants. If there's any damage to hydrants, we report those as well. We were just kicking off that time frame of the beginning of the year when we normally would. What we did was postpone that because of the call volume that we're dealing with, and we're working closely with DWP at that point. I don't think it negatively impacted our abilities in this specific area. Thank you.
Thank you. And the third row there?
David Zahnizer with the Los Angeles Times. I have a two-part budget question. My first part is, can you talk about the reserve fund? Last year, there was a lot of concern that the reserve fund had fallen below 4% and was heading toward that 2.75 number that I think makes it difficult for the city to authorize spending. Do you know how low it has gotten at this point and how quickly you're burning through the reserve?
Do you want to go with your second question too?
Sure. The second question is, do you have any concern about blowing through the reserve before the state and federal money will arrive?
So let me just say that, as I said a few minutes ago, our number one priority right now is to save lives, to protect lives, to save homes. I'm not here to talk about the status of our budget. If you would like to do that on another occasion, that would be fine in terms of the reserve fund. I don't have those concerns right now, and I will say that after our first priority, then we will look back at everything that was done to do an evaluation to see what worked and what didn't work. Thank you.
Thank you. We are over time. However, we will have one-on-one interviews.
CAL FIRE wants to give an update on structures, et cetera, to get a clarification. I think it's important for you to highlight numbers.
Excuse me. Good morning. My name is Todd Hopkins. I'm one of the incident commanders for the CAL FIRE incident management teams. Of the thousands of structures, I just want to clarify that have been destroyed. We get this initial intel from intel flights, and what they do is they pick up heat signatures, and we base off those heat signatures an estimate of what structures are destroyed. What I want to clarify is that a structure it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a residential structure or a commercial structure. It could be a vehicle, it could be an outbuilding. So we do have people, damage inspection teams that are on the ground that will go out to every single home. They will catalog whether a house is destroyed, if it's partially destroyed or just damaged, and all that information will be turned over to the city and to the county once the damage inspection teams get done. So although we know that there are many homes destroyed, the thousands of structures can mean many different things besides just a home. So
is this thousands plural that have been destroyed?
Thousands of structures, yes, but that could be a motorhome, that could be a car, that could be a shed, it could be a residential structure. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you very much. And we are end of press conference, one-on-ones. We also have Spanish. We will conduct that over here to the side with Sheriff Luna.
All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. It is 9:12 this morning. We do continue our coverage. You were just listening to the latest news briefing regarding the status of these fires and what the plan is moving forward. Sandra, you were here earlier this morning. A lot has changed in the last few hours. We're seeing a little bit of a relief, but again, not out of the woods yet.
That's right. You still see the winds blowing, but not as intensely as we've seen in the past, and still fires blazing throughout the Southland, obviously with all eyes on the Palisades fire in particular. And we're continuing our extensive coverage of these fires across the Southland, and the wildfires, of course, are forcing mass evacuations. Hundreds of thousands of residents have been ordered to leave their homes as flames threaten thousands of structures. Those strong Santa Ana winds, they've been fueling these fires, making containment difficult.
Really tough. Several big fires burning in LA right now. You've got the Palisades fire in Pacific Palisades, the Eaton fire above Altadena, the Hearst fire in the Sylmar area, and you also have the Sunset fire in the Hollywood Hills. The Palisades fire still relentless, though, and we do have some big breaking news right now.
Gigi Graciette has been on the scene all morning long and has an update to something new that we're learning now at this hour. Gigi?
Unfortunately, we start out with sad breaking news here on Good Day and Fox 11. We can exclusively confirm that deputies doing a welfare check here in Malibu, where the Palisades fire actually burnt down the hill behind me and then jumped the highway to the beach side. They were doing a welfare check on someone that had been reported missing, and they found what appeared to them like human remains. Investigators are here on the scene. You are looking live at the home burnt to the ground where those what deputies believe are human remains were found. Homicide detectives from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department are en route here right now to begin their investigation, and you are looking live at investigators with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Arson and Bomb Squad. This is very common in these types of investigations, that they also come out to try to determine exactly how the fire at this home started. And this is not the only location that homicide detectives are responding to. They are also responding to two other homes that were severely damaged or lost in the Eaton fire. In one home, firefighters going through the rubble found what they believe are also human remains. And at another home, deputies driving by were flagged down by someone who said they had found human remains in the front yard of a home, also in the rubble. Now, let me tell you, this is not uncommon after a fire. After fires of this magnitude, a lot of folks unaccounted for. Police will receive a call from a friend or a family member. Often those friends or family members are out of state or out of the
incredible,
area.
and we're not hearing about fatalities. The fatalities we heard about were the Eaton fire up in the Pasadena area. But can you imagine what it must have been like when the fire went down through here and took out every single house, and everybody scrambling to get out, and no one that we know of seriously injured or killed? That's a miracle in and of itself. But, you know, it's heart-wrenching. I look at this, and it's almost hard to believe.
It's hard to look at and hard to believe. You're right. I've never seen anything like it. It's just incredible.
And you got to feel for those people. And, you know, what happens is all these people have to find a place to stay. And it happened to me in the Woolsey fire. And I couldn't live at home. And then I couldn't find a hotel. seriously had to drive all the way up almost to Palmdale to find a place to live and then drive back to go to work. And all these people have to go someplace, so all the hotels will sell out. And this is going to take years to recover. This isn't going to recover in any short time. We'll be flying over this years from now, and you'll see some homes that are being rebuilt, like we saw in the big Malibu fire back in, I think it was 92. And then some homes, they didn't have the insurance and they weren't able to rebuild. Another thing that has been happening in the housing market, insurance rates have gone up so much. Mine went up like 5 times. That a lot of people couldn't afford good insurance. They had to have insurance in a lot of cases in order to keep their loan, but they'd go to Fair Plan and their home would only be maybe half or 1/3 insured. And in that case, you've lost all your equity in your home. So this is heart-wrenching. This is going to affect people, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people in this area. And like I said, it's going to take years and years to recover. This is a complete demolishment of this area of Pacific Palisades. It is basically all just wiped off the map.
Unreal.
And Scott, did you hear the CAL FIRE spokesperson talking about how they assess damage? He mentioned they include vehicles in their damage assessment. Does that change anything from your perspective? I mean, when you look at this devastation, it's clearly over 1,000 structures, I would say, right?
Oh, yeah. Initially, the 1,000, sometimes these numbers come out, and we get them, and then we really try and confirm them, and we'll say 1,000 structures, maybe 300 homes. That's what I was reporting earlier this morning, because we really hadn't seen it, and it's not the fire department and the police department's job to go out there and start counting. But now that we've got to look at this, 1,000 is probably a conservative estimate. I wouldn't be surprised if it's much more than that. And then I did hear in the press conference something about the biggest natural disaster ever, and I thought to myself, wow, it's got to be pretty big to be bigger than the Northridge earthquake, because, the Santa Monica Freeway collapse, the 14 collapse, an apartment building in the Northridge area collapsed and killed a lot of people, and everything in the San Fernando Valley had to be rebuilt. But I do believe this is going to be a bigger disaster as far as the cost to recover from this. Certainly not as far as lives are concerned, because I don't remember the number, but it might have been 12 to 15 that were lost in that apartment building on Tampa, I believe, up in Northridge after the Northridge earthquake. But as far as recovering from this and the price tag, obviously in the billions, we'll find out how many billions, but I really feel for the people, because a lot of these people may not recover from this.
Yeah, Scott, you were referring to LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley calling the Palisades fire the most destructive natural disaster in the history of LA. She did say that in the news conference. Is there any way, Scott, that you can focus in on the village area of Palisades?
I think we're over it right there. I think that is the village right there, if I'm not mistaken. Marcel, can you bring up Sky Map real quick? I think that's going to be Sunset and then Temescal. There's Sophomore. There's Temescal Canyon. So I believe that is the village right there. I believe that is the village, if I'm not mistaken. And you could tell some of it's standing, but the majority of those businesses in there have been lost.
Okay, Scott, can you hang with us? Hang tight for a second. We want to now go back to that news conference. Our reporter Josh Haskell asked Mayor Bass a question. Take a listen.
Josh Haskell, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Mayor Bass, I've been on the fire lines the last 2 days. I've never seen firefighters this desperate. At fire hydrants, water not coming out, the pressure so low, the #1 tool that they use to fight these fires, not there. How frustrated are you about that? And also, I'm getting texts right now from the Palisades Highlands community. We're almost 48 hours after this fire started. There's not resources up there. The hydrants aren't working. Where's the National Guard? Where are miles and miles of water tenders? How are we addressing this?
Well,
Your reaction.
first of all, you asked me, was I frustrated by this? Of course, because we all know
One, all of that, of course, will be part of the investigation. Just a tragic story, and it will again be the medical examiner who determines if these are indeed human remains.
All right, Gigi, thank you so much for that breaking news, that update there. Unfortunately, tragic news coming out of the Palisades fire day after day. And as she was mentioning, more calls for welfare checks could come in the days to come, because evacuation centers are filled with people, and perhaps families are going to be waiting for a little bit before making those calls to officials. But evacuation centers, they're full and they're set up for the Palisades fire victims. Evacuees can go to the Westwood Recreation Center. That address on your screen right there, 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard.
Another evacuation center as an option is the Dream Center in Los Angeles.
And there are 2 evacuation centers for livestock and larger animals. That's at Pierce College, 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills, or the Los Angeles Equestrian Center at 480 Riverside Drive in Burbank.
And then for the smaller animals like cats and dogs, those can be taken to the Agora Animal Care Center at 29525 Agora Road in Agora.
And again, looking at the enormity of the Palisades fire, here's the map, and it shows you just how broad the Palisades fire is. It started near Piedra Morada and Monte Hermosa drives. Red flag warnings are still in effect here, and as we look at the scene and the acreage, we know that this is larger than the size of Manhattan. Maria.
That everything is gone. This is unrecognizable. And what really struck me during that press conference just now was the number of looting arrests. Yesterday at this time, we learned 2 people had been arrested for looting during these fires. Now that number has jumped to 20, and it sounds like that number is going to continue ticking up. And here we go right now as we're turning the helicopter, and this cloud of smoke is dissipating. You can see Alma Real Drive here. Look at what is left of the Palisades, and then think about who would take advantage of this kind of situation. It's tough to even call it a crime of opportunity, because who calls that an opportunity? Every time we see movement now in these neighborhoods, and we are seeing cars driving in and out, and they don't look like emergency response vehicles, but every time we see cars, you know, I've got a twinge of fear, and I'm wondering, is this somebody coming by to loot? It's just sick that this is something Angelenos are having to deal with on top of this historic devastation. What also surprised me during this press conference was the acreage here. And we're not surprised the containment still stands at 0%. We can see this is burning out of control, but the acreage is still 17,200, just over 17,200. And that's what was reported late last night. When we signed off around midnight, it was the same size. So I'm not sure if that simply has not been updated because they haven't been able to map the spread of this fire, the Palisades fire, or if that means they are making significant progress on stopping forward spread. Because we have been reporting for hours now. You saw our live images this morning. Viewers could see, you know, that shot from News Chopper 4. They could see the size of the eastern flank of this fire, the shape of it shifting by the minute. So we haven't seen an aerial firefight this morning over the Palisades fire. We have not seen helicopters dropping water over this, and we have been stationed over this since about 5 in the morning. So I'm wondering what exactly is going on with this firefight, especially as we anticipate winds picking up again. For now, we are not experiencing nearly as bumpy of a ride as we had yesterday morning. You know, I'm not having trouble controlling the joystick on the camera the way I did yesterday. But we know with a fire of this size, with no containment, we could be in for another long night as winds pick up.
Absolutely. Our Julia Dang overhead, the Palisades fire. Thank you for always this really grand perspective of the devastation that's happened there, the loss of really an entire community there. Julia Dang, we'll come back to you shortly.
We now want to get to NBC4's Lauren Coronado, who is covering the other major wildfire, the Eaton fire. And Lauren, you are, I understand, with some Altadena evacuees, more on their stories and how they were able to get out. Lauren.
Camila, Jonathan, hi there. Right now we are on Santa Anita Avenue. Woodbury is just down the way, and it looks like for the first time law enforcement is allowing people who live in the area to come back home, but on foot. It looks like that vehicle may have already been in the area. They may have never evacuated. But folks like the ones I'm with now, Virginia and Vincent, thank you so much for being with us right now. Talk with us a little bit about what things have been like. You're on your way back to your home right now. You don't know if it's standing. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's not there, though. Yeah.
Is that based on the images you've seen already?
Yeah, based on the images, right.
And it's so widespread, you know. It looks like we'd be having a miracle if we should still have it when we get up there.
You would say it would be a miracle if it was still standing.
Oh, yes,
I don't
for
think it
sure.
is.
Yeah. So we're bracing for either.
We're okay. We're taking it in stride, the whole thing.
Yeah. Talk about the evacuation process like.
Well, we were just in the home. It was in the evening, and I think I was trying to watch some football or something on TV, and the phone takes off, right? And I look at the phone. It says all about a big fire out there, you know, all over the place, and the winds and everything. So I step out the door, and I look to the right, and I could see the Eaton fire through all the trees and stuff.
And
it even looked closer than Eaton.
Down the block.
Yeah, it looked like it was just around the corner. So we've had experience with fires before. We even saved a couple of dwellings in Santa Barbara years ago. And then my son lost a place in Santa Barbara also. So we've gone through this before.
And you fear that's the case for you guys.
Yeah, but it also told me, like, to get going. Because we experienced it before.
To take the evacuation seriously.
Yeah, I knew right away to get going. So we took a few things out. We got a few things and got out of there.
You said on your way out you got hurt.
Yeah, I was trying to take some of my big paintings, which we never did take. But I was outside, and there were these 100-mile-an-hour winds, as they say on the news. And
taking care of it. There you go, another LA City Fire Department helicopter doing a precision drop. And this area right here in the canyon, you can see it. Not very windy, probably because of the hillsides out here, but still enough to get those flames going. And of course, a terrain-driven fire, just as dangerous as a wind-driven fire, especially when it's climbing up a hillside. And I'm sure that's what everybody's concerned about. And again, there's another hot spot right there. And you can see how close a lot of these homes are. But again, structure protection already in place. Fire department, they're ready to battle these flames. Hopefully they're going to get a handle on it before it starts getting into any of these homes. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
It is hard to see those hot spots. You know, you just hope and pray that it doesn't get any worse.
Makes everyone very nervous, understandably so. All right, welcome everyone. If you're just joining us, it is coming up on 9:30. I'm Roxy Carpenter.
well, it's just an interesting experience. You know, it's another life experience.
And surprisingly calm, but then it goes up and down, then you get freaky out, you know.
We lost a lot of great things, but we're taking it in stride, you know. I mean, I lost all my life's work pretty much, but I'm okay with it. And a project I told you about is looking really, really good, better than anything I ever did before. So I've got that to look forward to still. And I grabbed a stack of that and got out.
Yeah, it's so optimistic. Our daughter came over and insisted we grab this and that and helped us get out.
Okay, and your daughter's right here, Brooke.
Yes.
And once my dad cracked his rib, we went to the ER, and that was it. Obviously, that's when we stopped, and we knew that safety was first. And we feel for everybody out there in the world struggling with different challenges due to, we believe, climate change, because in the winter, we don't believe there should be this many fires. So hopefully people will keep that in mind.
On a scale that we've never seen anything close to this, not the 92 earthquake, nothing like this. Pan to the left, that I believe is the village. That looks like the Gelsons. That is lost. And as we open up on the bottom of your screen, every single home for the most part is lost. Thousands of homes, and it extends all the way down to the shoreline. It's absolutely devastating. It is going to take years for people to recover from this and to rebuild their homes. It's really going to be a disaster that we're going to be talking about and feeling in Los Angeles for years and years to come. come all the way down to the peninsula. That is PCH and Temescal Canyon. All those homes were lost. We're checking on some of the schools. We wanted to look at Palisades Elementary, but I want to pan up to the right and show you the Brentwood area. We do know the helicopters are starting to make some drops once again, and this is Brentwood right there on the right side of the screen. That would be the western portion of Brentwood, and you can see right down in that ravine, the red line, that's the FOS check, and see how that FOS check stopped the fire from spreading up and over the hill. And that is what the air tankers do. They drop down retardant, stops the fire from spreading into the areas they're concerned about, but there's still a lot of concern with this. Right now the winds are calm, but if we get a huge wind gust or we get a huge change in the winds and it starts to burn down towards this area, you can tell those homes in there are impossible to protect. There's no way you're going to save those if we start to get those 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds once again. So we're really at the mercy of Mother Nature right now. But the devastation here is just difficult to describe. We use things like war zone. This really looks like a war zone. It looks like bombs were dropped on this entire neighborhood. And unfortunately, there's still a large area to the west up towards Malibu that we just can't see yet because of the smoke. Let me give you a wide shot and give you a little perspective. We're basically over the 405 freeway at Getty Center Drive, and we're looking to the west, right along the shoreline. That area of Palisades is lost, but there's a lot of homes lost underneath all the smoke that we have not been able to get to. But once again, it's just heart-wrenching. I mean, these people, thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of people, if you figure out how many are in each one of these homes, tens of thousands at least, don't have a home to come back to, and they have to find a place to go. And I mentioned the issue with the insurance industry. That is a huge deal as well. A lot of these folks may not have been insured or fully insured, and you could lose your life savings in a situation like this.
And Scott, we're talking about the Palisades fire and the complete devastation you're showing us, and we're not even touching on the Eaton fire yet, which may be almost as terrible, it sounds like.
It could be. You know, we tried to get up in there. We flew to the Eaton fire first, and that's basically up to in the Pasadena area, up in the mountains along Pasadena. It came down through Altadena, and it was just too smoky. What happened with the Eaton fire, it's consuming a lot of acreage to the north, up in the Angeles National Forest, at really thick brush and that steep terrain. And as that burns and the wind blows from the north to the south, all the smoke is hanging down over Pasadena and Altadena, and we just couldn't get in there to really get a look. And initially, when we took off out of Van Nuys, I think it was around 8:30 this morning, we couldn't see any of this, and all of a sudden the wind shifted a little bit, and then, you know, to our dismay, all of a sudden this was actually exposed to us, this devastation here in Palisades. I think I heard Josh Haskell mentioned on one of his reports that they may have lost 50 to 70% of the Palisades, and I thought, wow, really? And now that I look at this, that could be correct.
And Scott, in the news conference, Mayor Bass warned Angelenos to proceed with caution as air and ground firefighting efforts continue. Other public officials are also warning about touching debris and drinking tap water in these impacted areas. From your view, are you seeing a lot of people coming back to these devastated neighborhoods to survey the damage?
No, I'm really not. In a situation like this, once you've been evacuated, the Sheriff's Department or the Police Department, whether Santa Monica PD is helping out, they're just not letting anyone back into this area. They're just not going to let you back in. I mean, basically, there's the threat of winds kicking up once again and then fire moving back through this area. They don't want anyone in their way. They won't even let you in. If you say, I need to get to medicine or something like that, in some situations they may if it's clear, but if they say you have a family member, they'll go up and they'll try and get the family member. They usually don't let the residents go back up into that area. So we're not really seeing anything of that nature, people trying to get back into this area, because for the most part, law enforcement has just shut it down.
And Scott, were you able to see any aircraft in the area? I know you can see the smoke in the distance and some hot spots, but are there aircraft fighting the fire?
There are 7 helicopters fighting the fire right now. Most of those helicopters, though, are on the other side. They're on the Malibu side. And what you can see here, there's really not much of a threat to this area any longer. It's just gone. Every single home is gone, and the fire is burning up in the hillside. You've got that little speck of fire there, and that is burning towards the Brentwood area. And then the helicopters, tilt up, Marcel, the helicopters are up in that area on the other side of the smoke, and they're making drops. But we saw this devastation right here, and we started to cover that. We think the tankers will be in pretty soon. And Marcel actually went to the Paradise fire. I looked at this, and I thought, I've never seen anything like this except for the pictures that I saw from the Paradise Fire. Marcel was at the Paradise Fire, and he said this is worse. So that really gives you some sort of basis on how bad this is.
Yeah, and Scott, I don't know anybody who's covered more Santa Ana fires than you, and you're in the air a lot for these things. Can you talk about the conditions yesterday? Local leaders obviously taking a lot of heat about the response, but talk about those winds and what it means to try and fight a fire in conditions like that.
Yeah, the winds were much too high for the aircrafts to be effective and much too high for the risk to try and get out here and fly. And a lot of helicopters have you can't start the helicopter at a certain airspeed because the blades will come down and hit the boom. So they have a restriction on starting the helicopter. Not so much you're worried about once you're in the air, but you can't start it and shut it down safely. And for that reason, you don't get out and fly. But we did talk to one of the Chinook pilots and who'd made a drop, who tried to get out in this, and he said the winds were so high they were just unsuccessful. They weren't making any progress. They couldn't drop the water where they needed it. There was too much smoke. It was too dangerous, and they decided not to fly. So over the years, definitely the Santa Anas I've seen, many occasions we've gone back to the airport and landed. It was just too much. A couple occasions I was flying in the gimbal. The gimbal wouldn't even work. It wouldn't even keep our shot steady. I'll give you an idea how bad it was. But this was certainly one of the worst I've ever seen. The wind gust up to 80 miles an hour, and you just can't fly in those. The helicopters can't be successful if they do try and make a water drop. The big tankers, obviously, that can fly, the helitankers in weather a little stronger than we can. And then, of course, the aircrafts, the airplanes, which are so effective in stopping a fire from spreading, they can't fly at anything close to those types of speeds with the wind.
And Scott, it was more than disappointing to learn from LA County Sheriff Robert Luna that 20 people in the county have been arrested for looting thus far.
Yeah.
We know that police are now stepping up patrols in a number of neighborhoods. Where you are, though, sadly, it looks like it's a total loss.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, I don't. Looting in this area would almost be nonsense. It seems to me like the Sheriff's Department has everything cut off. They're not letting anyone in this area, even if you have an ID that says you live up in here, they're not going to let you back in. That's just the way it goes. And if you do sneak in, you're going to be caught. I mean, trust me, you're going to be caught no matter what. It's dark here, though. You have to understand there's no power. There's no lights in this area. So once we get towards nighttime, certainly this area is somewhat susceptible to people trying to sneak in. But there's really no reason. You will be caught. They're looking for you. And it's sad that even happens, that somebody's trying to, take advantage of someone else's, devastation like this.
Yeah, you have to wonder if there's a celebrity factor to that, because a lot of celebrities live in this area and a lot of people know they live in that area. And you have to wonder if maybe people think, oh, I'm going to go in there and get some jewelry or something. But to have 20 people arrested for looting in such a short period of time is pretty dramatic. I can't recall it happening in those numbers so quickly.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, it's a very affluent area, right? And I think that is part of it. As you said, celebrities, people that have a lot of money. These homes are worth millions of dollars, and so I think that may be part of it. They're thinking there might be something to get in there and steal. But they're going to catch you. You're not going to get away with it. You're not going to get away with anything. That's the fire station, I believe, and they were able to save that, fortunately. But almost every structure around the fire station here off of Sunset in the Palisades has been lost. But certainly, 20 is a huge number to happen that quickly. But it's also evident that the Sheriff's Department's out there and they're looking for you. And, you just can't drive into this area. Every single vehicle that drives into this area will be stopped.
Wow.
And Scott, we were talking about the weather conditions. Leslie Lopez indicating winds might be picking up again. What are you seeing right now out there?
Yeah, right now we don't see much in the way of winds. It is relatively calm. There's a little breeze out of the north, which is pretty typical. Certainly if the winds kick up once again, everything is going to change, and it's going to change very, very quickly. But right now the winds are calm, and this is the time when firefighters can really start to make some, get on top of getting around this fire a little bit and maybe make some progress on containment. Now, containment is a long, long ways away, but at least they can start to set up their battle lines, and this is what we're going to protect. We know the winds are coming. They're really good, at the most part, for picking up what is going to be in the wake of the fire when the winds do kick back up. But there's a hot spot right there. You can see that. Fire crews will probably be on that pretty quickly. And the real issue is, there's a firefighter, the real issue is when you have a hot spot like that and there's no wind, it's not much to worry about. But if we had 60, 70 mile an hour winds, it would be. That would catch the tree on fire, and then it would spread to other homes. But we only see, go to the right a little bit there, Marcel. It's very seldom we see a home or two that hasn't been lost. Almost all of the homes in here were lost. So it's you know, you wonder why, but hopscotch from house to house, why one home was saved and another wasn't. Just luck of the draw, I guess. But really, when we look at this area, you know, 95% of the homes are gone.
It is just incredible to see. It's just, and you can imagine the survivor's guilt that homeowners have when their home was saved and then all of their neighbors' homes have been burned to the ground. Scott, we're going to move on over to Mark Cotorolis really quickly. He's at the Eaton fire. Mark, as the sun is coming up, what can you tell us?
More of the devastation, Leslie. Good morning again to you. We are just off of Altadena Drive, and when you live in a community, sometimes you know some of the fire victims, and one of those is Yalda Cease here, her husband Walter. They're walking up right now. We just spoke. Yalda is a fitness coach here in Pasadena in the San Gabriel Valley, and Walter, we just met.
Yeah.
Your home here behind us, or what was your home, and we just went through the emotional story. Share that for our viewers on what you're dealing with right now.
Just trying to process, honestly. It's so surreal. Walking away last night or the 2 nights ago, I can't even remember, didn't think that it was going to be something we weren't going to come back to. So just being here now in the middle of it, it's hitting really hard, and trying to figure out what our next steps are. There's so many people in the same situation as we are. Friends that I know, just people, or maybe I don't know, and it's just, how do I help them? How do we get through it? But yeah, that's basically it. Yeah.
And Walter, when you guys were here the night of the fire, you have had winds before, but really nothing like what we saw that night.
The names of those streets, Stu. I recognize one of the names as somebody who lives there, and I'm sure a lot of people for the first time seeing their communities and these street names, and they can identify their homes. And unfortunately, I do think that I recognize the address of one of our friends. Oh, no. And just to see this, that their neighborhood and their house is probably leveled at this point, it's just so hard to see.
Well, just like these people, you know, we don't know what their story is, but perhaps they used to live here, right? And they've come back to see what was left, and obviously not much. But really, when you're showing us this image, you have to remind yourself, and I know I'm not alone, this is Pacific Palisades, this is Southern California, this is Los Angeles right here. It truly looks like a war zone, and I hate using these cliches and, you know, these terms we keep tossing around, like a bomb went off or, you know, apocalyptic, but there's no other way to describe it.
No. None whatsoever, and it's complete. It's you know, they have a garage standing right there. That family that couple that we saw down there. I'm gonna see if I can find them one more time. We actually made a little bit of a turn, but they clearly are. This is like they made their way back into the neighborhood, and they are looking. You can see it. This is clearly their house. You know, one of them has a cell phone out. They're walking around. They've got their masks on, but you know, if it's not their house, it might be somebody that they know personally. But just imagine driving into your neighborhood, or anybody listening, not just you ladies, it's like you go home and all of a sudden every home on your block, every home in your neighborhood is gone. No words can really describe it, and it just goes and goes and goes and goes. I know that this is I was calling it the Commons area. Some people were calling it the Village, but now we can kind of see some of that as well in all these buildings. You know, I'm not that familiar with this area. I don't know if that was the Gelsons or not, but there is a large building right there. Then there's all these smaller buildings and some apartment buildings. This is the devastation origin of the Palisades fire, and this is what we couldn't see underneath the smoke, and that our ground reporters worked so hard to just kind of emphasize, to let everybody know, like, this is what's going on. But until you kind of see a broad perspective of an entire neighborhood leveled, it really, you know, picture's worth 1,000 words, and this, in this case, this is really more than 1,000 words right here.
And you couldn't get this perspective yesterday because of all the smoke that was covering this neighborhood, and it was still very dark and embers flying. But today, with the winds calm at this point, at this hour, and that clear shot, you can definitely see the devastation left behind. And it is just, again, you have no words on how to describe this. And you think about each individual home being someone's life, and memories and homes. I mean, the roof over their heads.
You know what's really interesting too is there's moments where you have a building or a business that appears to be somewhat intact, and you try to figure out how in the world is that possible? Like that, for example, all around it, right? And that goes to show how these winds are just so unpredictable, and it just takes a second for it to go one direction and then another. And I guess in this case, like that home or that structure is saved. It's just so strange.
You wonder about the construction of the material. Maybe that's a newer home or different type of material that was used, or maybe the winds just didn't blow the embers that way. But clearly, you never know also from the outside what damage is done inside. We talk a lot about the flames destroying these structures, but there's definitely smoke damage that could penetrate these buildings and homes, and it is hard to get rid of any toxic smoke damage inside these buildings as well, or inside these homes. So that's going to be another big process in terms of cleanup for people who have perhaps salvaged their homes, or businesses that have been left standing. What kind of situation are they getting into or returning to when they do go survey the scene after the fact? So a lot of questions, you know, still remain as to how viable these structures are. Stu, thank you so much for this perspective. Of course, we're going to check back in with you a little later on, but for now, we'll take a quick break.
Community of Altadena, all of these homes have been leveled by fire, and occasionally, like on the right side of your screen, you will see one or two structures standing. The fire, for some reason, spared those properties, while other homes, entire neighborhoods, entire streets were wiped out. Now, if you come out to my map, I'm going to give you a better idea of where we are looking. So you can see there in your lower right-hand side of your screen, we have been looking at this map all day, this just enormous bright orange fire footprint of the Palisades fire. And SkyCal, I'm going to draw on the screen right here, is floating around in the area right there. They're sort of orbiting there, looking in this direction. So this is the community that we're seeing underneath the fire footprint here. And I'm actually going to remove that fire footprint so we can get it a little bit closer. And these are the communities here. We know that Sunset Boulevard right here and Via de la Paz suffered tremendous damage. As a matter of fact, yesterday, our own CBS national correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti drove through this area and posted video that showed almost complete destruction. And this entire area, this is what SkyCal is looking at right now. This neighborhood basically wiped off the mat. map, and you can see there's 2 people down there right in the center of your screen sifting through whatever is left of that property there. There are some news media vans in the area, and there's also some first responders that are there. But as you can see here near the intersection of Cary and Galloway, in every direction, the neighborhood is gone. There is absolutely nothing left of this community of Pacific Palisades, very likely destroyed either in the overnight hours between Tuesday into Wednesday or Wednesday morning when the flames were just at their most intense due to the fire and the winds.
Since yesterday,
and I also,
when you hear those numbers, when they say 1,000, maybe more structures have burned, and a lot of them homes, this is the neighborhood that is probably going to be the biggest chunk of that number. Just by doing basic math, you come up with almost 500 homes just here in that shot, and the majority, probably 99% have been flattened by that fire. You can just go up and down the streets out here. We can pick up just any one, and you can just go back and forth from block to block to block, and every home has been destroyed. This is what was burning. This is what we could not see from the air because, well, one, the winds were too high for us to be here, but then even afterwards, there was just too much smoke. You could not really get a picture of the homes that were destroyed and the destruction that's out here. As we make our way over to the downtown area, which is very close by, that Sunset Boulevard that you're looking at right there, you can actually see a lot of that destruction over here as well. All those small businesses destroyed, a couple of apartment buildings also gone, and it just goes and goes and goes. Every time you just move the camera, you're going to run into a building or a home that has been flattened by the fire. Now, we did hear Gigi talking about, sadly, that they did have a confirmation of at least one other fatality down there. Those numbers may rise because could you imagine just how this must have looked if to be there on the ground when that fire was just going through that entire neighborhood? It was, even if there were fire trucks there, what could they do to stop that type of destruction, to stop those types of flames? This is just jaw-dropping, and, apocalyptic is a word that we use, and sometimes we use these words just to be a little bit exaggerative, but in this case, this time, I can't find the words to describe the destruction of the Palisades fire. So many homes, so many lives have been affected by this, and a lot of folks really, honestly, still don't know. They might be seeing this right now, don't want to shock or hurt anybody's feelings or feel it, but this is really what happened out here in the Palisades area when that fire ripped through there. There are plenty of other homes up in the hills, but this is more of the flatland area, and these are actual neighborhoods. You can just see block by block by block out here. Pretty much wherever you move the camera, you're going to find some kind of destruction, and it just goes from home to home. Again, if you do live out here, and this is the first time you're seeing it, really, truly, my condolences. I couldn't even imagine losing everything like that. And, and this is the thing. You have your life, and everybody says other things can be replaced. But everybody knows the things in your homes, they are held dear to you. And to lose an entire home, and now also, where do you go now? There's so much happening out here, and the personal part of it, it just goes, it just becomes, it just spirals. It just spirals. And I just feel for everybody. I really, really do. I think that's one of the churches that Gigi was talking about down there earlier today. Again, some of the parishioners, this might be the first time they actually see it. The school portion still standing out there. But anywhere you look over here in the Pacific Palisades area, like the downtown part of it, it is just destruction upon destruction. And words, really, I can't describe it.
Wow, the wide shot really, wow, that shot right there. It's unbelievable.
Definitely. I'm getting requests for, can you look up this address? Can you look up that address? And for the most part, I have to say, a lot of them, it's been positive. It's like, oh no, that home is standing, that home is standing. But in this area right here, if you lived in off of Sunset near Temescal Canyon or in that neighborhood that was really kind of behind or near the downtown area, I would venture to say that you really need to make the trip and come out and see it for yourself, because this whole area, every home, not every home, but pretty much every home is just been destroyed by the Palisades fire.
Yeah, oftentimes just working in this business, a lot of people ask us, right, can you check on this address and this home, as you were mentioning, Stu?
Right.
And that was the case in the thick of it when the fires were burning through here. And once I saw the Ralphs go down, I have a friend who lives just a few blocks from Ralph's, so we're looking at the shot right now. And I thought, oh, a few blocks, it probably is okay. It's safe. It's far enough away from Ralph's, maybe. But to see this image and then to see their house right on this map, what you're showing, and they know their house is gone at this point, but this really puts it in perspective that, you know, nothing is safe. And in a situation like that where firefighters were helpless because of the winds and just the ferocity of the flames, you know, I mean, I think, you know, thankfully people have their lives, but this is just so hard to see.
It is difficult, and you know, my heart does go out to any of these people who lost a home, because now it is, where do you go now? You know, I get it. You might have insurance, you might have money in the bank, you might be, but still, it's where are you going to put a roof over your head? How long are you going to be able to have that roof over your head? How long is it going to take to rebuild? Are you going to rebuild? Can you? It just goes and goes and goes. But so many lives have been affected by this fire, and I really kind of wonder if if these type of numbers have been in the past, like we've been talking about, you know, 40 years ago, and we've had brush fires in the Malibu area where we have seen devastation. People have lost their homes, but I don't think I have personally ever seen something at this magnitude with these type of numbers right here. It really, even as I'm watching it, my mind is still like, oh my gosh, you know, that's an entire neighborhood. And it's not a small neighborhood. It's not like a little hamlet up in the hills somewhere where everybody knows everybody. This is like a good portion of any small town in the city of Los Angeles, and everything is pretty much gone. And even some of the apartment buildings by the downtown area are gone as well. The high school is still standing out here. That, you know, and probably is going to be, but damaged. Definitely damaged. I'm just seeing that right now. So this fire just ripped through this area, and it just leveled everything that was in its path. And you know, this is not the type of destruction that we see in California at any kind of ever.
Heavily populated area like this, yeah.
Right.
And the domino effect that this creates, all those displaced homes, families, residents there, businesses,
jobs, schools, all of it.
And then to think about rebuilding that entire area as well. It'll take years. And then what? The people that originally lived there may not be able to move back. So it's just, again, the impact of this is going to take years and years and years for these families.
In the seconds it took to damage all of this, it's going to take a long time to rebuild all of it again. Yeah. Well, thank you for this look.
Where it's just relics and memories, and you can piece together how people used to use these things in their homes, what their homes used to look like. And you see that here too. You see staircases to nowhere with flames still burning underneath them, and you imagine what people are going to see when they come back. So we will continue this coverage, of course, and that wraps it up for us now. Jamie is in Malibu, and I am
all, but I have a feeling that the people of South California are going to prove once again that they are, you know, they are as strong or stronger than most of us.
That's right. We'll be covering those stories each step of the way. World News Tonight, David Muir, thank you so much for coming, and we look forward to what you're going to report on out there today and in the days to come.
I don't know how you all look like this after having no sleep. You still look a heck of a lot better.
We can't tell you our secrets.
It's time to wake up.
That's the phone, exactly, that says I haven't slept in days. Anyway, thanks for having me here on the set with you guys. Really great seeing you.
Thank you.
Okay. We now go to Tony Cabrera live in Malibu.
Hey guys, I mean, David, he just put it so well with his words. I mean, just how he himself went through and saw the destruction, saw how bad it was, and that was us yesterday. We were going through Pacific Palisades, driving street by street, and we saw home after home after home, street after street after street, business after business that was affected by this and burned to the ground. Now, Scott Reif in Air 7 was above it earlier, and he showed the destruction the first time really seeing Pacific Palisades. But he said there was a cloud of ash, of smoke that was still covering parts of it, including where I am. This is the Malibu coast. And let me move out of the way here, because there are lines of homes here, also off of PCH, that are destroyed. They're burnt to the ground. But there are small clusters like this one here, where there's still actually structures standing. The ones that you see out there earlier, we just saw some embers that were, lit up a little bit, but then it really picked back up in the last 30 minutes or so, and now we have firefighters from El Segundo that are here helping try to put this out. And you can see them, they're trying to put out these hot spots, because even though these two homes in front of us are still standing, they are destroyed, but to the left of all of this, there's a little street where there are 4 homes still standing, and this is Topanga Beach Drive. It's a private road here where there are 4 homes that were fortunately not affected by these fires, but we talked to 2 residents that live here. They went past the barricades themselves to try to protect these 4 homes, and by doing so, they've used these hoses like you're seeing. They're actually here assisting the firefighters, but they've used these hoses, their own hoses even, to try to douse the embers that are inside the homes that have already been affected by the fire that you're seeing directly in front of you there. We spoke to 2 of the men. One of the guys, he's lived here 40 plus years. The other guy's lived here about 20 years. One of the guys' names is John Turtletaub. He is from Malibu here on this street. He's actually a film director and producer, and he told us about the experience driving in when it was dark, heading into the streets of Malibu off of PCH. Here's what he said.
As I'm coming down the middle of the night, no lights, I didn't know where it was on PCH because all of the landmarks are gone. You don't know what street you've crossed. You don't know which house you've passed. It's just done. It's all done. Let's see, you feel a little guilty if your house is still standing, kind of, but you're also happy, and it's not the house, it's just stuff in your house. And it's the house. Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, are these houses going to stay? This is the only houses. And where do people go to school? And we spend our lives in the Palisades. There are no Palisades. It's done. And I don't know what you do.
How much do you think is gone, between Palisades and here, this portion of Malibu? How much of that would you say is gone?
80%. I keep hearing in the news 1,000 structures destroyed. It's got to be 5 times that. And I don't know why they keep staying on that number. If you look just at what we call the alphabet streets and all that flat area around the Palisades, there's 1,000 homes right there. And there are no homes there. Pacific Palisades right now could just be taken off the map. There is no Pacific Palisades.
Very strong, emotional words coming from John, talking about this area that he loves so much. And those emotions of, feeling guilty, but also lucky at the same time, still having his house, looking down PCH and seeing dozens of homes just burnt to the ground, really. Oceanfront property right here. And he also mentioned Pacific Palisades, an area that he himself, loves to go eat out at restaurants and go visit friends and everything, just gone and off the map, he said. So that's the story here on the Malibu side of things and into Pacific Palisades, where there is just so much, as you heard with David Muir, so much is gone. And with Scott Reif showing the view from up above, and once the clouds are gone, once the smoke is gone, the ash, we should be getting a better idea of what that true number is. Josh Haskell, our reporter, he grew up in Pacific Palisades. He thinks it's like 50 to 70% gone. Only time will tell, but we can only say for ourselves, walking through with our own eyes, and Scott looking from up above in the Air 7, that there's so much that really is gone. And so this is just the beginning, we feel like. This is just the beginning of finding out how much is truly gone and just the few people that are left trying to save what they can. It's intense, it's emotional. There's so much, you guys, that we're feeling out here as we watch and cover it. And then the desperation outside of the barricades for people that can't even come in, who are wondering, is my home still up? Can I go in there to protect my property? I'm hearing that there's looting going on. What can I do? It's really quite the situation out here.
Yeah, so many issues to talk about, Tony, including the water issue. We've had so many complaints about the water pressure there, that people didn't have enough water, the firefighters didn't have enough water to fight the fire. What are you seeing now? Are people still dealing with that? I can see the hoses behind you. It looks like they're getting some help now.
Well, that was the story. The water issue, I believe, was up in Pacific Palisades, but here along PCH in Malibu, we're off close to Tuna Canyon. They haven't had an issue. We've seen these hoses being used throughout the day. I don't know if that is, related, if they have the same water supply as they do up in Palisades, but there's that hydrant right there, and there's even the residents that we heard from using their own hoses, tying them up to the hydrants and just trying to do their best to try to knock these embers down, knock everything out so that the fire doesn't spread to their own homes. And as far as blaming, the blame game, I did ask the residents about that, and they're like, look, at this point, we can't just keep living on that blame game, because what's done is done. We just have to help each other out. We got to just be grateful for those who are doing the work, the hard work for us out here, and maybe not focus so much on the negative. That's just one perspective. I know there's plenty of others who are like angry and frustrated, and so are they, but it's kind of like, what can we do as a community to move forward? That's kind of what I'm gathering. And yes, there are mistakes maybe that were on the way that some people might point out, but what can we do moving forward as a community to support each other?
All right, Tony, thank you very much for that. Let's go to Josh Haskell, who's in downtown Los Angeles. He was at that news conference that took place a few hours ago. We heard you getting a lot of questions in there to Mayor Bass. Tell us what's the latest.
Well, I first just want to respond to that incredibly powerful sound that Tony Cabrera just brought, and that gentleman from Malibu talking about how he felt like it was more than 1,000 structures. They keep using that number. I want to update our audience and our viewers that they changed that number at this press conference from more than 1,000 structures to thousands of structures damaged or destroyed in this fire. They talked about how they haven't even been able to get teams into these neighborhoods. They're actually using radar and technology from flights for heat maps to find out where homes were, and these are rough estimates. So we've gone from over 1,000 to thousands. Also, what that gentleman said, really, I saw yesterday, Pacific Palisades, I said 50 to 75% gone. It really feels closer to 75%. So much of the community wiped off the map. And that's something that we asked our leaders about inside. And I specifically asked about the firefighting struggles, the water pressure, the hydrants that John, all of you guys have just been talking about. Let's go to that sound. Josh
had stayed and was trying to fight the fires, and if my neighbors were here, I wasn't going to let them be alone. If we were all doing it together, then we have to stick together to try to make this out.
Okay, so since you've been here waiting, what have you been told by sheriff's deputies about trying to get back?
They told us 9 o'clock was going to be an update. They seem to have done a shift change, and no new information. When I first got here, they said the reason they were stopping people from going was because people were breaking into houses. I was here till 3 a.m. There were people going up and down the street, but when I asked them what they were doing, they had come back to get their stuff and were heading out. So there was not a lot of people, at least over here. But when I left at 3, I was, to my knowledge, the only one left in the neighborhood.
All right, so you're just going to wait it out here?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, and good luck with everything. We really appreciate it. I mean, there you have it. People are just doing what they can to just save what they can in these neighborhoods, Amy and Chris. But again, no one is going to get past New York Drive at Lake Avenue right here. They have it completely blocked off right now. So all these people just trying to see what's left of their homes. And we've been showing you those images all morning. And a lot of people just questioning, is my home still there? Back to you guys.
And it is just amazing to see the neighbors helping neighbors. They're all in so much crisis, yet they're still helping each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of those two people, two completely different stories. You have the woman who lost her house, the man who's helping people, and both of those seem like two people that you would love to have as neighbors and have that good, kind energy. So
Altadena is such a community, strong community.
Wish them the best, that's for sure.
Yes. You know, we know that people in that community have been stopped in that intersection at New York, but there are some people that have been dealing with the Eaton fire, and they have been able to make it back to their homes to see what is left there. And that is where our Rick Montanez has been talking to some people.
Yeah, Amy, Chris, we're showing you here. I mean, this is the raw emotion of people realizing that their homes are gone. This pair right here just walked up the street and looked around the corner and just, I mean, those were apartments that were around there. And if we can swing the camera back around here and show where I'm standing, this is initially what we planned to show you first. Dozens of homes behind me in this townhome complex that have just been incinerated. I mean, it is almost difficult to even tell how many units were here, but so much on this street just destroyed. And, you know, a lot of people are really wanting to come down and be able to see this. This is El Molino Avenue and Mariposa Street here in Altadena, and this is the Mariposa Townhomes complex here right on the corner. But, you know, somebody just told us walking by that it looks like a bomb went off, and you really feel that when you come around and see all of this destruction here, and it's horrific and difficult to see. And we come around here on the street and you see on the other side, this was a business here, a large building. There were a lot of homes in the area, and then now this. I mean, it's stunning to see everything that burned so quickly and so intensely that you can't even really tell what it was. I will show you this building, what it was before it burned down, but I want to also show you over here, there's more people gathering, looking at the destruction, comforting each other. It is hard to see that, you know, what the loss that they're feeling. We've been describing it all morning, and for a lot of us, we understand it because these are our communities. And you see this building here. This was it looked like a business center, a paint shop, and an insurance office. But what I want to try to bring up here on my phone is to show you the contrast of what was. We're going to get focus here once I get this established. So this is the building where you see that State Farm sign, that office building we were just looking at. I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit so you can get a better idea. So you see there were a bunch of storefronts there as we move this view around. This is the building here on the corner that I was just saying. I'll show you in a second. Look at that. And it's just all gone now. I mean, it's incredible to see these before and after. And then this is the townhomes, Mariposa Townhomes, where we were just standing in front of the first time you saw me here, and all of it is just gone. It's such a stark contrast to see everything that has been lost. We're going to come around again here and see. It looks like there's more people walking up right now. They just pulled up in their car. Gosh, it's so hard to see this. The emotions as they come to realize what is left of their home, which is nothing. Yeah, it's so tragic to see what's going on out here, and really to understand how much has been lost here in this community. Again, El Molino Avenue and Mariposa Street here in Altadena. You know, it's typically I will go up, but you can see the emotion on them.
I get that. I respect that.
We've got to give them their space for now. But you guys, this is what we're seeing out here, and it's...
Rick, we hear the emotion in your voice, and we know that you have been covering news in Los Angeles for a long time, like Chris and I both. And, you know, the fact that you are not numb to this is a testament of who you are. To see this ongoing destruction for a couple of days now, and it is still so emotional to you and to so many of us. You know, we've seen so many burned out buildings, so many burned out homes. We've heard the horrifying stories, and yet it is still so emotional, and it is so tough to see these people, you know, inside this rubble. Is their memories, things that cannot be replaced.
And it's stories like this that show us why we have to come together for this community. Go ahead, Rick.
Right, and we understand the devastation when we cover these incidents year after year, and we see so much tragedy throughout our years of working in this industry. And we always feel for them, but, you know, a lot of times it is for us, you know, we have a job to do, we get in it, we obviously can show compassion to people that we talk to, and we compose ourselves to deliver the news and the facts and the information. But when you see something like this that we've never seen before, it's sometimes hard to hold that back. And to understand what so many people will be dealing with, what they, you know, how do they deal with it? And so many people, you know, I'm getting messages from people asking me to check on their properties, and I would love to be able to go around and do that. It's just so hard to do it. There's so much widespread damage from these fires.
It is.
It's a reminder for us, if you know anyone who lives in these communities or impacted by all this destruction, reach out to them, send them a text message, ask if they need help, because it's those little things and those little acts of kindness that make you feel appreciated and make you feel not alone when you could feel so alone like these people do.
Yeah, and even though these people, you know, so many are being kept away from their homes, it does bring some sense of closure, some sense of just comprehension to see it. And we understand why they want to go and they want to see it. They need to make sense of it. And eventually they will try to gather anything that may have survived the fire. But right now, you know, you can still see smoke coming up from some of these piles of what used to be a home. And there are still a lot of hot spots. We can see some smoke right there. And it is just tough to see these people standing in this.
You know, and Amy and Chris, one of the things that I heard Jasmine Veal say the other day is, you know, when these people are losing everything, you see them grasp onto anything they can because they're losing it all. So when they want to come see these properties, they want to see if they can find anything. It's just grasping at what you can possibly save, which we know for the most part is going to be next to nothing. But, you know, you just got to feel for how devastating this is for them.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It doesn't make sense to them. It doesn't make sense to us. And as the day goes on and the days go on, we'll have to figure out how to do this together and heal together. And there's a lot of resources that are out there that we're putting on our website, KCAL Cares, and we'll talk about this a little later on. But
hey,
whether you need help for volunteering or raising money.
Amy and Chris, if you're still...
Go ahead, Rick.
Are you guys still with me?
Yes.
We are, yeah.
I've got someone here who says he lives in the area. He's taking some photos. I'm Rick with KCAL. We're live on the air. So can you just share with us what it's like to see all of this right now?
Just pure devastation. I've never seen anything like this before. This is the second time I've had to evacuate since I moved here 10 years ago, but this just blows everything out of the water. It's apocalyptic, it's chaotic, it's
Have you been able to see if your home is still standing?
My home is standing, but it's one of the few homes in the area. And I have a lot of guilt about that because I have a lot of people that I care about in the community that are just completely devastated. And I live 3 houses down from Franklin Elementary, which burnt down. And just having fireballs of ember crashing down randomly, and you're the one that gets spared. It's not fair.
Yeah, that's got to be difficult to understand how your house was spared while others weren't. You know, I talked with another neighbor out here in this community who was saying, you know, he's grateful for that, but he feels like the community likely could never be the same because so much has been destroyed.
No, I was just hanging out by Franklin Elementary and just taking pictures, and some neighbor that I've never met before came and we just hugged and cried. Never met each other before, but we just shared that same pain and just the question mark of what's coming next. We have no idea. We're going moment to moment right now. It's complete chaos. You look to your left, you look to your right, and houses that have been there for years, decades are gone. Complete neighborhoods wiped out, lost.
Yeah, one of the things I was noticing is, you know, the shops, the restaurants, the businesses, dental offices, it's what makes the community, and it's not just homes or just a strip mall lost.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I used to come here and get my hats shaped, and now it's gone. You know, the stores, they're all small shops, mom and pop shops, very, very intimate. You get to know the people and you come here often, and it's just gone. It's all gone. And places that I would go to for breakfast, places that I would go to meet with friends and family, it's all gone. And it's on a massive scale. You know, it's not like 1 or 2 houses and it's just a sad situation. It's a massive scale. We don't know how to rebuild this. We don't even know how the insurance companies are going to give a damn, to be honest with you, about this, because the destruction is on such a massive scale.
Right. And so do you feel like it's even hit you yet, or that you're still processing?
I'm still definitely in shock. I'm definitely in shock, and I'm exploring, and I'm just realizing that there's more to be shocked about. So I'm in this perpetual state of shock right now.
Right. It's every corner you turn, you see more and more and more.
Yeah, and the quality of the air. Last night was horrible. Last night we were up until 2, 3 in the morning just making sure no one is breaking into our houses, because there's a whole other level of chaos, a whole other nightmare at night. People that come here to prey on the suffering that's been going on.
Which is awful. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Yeah, it's Vaco.
Vaco, thank you so much for talking with us. I appreciate it. We wish you the best in such a horrible time, but thank you so much. We really do appreciate it. So Chris and Amy, you heard his words here. I mean, it's...
Bill, do they move? None of us know. But I will say this. Every person I've spoken to who has lost their home, and we thought ours was gone, people are staying positive and up and just handling it and not freaking out. It's strange.
That is. I mean, that's incredible to hear that, because with just so much devastation, you turn left, you turn right, there's a destroyed home, there's a destroyed business, school, church, whatever it is. But what does that say?
Everyone's it's not in their control, and it's happening to everyone. So people sit and watch their houses burn on their Ring cameras or on TV. And it's not just you, it's everyone. My daughter has 23 kids in her class, 11 lost homes.
Oh.
That's not like, oh, something bad happened. That's like as bad as it gets.
I know for people like that, my family and friends, when I tell them about what I saw when I get back from the fire zone, it's hard for people to realize how much has really gone on here without seeing it for themselves. We finally got the helicopter up to show the destruction. From what they could see, there's still a lot of smoke. When you drove through for the first time and saw it, what were you thinking?
I couldn't get over it. It was pitch black, the power's out. And as I drove down PCH, looking over my shoulder to make sure the sheriffs weren't following me because I wasn't supposed to be here, I didn't know where I was because all of the landmarks along the way are just gone. You know, oh, this turn is where that house is or that restaurant. There's nothing. LA, we've all seen postcards and everyone talks, oh, I want a beach house in Malibu. That's not a thing. There are no beach houses in Malibu. How is that possible? And we're all just like, can't wrap our heads around it.
Okay, moving forward here, how long do you stay? Do you wait for the winds to subside? Do you wait? I mean, how do you sustain that?
You just stay and stay and stay and keep putting water on it as long as you can. And then once you feel the house is safe, then you leave because there's no power, right? There's no gas. It's all done. So we don't know even if we save the house, if it's livable around here. And you think you have a community, people's houses may be safe, but there are no markets, there's no schools, there's no churches, it's gone. And yet, people are going to make it through this. We are.
I love hearing you say that. John, thank you so much for sharing with us, and our best of luck to you. And we'll got to send it back to you guys back in studio.
Tony, thank you very much for that. We are going to talk to LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger, who's on the phone with us now. Supervisor, do you hear us?
There.
Supervisor Barger, are you there?
Yes, I'm right here.
Thank you for talking to us. We listened to the news conference earlier.
I think we have
what is left of their home, trying to find things, important things, sentimental things that they might be able to pull out of that. So far, what I've noticed that they've been able to pull is just a bat, an aluminum bat for their son, who they say even through all this, they've been making sure that he's been getting into his baseball practices. Here comes the super scooper, Enrique coming behind us right now. So there's another round. This time it looks like he's coming by himself, but they're up and they're looking and they're doing the work. Oh, here comes the other one right behind it. Exactly what the folks in this area had been hoping for, praying for, and waiting for ever since this fire started. Unfortunately, of course, because of how strong those winds were in those early days, those 80, 90 mile an hour gusts, it just was too dangerous to get those up in the air to do anything. Fortunately, in that time is when all this destruction happened. So now, the hope is to be able to get some containment around this and try to stop any forward spread on this so that in the event of any other wind event that comes down the line, that we're not still dealing with this. Luckily, the wind here has been dying down throughout the day. We are feeling a pretty significant breeze that's been pretty constant here in this neighborhood, but as of now, it feels good. We are still wearing our masks, obviously, because the particulates in the air and the fumes that still come from whatever burned inside these homes is very dangerous. And it's good to see the folks who have made their way in here to look through some of this stuff. They're wearing the masks as well to make sure that they're doing their due diligence to keep themselves healthy and safe through all this. But again, this neighborhood behind Palisades Village, it's just block after block. Every single home has been destroyed in this neighborhood. So when we start taking that tally of how many homes were destroyed as a result of this fire, many of them will come from right here, guys.
Yeah, John, as we... your shot is just unbelievable to see, and yet in the same breath where John is, there's no active fire, yet down the way, just miles from you, John, there is still a very active firefight happening right now. In fact, I want to give you a live look from our Mount Wilson camera that I believe we have right now that our directors are trying to get to. Here you go. And yet again, this is now the Eaton fire. We believe this is now approaching a specific area there. Again, this is from our Mount Wilson camera. You still see that smoke billowing in the air. This part of the fire is now approaching our broadcast towers up on the hillside there. A very, again, active situation. Earlier, we did hear LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney say that much of the forward progress had been significantly stopped. But this is the issue, especially as the winds potentially start to kick back up during the afternoon hours today. That there's still a very active firefight. And this is, we're not out of the woods by any stretch in either the Eaton fire nor the Palisades fire.
Yeah, and Jonathan, just another example of how quickly things can change because of those winds. So just to wait and see what happens later this afternoon, but you can just see the intensity of that smoke billowing into the air at this hour in Altadena. The Eaton fire has already burned more than 10,000 acres, and it remains at this hour at 0% containment. So still a lot of challenges that firefighters are facing today.
Absolutely. Our Conan Nolan continues our team coverage on the ground there in Altadena. He's at the intersection of Athens and Santa Anita. And Conan, we just saw this shot of active fire again, just, a couple hours after we heard that most of the significant progress had been stopped. And this is the reality for firefighters. They're not out of the woods until this thing is officially over.
Right, and that could take days. The question is, where is the active fire? If it's in the wildland and there's no, there's very little wind, or there's no advancement of the flames like we saw, 48 hours ago. There's no active flame here other than the continued burn of gas lines on this stretch.
Our Conan Nolan having some signal
what
issues.
You've seen
go
here
ahead, Conan.
is, I'm sorry, we're breaking up here because so many.
Yeah, they've been having cell phones,
and so it's intermittent. It's very difficult.
It's just breaking up a lot. Yeah, like here, and this is an issue we've seen throughout both fires up in the hillsides, where people are complaining of zero cell phone coverage, or very little, which is how our signal is up. We want to go back to Mount Wilson because Conan made a good point earlier about whether this is burning in the wildland area, and we can assume that it is right now. In fact, we did hear from the Angeles National Forest Fire Chief earlier that the Angeles National Forest is closed. And that is significant given that the Angeles Crest Highway is a significant thoroughfare for people who travel back between the desert and our area here on this side of the hill.
Is our shot locked up?
We can hear Conan
again.
Hopefully we can try to get back to him as soon as his shot is stable. But again, he made a good point. This is burning in the Angeles National Forest, but it is threatening the broadcast towers up there. That is what gives us the ability to broadcast, to hit those towers, to get some of these live shots up. But yeah, the smoke billowing into the air once again as the winds are only going to continue to intensify over the next several hours. And this is not what firefighters wanted to see, Camilla.
Yeah, not at all. And when you think about the conditions, that combination of the brush surrounding that, the dry conditions just fueling those flames, and that is the concern, especially with those winds expected to pick back up later this afternoon. So that's something that our meteorologists are closely monitoring. We'll have to see what happens here next. But again, those challenges. It looks like we have our Conan Nolan that is back. Conan, can you hear us?
This signal's going to...
We can hear you, Conan.
The woman in the center there is Camille Davis, 23 years old. This is her home that she grew up with her parents. Her father built it. She is looking for her cats. We actually gave her a ride up here because she was well down at the bottom of the of Santa Anita. And it was going to be another 20 minutes for her, or 30 minutes, and she was worried about her pets. She can't find them. Cats have a tendency to shelter in place and go and hunker down and then pop up days later. We've seen that in other calamities. You're referring to the flank of the fire that's making its way up Mount Wilson. There, it's the Mount Wilson Observatory. It is the most historic spot. It is a historic spot.
It's difficult to hear Conan out there just due to the... All right, we'll get back to Conan in just a moment. And again, that signal very challenging to get out there in Altadena. Firefighters have been working around the clock since Tuesday morning.
All right, Brittany Hope talked to an LAFD captain to really show us the extent of the damage from the Palisades fire.
How you doing? How you holding up?
We're holding up okay. It's been a long couple nights, couple days, but our firefighters are tired, but they're out there and they're doing their job, and they've been keeping very busy through the last few days.
Let's walk a little bit. I know we both have these flashlights. There's obviously no power here. The sun isn't up yet, so you can really only see all of this destruction with the help of these. As we're walking, I know you said you have friends who are personally dealing with this, fighting it, who have lost things. I have friends who have lost everything.
Yeah, I think there's hardly anybody in the LA area who doesn't know somebody that's been affected by this. So, you know, we all have people that are out here, and so this is just devastating on all fronts. You know, this is a very fast-moving fire. We had the 99-mile-an-hour winds, so erratic wind conditions. But yeah, we've all been affected by this. You know, this was really all hands on deck. You know, myself, I had to pick up a lady who had 2 cats. She had to walk back into her house because she couldn't get in. And I've talked to numerous other fire companies that was putting people inside their fire engine just to get them out. And when something's moving this fast, that really is when, you know, we have to take extreme measures. And our number 1 priority is life safety. So we have to get people out first, and then we can do the firefight. And we had, you know, this was so widespread. We had such erratic winds. We're used to Santa Ana winds, but we're not used to them being, you know, 80, 90 miles an hour, and just such erratic changes in the wind conditions.
And it's personal. I mean, like you said, I don't think there's anyone in the Los Angeles area who doesn't know someone who's been impacted by this fire, by what's going on in Altadena, Hollywood last night. Your crew's been working more than 48 hours now at this point, coming up on 48 hours. I mean, there's so much destruction, and it's so deeply personal. What is keeping your crews going at this point?
Well, this is what our crews train for. We are used to working long hours, but you know, what's keeping us going is that there's still work to do. So there's still homes that are on fire. We're still helping people who are evacuated, and this is going to be an ongoing thing. So what's keeping our members going is that they have a lot of work, and you know, we're just at the beginning stages of this, because now we're going to have to, once the fires are out, we have to move into the recovery phase. But right now, this is still a very ongoing, active incident. Our firefighters are not going to be leaving here until, you know, until this fire we have 100% containment. Right now, we're at 0% containment. So it's, you know, the amount of destruction that is out here, I have 25 years on. This is not something I've seen on this scale. And, you know, people were coming down across the PCH with injuries because that was the only place that they could go. You know, people had to abandon their vehicles with how fast moving this fire was. And, you know, we put out warnings, and that's also why we say, you know, when you get an evacuation order, that's when you do need to leave, because
man, it's just sad to see. And I'm just thinking, you know, I've got kids of my own, you guys do too. Think of all the work that they put into all the arts and crafts, the home, everything else that was destroyed in this fire. Let's send it back to you.
Different scene. Can you compare the two in terms of how the environment has changed?
Yeah. The past couple of days, we've been dealing with winds. I had goggles on and a mask. Today, John, it's just really quiet. You see a couple of folks every now and then on their electric bikes, their e-bikes, riding around here. But there should be a lot of noise, a lot of, you know, a lot of kids having fun, recess or whatever. There's nothing here. I mean, one resident said it was like the zombie apocalypse. Everything's gone. You know, that's burnt down. You got a couple of guys around here riding around right now, checking things out. But we saw a lot of LA City Fire still driving around here, checking up. But it's just, John, guys, it's just quiet, eerily quiet. I could hear the planes in the background, but you know what? It's like the life was burnt out of this place. The soul's gone. You know, the familiar sounds of kids playing and folks walking around with their dogs, enjoying a beautiful day in the Palisades. That's not happening.
All right, Sid, thank you. Certainly be safe out there. I know it's quiet, but there's still plenty of dangers in situations like that. Thanks for talking to us. We want to talk to Leslie Lopez about the weather conditions. It's Leslie, Sid's location. It looked so calm, but I guess it's not going to stay that way.
In Sid's location, I think you're going to be much better off. In other areas, it won't be the case. As you can see right behind me, you're going to get to see some very strong gusty winds as you're heading out into Riverside and also out towards inland Orange County and Orange County communities. This is 69 degrees right now over in Riverside, and the winds are gusting to about 35 miles per hour right now. And they're only going to increase in higher elevations to 50 to 60 miles per hour as we're getting into this later evening. There is a high wind warning that will go into effect. It did start at 6 a.m. and continue onward through tomorrow at 6 a.m. So a 24-hour period of high winds for the Inland Empire and also Orange County. But we're looking out towards Burbank, and I know a lot of people are still dealing with the Altadena area where we're dealing with
cats or dogs. They are welcome. You can also go to the Pasadena Convention Center. This is on
Indeed, a loss of human life. Reporting live in Malibu, I'm Gigi Gracia. Back to you.
Well, that is a terrible update, but Gigi, thank you so much for bringing us the very latest news out of the Pacific Palisades and also the Eaton fire as well. All right, coming up, a lot of anger, growing outrage as people learn about the large cuts to the budget
have their
of the
homes,
LA Fire
but they
Department.
are damaged from the smoke. So a lot of people still coming here just to get that initial reaction and to see. I've also been getting a lot of messages on social media of people saying, hey, can you check out this address on Fair Oaks? Can you check out this address on Glen, this address on Lake? You can tell that people are watching. They're trying to get as much information as they can because they are heeding those warnings from firefighters and from police who are actively patrolling this block and trying to keep everyone safe, keep people out of here that should not be here. So a lot more information to come, but certainly right now people are kind of just taking this in and trying to grapple with this new unfortunate reality. Back to you guys.
Lexi, we have you're in a side-by-side with a shot of Mount Wilson there. We want to let our viewers know that the Eaton fire has picked back up the active flames. Do you see anything from your vantage point? We're seeing a ton of smoke coming now from the top of the hillside. We know you're more towards the base of the foothills, but we're seeing, I mean, yeah, you're in a place, Lexi, it looks like where there's smoke everywhere, but is that the plume? Looks pretty much the same.
I would say that's the plume you're talking about. We've been out here for about an hour now, and I have noticed the smoke thickening. Just being out here since early this morning when it was even dark, there is so much smoke just lingering in the air. There's ash, there's soot, but it certainly has felt heavier. The one thing I will say is the wind is still very calm. It's almost eerily calm because, right, these fires really continue to grow because of the wind. It is still very calm, but I have noticed heavier smoke coming from the mountain. Yeah. I cannot see any flames with my eyes, but that certainly doesn't mean they're not there.
And Lexi, have you been seeing any water drops in that area at this point, or any additional crews out there?
No, great question, because that's what I think everyone is really looking for, right? While the winds are calm, as we're expecting higher winds to move back into Los Angeles County, no water drops. We have seen firefighters and emergency vehicles.
Just moments ago, we saw some flames peek up from behind the roof of that building. So we know that the Eaton fire is actually approaching the Mount Wilson peak, and it has been a major radio and television transmission spot for about the last 80 to 90 years. It was first erected in 1947 as a pioneer radio station back then. We have had our transmission equipment up near the top there since 1986. So it is really important for radio transmissions in Southern California because it is very high and it gives an exceptional viewpoint for the entire Southern California area. So it is able to broadcast and receive radio transmissions, so law enforcement, fire, and media, television stations and radio use Mount Wilson as a major broadcast point. And you can see there is just smoke piling into this area here as the flames appear to be just below the peak there where our camera is. Now, if you come out to my screen, I can give you an idea on the map where this is. What we're looking at right here is the Eaton fire, and Mount Wilson, you can see right near the top of your screen, is here, which is an indication that the Eaton fire has now basically reached a few miles north from the last footprint. And what we're looking at is these structures here, these radio towers and buildings. Our camera that you were just seeing is right about here. So seeing that this fire is just that close coming back out the map, our camera is right about there. So we expect to see fire right along here. Now, the one bit of good news is while I've got the map here, I'm going to switch to the radar, and I can tell you that there are water-dropping aircraft and Phoscheck dropping aircraft in the area. We just saw some Phoscheck come from one of the planes here. This is Lead 53. This is the one that's calling out the direction for the Phoscheck drops. So there are aircraft here. They just left. I believe they're down probably in this area right here. That are going to go back to the Mount Wilson area to try and save it. Let's go back to RM1 to the camera if we can see Mount Wilson again. It's just very concerning that the fire has reached that level. There is going to be a concerted effort to try to save this equipment up here because it is critical for broadcast and reception in the Southern California area. I'm going to keep monitoring this, Chris and Amy, and let you know if they're able to stop the flames up there, but they are getting pretty close to the peak.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like whack-a-mole. You see a new thing pop up, and these fire crews work fast.
Yes, they
do.
do.
I mean, we saw them dropping that Phoscheck, and having the 3 helicopters and planes in that area definitely helps a lot.
The resources are there, and it's a welcome sight.
And
definitely.
thankfully, light winds,
Yes.
which is the biggest thing. But let's talk more about these returns of people going home to their neighborhoods. Obviously emotional, but it's happening in Pasadena, and it's been practically wiped out in that area by the Eaton fire. It's just hard to hear these stories sometimes.
Yes, it has been, and people are taking a look at what's left of their homes, if anything, and for many of them, it's the first time this morning that they are getting a look. KCAL News reporter Amanda Sorrentino has a special connection with one of the residents making her way back today. Amanda.
Yeah, Amy and Chris, yesterday morning when we were here in this neighborhood, a lot of these homes were still burning down early in the morning. The winds were extremely strong. And I had to stop at this house because it was one of my dear friends to check on it, because the last time I talked to her, she was evacuating while doing her job. So a lot of people probably know her. This is Natalie Tavidian. She's from KNX Radio.
I love you.
She is one of my closest friends. And while we were on air, I watched her house go and made the call to Natalie. And it was very difficult because this house holds so much love and memories of your family, and I want you to share your story with everyone.
You and I go way back. We've covered devastation left and right, and we always approach it with empathy, and we can empathize with people. But when it happens to you and you're feeling the emotions, we're feeling the story right now, and I could feel you feeling it, and I appreciate that. And I know that was such a hard call to make. I was down the street until 2 in the morning covering this for KNX, and then you came into work at 2 in the morning, and I was trying to fall asleep, and I asked you to check on the house, and that was the most, I know that was a hard phone call to make, and I'm glad that I heard it from you. And you were crying and telling me, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, Nat. And I had about 4 hours to spare before my mom and my brother woke up, and I had to break the news to them. But this is my childhood home. I grew up here. I took my first steps here. I said my first words here. I know you've been here before, and I wanted to have you again soon for my annual Galentine's, but this is going to take a really long time to rebuild. Our family's okay. All I took are photo albums, videos, photos, that kind of stuff.
So with Natalie's story, a big part of it is this home and how much she loves Pasadena and how much her family did too. This is the home her father built, and his story is incredible. And I want you to tell them while we kind of look around as well. I'll have you hold the mic.
Yeah, so I love you. We just broke this down so we can get into the backyard. But when my dad bought this home, his realtor called him at 5 in the morning, and his realtor lived here, and he said, this is a house for sale by owner. They're still asleep, so don't knock on the door. So if you look over there, he came to the side of the street. This is a side house. Corner unit, thank you. I can't find my words today. And all he did was, thank you, all he did was look at the backyard, and he looked up on the mountains, and he said, I'll take it. And he was probably 22 years old at the time. Imagine buying a house at the age of 22. He closed escrow on this house the day he brought me home from the hospital. And my parents had just moved here from Lebanon, and my mom was saying, oh my goodness, we're new to this country. I don't know how we're going to afford a baby. And my dad said, believe me, this comes with, having a baby comes with blessings, right? So they closed escrow on this house, and they brought me home from the hospital, and I grew up here. And the hardest thing is watching my mom deal with this, because yes, this is my childhood home. My brother and I grew up here, but my mom and my dad built this house from scratch. It's been through so many remodels. They put their heart and their soul into this. They loved entertaining people. My dad built a little tiki bar over there in the corner. And they would just entertain guests all the time. The pool was just remodeled, but it took small steps. They didn't have their dream home immediately. It took 36 years to get to their dream home. And I lost my dad at the age of 58 about 3 years ago. So for my mom, she's going from, it's really heavy for her. This is a lot. She's gone from losing her husband to losing the house that she and her husband built together. Yeah.
Natalie, as we walk through the home, we'll walk through a little bit this way. You were pointing to me some of the areas, especially when it comes to just where different memories are from your family, and then when you were evacuating, why that room in the front was so important for you to get to.
So that was the back of the garage, and my parents were like the OG Instagrammers. They had photos, they had videos before anybody else would post photos and videos. So we had albums from, in that corner, from the bottom all the way up to the roof, and photo albums for days, videos, VHS, high 8. Yeah, you're walking toward the kitchen right now, and, or what was the kitchen? VHS high 8. So I get over here. So I was covering the fires in Malibu. I was talking to people there, and every time I talked to someone, I saw them burst into tears after I asked them what is happening, because once you say it out loud, that's when it becomes real. And then I heard there was the fire in Altadena. So we come here, and all I said was, Shant, let's get the photos, let's get the videos. You don't know what's going to happen. There were embers flying over our heads, so we just started loading boxes and boxes of videos and photos and rescuing all of that. We put on hard hats while loading up the car because embers were flying, and then police were going all around the neighborhood saying evacuate. This is before we even got the alerts, so it was word of mouth. That's how quickly all of this happened. And my mom is so angry, and she's so sad, and she wishes we had more time. I think everybody wishes they had more time to have taken more stuff. And as the days go on, we're processing more. We're finding more. We're realizing we're never going to see this again. You're never going to see your grandmother's crochet knit stuff again. You're never going to see your blankie again. I had a little blankie, and it was, yeah, I yelled at my mom whenever she washed it. It was one of those.
Yeah. So, Natalie, I think with her story and how she's been processing, we were communicating during the Malibu fires on the first day, going back and forth as we typically do, and just making sure everyone's okay. And the last message I got from her was that she's evacuating. She has to get the dog. She has to get her mom. What so many people were going through in that moment, and you were pulling together what you could. You're now taking the spot of a reporter and doing that job. And mind you, she was doing live shots for KNX while trying to protect her family too and grab her memories, which this woman is one of the strongest people I know. But you're also now seeing it from the human perspective, and you're really living it. And why is it so important to go through this healing process? You and your brother are handling this very differently.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that I think are so important are to actually acknowledge how much this sucks and how painful this is. And my mom, my brother, and I, we actually had, I felt like it was more important. When you're grieving a loss, you can't do it with your loved ones sometimes. So I came here on my own yesterday, and a friend came and she hugged me, and I burst into tears. My mom came with support. My brother wanted to see it on his own, and he just wouldn't shed a tear until he came and he actually saw it with his own eyes. And you know when he shed a tear? When I showed him that I saved a stuffy of our first dog that I had for 20 years. And it was one of those running out, I'm like, I'll take that too, just in case. And that's when he got emotional. And I think one of the most important things when you're going through something like this and seeing it from my perspective, we're always asking people, how are you feeling? What's going on through your mind? It comes in waves. And 1 second I'm okay, and I'm like, I'm so grateful. My town is burning down. We're seeing embers fly over our cars, but I'm alive. Everybody's alive and well. But also, this sucks and this hurts. And I think it's very important to acknowledge that it's okay to not be okay. It's okay to say that this hurts. It's okay to take some time off to process this. So I also always ask people, why are you talking to me? And I'm sure you wonder that too. We've been reporting for such a long time, and we approach people with empathy, and then people want to talk. There's something so important about sharing your story and sharing how much it hurts. And I hope it helps others to say, like, this hurts. This sucks. And it's okay to sit in it. It's okay to sit in the pain, and it's okay to say, but we're alive. Yes, we are, but this sucks. My journals, my diaries that I wrote since I was 3-4 years, 12 years old. That's what got me into journalism. It's the journals my mom gave me. I started writing at like 2001. 11 years old, around that time. Those are all gone. Everything is gone. So Nothing. No, I was digging everywhere, and I was like, oh, by some miracle, maybe my dad's photo might be here. And we had a massive photo of him. This was the living room, and they had this leopard print couches that they got in the 90s. And, leopard print comes and goes through the years, and it was back. No leopard print left. But my mom said, I will keep these forever. She had mother-daughter dresses, and you know how much moms want to be grandmas, and she wanted to share that. And Dad's photo was somewhere here. And that photo. Yeah, and I did some digging, and my brother said something really funny. He said, why don't we just load up stuff in the Sub-Zero? But if you look at the Sub-Zero over here, nothing. Like, things were popping, things were exploding, Amanda. See, did you find something? Like, nothing. Some ceramic stuff. And my neighbor came from across the way, and she was in tears, and she said, I watched your house burning down, and I'm so sorry I couldn't do anything. It happened around midnight. She said firefighters were trying everything, so I know. We know. We know how this goes. We know people tried, but it's still so hard. And when all of this really, really hit me, my mom's a fashionista. She's traveled the world with my dad. She has clothes from all over the world. She had the cutest vintage stuff I would always borrow. And yesterday she asks me, can you bring me some sweatpants? And she doesn't have that. Like, that's all she needed, was bring me some sweatpants. So I drove to the South Bay to my apartment, and I cried the whole way home, and she was just going, why is the suitcase so heavy? And I packed everything for her, and I just gave her whatever clothes that I have. So my mom, my brother, they have no clothes right now, and I just gotta take one step at a time.
One step at a time, and I want to move a little bit more through your home here. So taking one step at a time, how are you guys moving forward from this? What is the plan to rebuild at this point?
That's the magic question, right? Where do you begin? It's taken 24 hours to really, truly process what has happened. So I just drove back from the South Bay, gave my mom a luggage of clothes, and I'm going to meet her at a restaurant down the street, and we're going to figure out where we're going to get her a temporary home next, and then figure out where we start from rebuilding. And there's absolutely nothing to salvage, but that's where we go from there, and hopefully we find her a good temporary place to stay, and then rebuild from there. Door. Yeah. Like, that's all that survived. Maybe we could use that in the new home.
They're not going to be able to fly. They will not be able
Natalie,
to
being
be
back
affected
here,
at all. So they'll ground all the helicopters and the airplanes, and then it's just the ground troops that have to try and stop this. And in those types of winds, it can be nearly impossible, especially, once you get down into some of these areas and it really starts to take off. But I got to tell you, though, it's sickening, It takes you a moment or two to really digest how bad the loss is down here. It's going to take years and years and years to recover. I remember the 93 Malibu fire. There are still homes that haven't been rebuilt. And of course, Malibu's a little tricky with building, requirements and things like that. But it's going to be a long time before there's any sense of normalcy here in the Pacific Palisades. Years.
The first word that's been coming to mind all day and yesterday to me is unreal, but the reality is this is real, and it's so sad and it's so heartbreaking for thousands of families that are dealing with just this devastation, loss of life, loss of property, homes, cars. We just learned all LAUSD schools are closed tomorrow. Scott, yeah, this is just hard to fathom. I'm curious, have you been over to the Eaton fire in San Gabriel Valley at all today?
Yeah, we tried to fly out there.
To fathom. I'm curious, have you been over to the Eaton fire in San Gabriel Valley at all today?
Yeah, we tried to fly out there earlier. That was our first stop once we had sunlight, but we just weren't able to see anything. What's going on with the Eaton fire, from what I can tell, my assessment that when we were over it, it is mostly burning in the Angeles National Forest. In that forest area, there's thick, heavy brush, there's heavy fuel, and it's burning in that area. It did burn last night with the winds down to the flatland in Pasadena, but now it's just a smoke event up in the mountains.
Okay. Scott Reif, thank you so much for your coverage all morning long. We appreciate it.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
Pacific Palisades right now could just be taken off the map.
Right now at 11, devastation and despair amid one of the worst fires in Los Angeles history. We're just now starting to get a better look at the widespread damage. We have live team coverage.
And we're not done with the winds just yet. Danny Romero is in for Brianna with the critical fire forecast. Good morning. This is Eyewitness News at 11 a.m. live on ABC 7, Hulu, and wherever you stream. I'm Giovanna Lara. You saw the winds moving our camera.
I'm Philip Palmer. Let's go right to Scott Reif. He's been live in Air 7 over the devastation of Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, it really is almost unreal. It's just hard to comprehend. When we first saw this, Philip and Giovanna, we came out of Van Nuys, we flew over here, and we just really didn't believe what we were seeing. I was looking at it, that whole area is gone. All of those homes are lost. You know, sometimes in the monitor we don't see it initially. We're pushing it with a camera, and then all of a sudden it just dawned on us just how many homes have been lost here. You see the shadow of the Super Scooper flying over. There's the Super Scooper. They've been making drops, and I'll show you that area in a moment. But everything, for the most part, is lost here. Thousands of homes right down to the shoreline. That's the village in Pacific Palisades. Some of the structures are still set, but a lot of them have been lost. And you really feel for these people. You know, it's going to be a long, long time, years before a lot of these people can recover, and years before they're going to be able to rebuild all this. Just think about trying to rebuild this entire area and all these homes. But I want to go up and show you the Super Scooper drop. They just made one. There's another one coming in right behind it. They're able to get a load of water off ocean since the winds are calm, and they're making drops on what would be the northeast portion of this Palisades fire that isn't too far from the Brentwood area. They're hitting it as hard as they can at this point in time, and I want to give you a wide shot once we see this drop of just how big this loom up. Also, Philip and Giovanna, a little bad news, because all of a sudden at altitude we're getting banged around a little bit. It's been calm all morning long, and now all of a sudden we're getting some wind gusts up here. Whether or not that is going to translate down to the ground, we don't know, but it usually does. And you see the Super Scooper making a drop, and then all of a sudden you see just how big that loom up is. So we're in a lot of trouble if these winds continue to blow.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me, we're going to go to Josh. I'm sorry.
Hey there, Scott. Thank you so much. I have some updates from the Palisades fire. A news conference took place a short time ago, which included LAFD Chief Kristen Crowley, of course, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, our county leaders, LA County Fire, discussing both or all the multiple fires going on. But I want to focus again on the Palisades fire, where Scott Reif has been over, and just the devastation there. The latest numbers released at that press conference, the Palisades Palisades fire has burned over 17,000 acres. It is still burning to the west, towards the Brentwood area, I believe, and then to the east, west towards Malibu, Topanga, where Scott just was, and then the east towards the Brentwood area. 60-mile-per-hour winds could be expected later today, according to the LAFD chief, which is why they still have had hesitation and have not been able to fly a lot of those helicopters and planes. But good news is you just heard they are up. Scott is showing them to you. So that is something they expect to happen today. But Kristen Crowler said we are still seeing and could see extreme fire behavior. I also want to make the point that there was reporting out there that over 1,000 structures had been damaged or destroyed, and that was updated at this press conference. They didn't say 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. They said thousands. Again, thousands. So that is what we're dealing with, and you can see those images from Pacific Palisades. That definitely feels accurate at this point, damaged or destroyed. And I want to toss to a question that I had for Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass regarding the firefighting efforts and all those reports that we've heard about the lack of water pressure and hydrants. Take a listen.
Josh Haskell, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Mayor Bass, I've been on the fire lines the last 2 days. I've never seen firefighters this desperate. At fire hydrants, water not coming out, the pressure so low, the #1 tool that they use to fight these fires, not there. How frustrated are you about that? And also, I'm getting texts right now from the Palisades Highlands community. We're almost 48 hours after this fire started. There's not resources up there. The hydrants aren't working. Where's the National Guard? Where are miles and miles of water tenders? How are we addressing this?
Well,
Your reaction.
first of all, you asked me, was I frustrated by this? Of course, because we all know that this has been an unprecedented event. We also know that fire hydrants are not constructed to deal with this type of massive devastation, and that the #1 problem, especially on Wednesday, was the fact that we weren't able to do the air support because of the winds. And so, of course, I am absolutely frustrated by that. I am not sure that is correct, that there are no resources up there, but rest assured, as soon as we are done here, I will follow up on that.
But those homes, the first day and a half, there were homes up there that had been protected by the fire. And then I went up there yesterday and there were
that had been protected?
That it basically had been saved. Obviously, the fire's moving in different directions, but when I went up there yesterday, there were not a lot of resources. We drove around, and then I know that things got worse up there. I'm just wondering, now that we move 48 hours past, how are we addressing these water problems that are continuing, and is it acceptable that they continue?
Well, let me just say that the water problems are a little better now because the winds are such that we can go up and have the air support. And you know that that was the reason that the devastation was so bad, the unprecedented wind, the strength of the wind, and the fact that the air support could not go up.
And the LAFD chief telling me that, quote, this is one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of LA. I also want to update about the law enforcement aspect of this. Sheriff Luna went up to that podium. He was not happy. He said that it is the job of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department to save lives, help people get out of these evacuation zones. But instead, they're having to deal with looters. An updated number released at that press conference, 20 looters at this point have been arrested, all by the LA County Sheriff's Department, all in the Pasadena Altadena area for that Eaton fire. We have not heard of widespread looting happening in the Palisades, but that does not mean that it has not happened yet. But that was an update from Sheriff Luna. DA Nathan Hochman also there having strong words for anyone that plans on taking advantage of the most vulnerable people right now who have lost everything or who have been forced to evacuate. He said this is not something that you want to do, and you will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. I'll send it back to you.
Josh Haskell, thank you for that. A live look again at the Palisades fire from Air 7. Eyewitness News reporter Tony Cabrera is on the ground now in Malibu and joins us. Tony, what are you seeing there? I pause because of the devastation that we're looking at, the rows and rows of homes that are now flattened. It's just hard to process. Tony.
that's been the heartbreak here on the Malibu side of things. Along PCH from Pacific Palisades all the way up to Malibu Canyon, there are just rows of homes, lines of homes, I should say, along the oceanfront property that's been just leveled to the ground. But there are few pockets, clusters of homes that are still standing. These are a loss. It's still standing, the structures. But what's been happening is that there's a couple of homes here, about 4 homes to the left of all this, that are in good shape, that have not been affected by the fire. These residents have been doing what they can to fight to save their own homes. And we have video showing what they were doing earlier today. We were watching as they used hoses to spray down some of the embers from the other homes nearby to try to put those hot spots out in those homes. They were going through with the hoses and just doing their best because they knew when the winds picked up, the embers could reignite other things and cause more of a problem and more spreading to happen. We spoke to one of those residents who says that he was here throughout the day and just shocked as he came in the dark hours to what he saw off of PCH.
As I'm coming down the middle of the night, no lights, I didn't know where it was on PCH because all of the landmarks are gone. You don't know what street you've crossed. You don't know which house you've passed. It's just done. It's all done. You don't, let's see, you feel a little guilty if your house is still standing, kind of, but you're also happy. And it's not the house, it's just stuff in your house. And it's the house. Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, are these houses going to stay? This is the only houses. And where do people go to school? And we spend our lives in the Palisades. There are no Palisades. It's done. And I don't know what you do.
How much do you think is gone, between Palisades and here, this portion of Malibu? How much of that would you say is gone?
80%. I keep hearing in the news 1,000 structures destroyed. It's got to be 5 times that. And I don't know why they keep staying on that number. If you look just at what we call the alphabet streets and all that flat area around the Palisades, there's 1,000 homes right there. And there are no homes there. Pacific Palisades right now could just be taken off the map. There is no Pacific Palisades.
And since we talked to him, we did update him on the numbers that Josh Haskell shared with us from the press conference earlier today, that there are thousands, not just 1,000, and no one is surprised by that after what they have seen, as they have whether seen it on social media, seen it on the news, or seen it for themselves with their own eyes like we did, driving through both Malibu here on the PCH coastal spots and through Pacific Palisades. We're live in Malibu. Tony Cabrera, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, Tony, it's important to note for people, thank you very much. It's important to note the acreage is an official number, the structure's official number, and they're going to have to continue to update those. So yes, it is, everything, unfortunately, is going to be worse. Now we turn our attention to the Eaton fire, where at least 10,600 acres, that's again, official numbers, have burned. 5 people have died. Officials did share some positive news, though, saying growth has significantly stopped.
But as we've seen, the destruction is already done. Mark Cota-Robles is live in Altadena, where he spoke with a victim who lost their home. Mark.
Yeah, Giovanna and Philip, good morning. You may be able to tell some large pieces of ash now falling all around us with this pretty widespread smoke event. A fire this large, there's a good chance that you may know somebody who's been impacted. For me, I now know a couple of families who lost everything in this fire, including the family who lived at this home behind us. And like so many, they're now trying to figure out what their new life will look like. Walter and Yalda Cease are going through what used to be their Altadena home, now nothing but rubble.
It's overwhelming. I don't know how we're going to get through it, but we will. I know we will. It's just going to be a long process.
The conditions they witnessed Tuesday night as flames approached is something they've never experienced before. All caught on their Ring cameras overlooking their home at the top of Altadena Drive. Still in that moment, they had hope they'd have a home to come back to. Never did they expect this.
We're going to go off and it's going to be okay. And we're going to get back and it'll be fine. And unfortunately, there's so many other people in the same situation. It's devastating, actually.
And here we are with nothing, right?
40 years of life gone in overnight.
An instant, yeah, it was.
It's unfathomable.
What they do have is each other, basic belongings they were able to grab during their quick evacuation, and their 2 dogs. While this home is gone, they say they plan to rebuild.
This is home. I've always wanted to live in Altadena. This is home. I will rebuild. I'll find a way.
Now back out live, I have known Yalda for several years. She's a local fitness instructor here in the area. She's the head coach at the Orange Theory down on Colorado Boulevard. What a heart, helps so many people in the community. Now she needs that same kind of help to rebuild her family. They have created a GoFundMe page to raise some donations. I've shared that link to my Instagram page. Again, she is just one of so many families, hundreds impacted here in the Pasadena and Altadena area. They said knowing that makes their heartbreak even worse.
That have been up in the air.
We're live in Altadena. Mark Cutter-Robles, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Is closed for Friday. Their goal is to hopefully reopen by Monday when the winds have calmed down, and hopefully we are on the other side of this. But right now, Camilla, this is still very active. We're now day 3 of fires, and this is no sign of stopping us.
Yeah, it's been a non-stop firefight here. And again, for our viewers just now joining us, you're looking live from Mount Wilson, the Eaton fire reaching the summit of Mount Wilson here from the western end, the west side of the mountain. If the fire reaches the mountaintop, what's most concerning here is that it can compromise our over-the-air transmission. As you can see from our shot here, the amount, all the towers that are there, radio, TV towers. So, and you can just see how those flames are inching closer and closer. The smoke just continues to thicken. And as Jonathan and we were just pointing out, the big question here is when that the support of the water drops could come in. So that is really what we are waiting on to see what the next steps are going to be for fire officials here working to contain this fire that has just exploded in size here. And already the Eaton fire has scorched more than 10,000 acres in the last 2 days.
And we know that number is going to rise dramatically. The only good news right now about this is that this is an area that it does not have many homes or people. We believe we have Chief Sam, our fire expert, with us, Chief Sam DiGiovanna. Chief Sam, thank you for being with us. You've been helping us so much with our coverage over the last few days, and here we are now, day 3 into the Eaton fire, and we're seeing this massive flare-up, and this is just really difficult to watch.
It is, and it's a shame because this is a big, important place for communication towers, for news media, for radio communications, and boy, to see this make a run this close to it is very concerning.
Chief Sam, the concern, we hadn't seen much aerial support over the Palisades fire, and even when we did see some more planes over the last couple hours, we didn't see them making active water drops. Are conditions well enough right now for them to fly a fire like this Eaton fire flare-up?
Well, I don't, watching the smoke on this, that smoke is moving pretty good. I don't know what the latest weather wind speed is up in that area, but that will be the determining factor. As we know, 40, 50 mile per hour winds is very dangerous for water drops up in that area. So I would only be speculating to even answer that right now, but wind would be the biggest factor that comes to my mind.
Oh, sorry, forgive me. As we pan the shot, our news operations center is panning the camera. There looks to be a line of fire retardant there on the ground. I don't know if our NOC operators can hear us as they pan up to see the smoke plume, but it almost looked like for a moment, Chief Sam, there was some red possible Phos-Chek there that maybe had been dropped on the ground. There's what I'm talking about. I don't know if you can see our vantage point, which would hopefully, that's what we need to see happening over the next few minutes, because this is getting dangerously close to these towers and, of course, the historic Mount Wilson Observatory.
And you're right. That is fire retardant. It's not an extinguishing agent. We know that. That's just going to slow, the spread of the fire. And it's very hard for these helicopters and planes just because of the height of the mountains, and navigating through those canyons and hills and those hilltops, much less the smoke that's going to obscure their vision. But I'm glad to see they got a retardant line down there. That should be hopefully good enough to help slow that fire down. And I can't see through the smoke, but hopefully we've got some ground resources in there doing protection on that.
And Chief Sam, right, you were talking about the winds just a moment ago. What is your biggest concern right now as you're learning more about this fire here over Mount Wilson?
Well, just what's in the forecast, and it kind of threw me by surprise when I woke up this morning and found out we are in for more winds this afternoon and through for tomorrow. That is a concern.
And when you think about the evacuations right now in the Altadena area and looking at these new images and how quickly this could change, I mean, this, Jonathan, could mean more additional evacuations for people in this area if this continues to spread.
Yeah, thankfully there aren't a lot of homes in this area. Chief Sam, you know, we talk about TV towers, radio towers, and of course the observatory. We can only assume that, you know, law enforcement, first responders, that you guys also have towers up there as well.
Yeah, we do have a lot of up there and Verdugo Peak, and there are areas, so it is a concern. As you can see right now, that shot, those planes, you know, right next to that building, they're getting awfully close, and it may be too, you know, that's very dangerous, winding roads up there. We have to be careful for firefighters to not become in an entrapment situation. That's rough area right there to have personnel in there. So. Hopefully we could get more air support in there. I don't see any engines in there, but there could be.
There were a few earlier that we saw, some firefighters there on the ground on that road. You know, it's precarious because it's one, you know, really kind of a loop up there, Chief Sam. It's one way in, one way out, basically, just as a giant loop up at Mount Wilson. And can you talk a little bit more about, you know, how fire moves? Because we saw this fire start downhill from the canyon. Can you explain to our viewers that fire moves fastest uphill? And just for your information, our meteorologist, Shauna Mendiola, just informed us that winds are light in this area. The issue seems to be, Chief Sam, so much of that fuel there at the bottom of the screen as well. We do see at least one truck. It's unclear what kind of truck moving through the roadway there.
Yeah, and, you know, let's go back to the possibility of why. I mean, look how close the towers are to the fire. To bring a helicopter or even a fixed-wing aircraft with that smoke, that would be awfully dangerous. The wings of the airplane could get hit, the rotors of the helicopter. That's very tight to come in and make a precise drop right on there. So that would be my biggest concern right now. If I was an air operations superintendent right now, that would be my big concern. What was the other question? I'm sorry, Jonathan.
Yeah, no, I threw three of them at you. Forgive me, Chief Sam. But no, that's a great point. It is a dangerous situation to fly normally, but with the altitude and those towers, you know, sticking straight into the air like that, it is a very dangerous situation for them to try to fly this, even though that might be the best tool to fight these fires as we continue to see the smoke billowing into the air. Chief Sam, my other question was just, talk about and kind of explain to us and our viewers about how fire moves. It tends to move faster uphill. Why is that the case?
Well, okay, so you have fire, and on a steep surface, it's a steep slope, it can move 16 times faster on a steep slope than on a flat surface. What happens is the fire below preheats the fuels ahead of it, and actually it just ignites right, it dries it out very quickly. That's already bone dry. And then the spotting of the fire also is going to create rapid rate of spread for this. So fire definitely moves way faster. You cannot outrun it, and puts it in a very dangerous situation. And that's even tough for ground personnel because very narrow streets up there, and you know they're going to get, there's a possibility of entrapment up there. So this is, you know, not good as far as the safety for personnel. So we're just going to hope that the fire retardant is going to hold the line and slow this fire down. But it's pretty dangerous looking right now, concerning.
Very.
Chief Sam, we're going to keep you on the line here as we bring in our Shauna Mendiola to talk more about the winds and the timeline here over the next couple hours and how this is going to impact the progress for firefighters as they work to contain this. Shauna?
Yeah, so I got a current reading from Mount Wilson, and it looks like it's just at 5 miles per hour.
Wow.
Hard to believe because, right, we're seeing the wind start to develop within this fire. Sometimes fires create their own weather patterns, and I think that's what's happening right now. It is so hot, it's creating their own winds, and look at all that smoke. You can see how hot that fire is. The reading from the monitor is only 5 miles per hour, and we don't expect the wind to really gust in that area here this afternoon yet. It's considered wind sheltered, but because that fire is already burning and creating its own wind, you can see those sporadic directions anywhere here today.
That's what we did see, Shauna, with those flare-ups. You see those,
you can see
how the fire is spotting from our vantage point. And a big credit to our News Operations Center for giving us a full scope of the situation here. We do have our News Chopper 4 headed to this area, but they're not able to get up there just yet. We also have some reporters. Oh, you know what?
Julia Dang just is here with us. Julia, what can you share from your vantage point? Julia, can you hear us?
All right, we're having trouble. Getting our Julia Dang, who just arrived on scene. Hopefully, we'll be able to get a shot from her vantage point soon. But right now, on the left of your screen, one of our fixed cameras showing us the flames there atop Mount Wilson. Just a really tough sight here. And then on the right, another vantage point from our tower up there, being directly threatened by those flames down below. And what's alarming to me, Shauna, you were talking about there's not real wind up there, but there's that fuel, and that's one of the key components to pushing a fire like this, especially fastest uphill.
And it's going uphill. You can see that preheating that fuel on the ground, and that's how it starts to climb real fast, rapidly spreading in a uphill slope. And you can see those towers real close by. Not a lot of wind. It's not a wind-driven thing, I think. This is because of that fuel. It's because it's so hot. And the air is dry, and we have red flag warnings for everyone. Doesn't matter if the wind hasn't picked up yet. Those fires are already burning.
And as you mentioned, with this fire already burning, it's creating its own wind here, as you were talking about earlier. So again, a live look here at Mount Wilson as these flames continue to pick up, and it's inching closer and closer to those towers there. That is the big concern right now as we continue to monitor this live. Jonathan, again, we talked about just the amount of brush that surrounds this area and how it just can continue to spread due to the conditions there.
I want to know if we have Chief Sam still with us, because I'd like to ask Chief Sam about, hey, Chief Sam, we'd like to talk about seemingly the lack of brush clearance here. Obviously that's something that fire officials stress, but there is a lot of green, lush vegetation ripe for catching fire, and that is exactly what we're seeing right now. And unfortunately, Chief Sam, I believe the flames we're seeing on the left side of the screen here from one of our vantage points has jumped that Phos-Check line that we saw earlier.
Yeah, remember too that the Phos-Check line does work great, but it's being dropped from the air. A lot of times it's going to hit a lot of this vegetation. It's on a steep slope, and it's going to hit a lot of the top. Let's say it hits 80% of that vegetation from top to bottom, but you're going to still have possibility of 20% of exposure underneath that fuel, where the fire can make a creep underneath that and make a run. And to say fuel reduction or mitigation to remove it, that's such a steep hillside. You really can't get crews down there and start cutting that away. So just a tough spot, but we can just hope and pray for the best of it. But it is concerning right now. It's just, you mentioned earlier, this is not a wind-driven right here. This is topography and fuel-driven that's exposing this right now.
It's such a tough thing, Chief Sam, such a historic site there, and no stranger to fire threats. We've seen this creep close to Mount Wilson before, but certainly this area hasn't burned in enough time where we see so much of that lush vegetation. And look at this, we're losing pretty much all our vantage point of the flames as smoke continues to billow into the air. Let's go to our News Chopper 4. We believe we've established signal with them now. Julia Dang overhead on the way to cover this new flare-up. Julia, this is just so alarming to watch.
Yeah, Jonathan, we're back with you now. This is terrifying, and this is deja vu. I mean, we were here about 24 hours ago over this same mountaintop, showing you how the flames were quickly creeping up the hill toward these towers, and now you can see this dark smoke obscuring these towers on Mount Wilson, right by the observatory. And talk about hitting close to home. News Chopper 4 is currently dialed into one of these towers. This is critical communications infrastructure impacting millions of people across Los Angeles County. And we just heard this morning during that live press conference from the LA County Public Works Director about how other critical infrastructure has already been, in his words, significantly damaged. He talked about transportation, sewer, and power infrastructure. And the issue there isn't just fire. He talked about heat. He talked about wind. And speaking of wind, Jonathan, you lost me earlier when you guys were trying to toss to me for a live report because we hit a patch of really bad turbulence. Worse than anything we experienced yesterday when we were flying to the Palisades fire. Worse than anything we experienced here when we were trying to come down from 11,000 feet to about 2,000 feet. You remember that? I was telling you I could not control the joystick on my camera. And it's because of that turbulent wind that air tankers actually cannot fly here right now. I heard you talking about fire retardant that was dropped a short time ago, but 15 minutes ago, the LA City Fire Department said they were releasing all of their fixed wing aircraft in this area because they cannot fly in this kind of turbulence. So without that FOS check, without that retardant to help hold the line, this is now what we are seeing. And Jonathan, alarming, terrifying. This is surreal.
No, it's surreal, especially given that firefighters and fire officials were content with the kind of progress they had made yesterday on the Eaton fire, only to see this kind of flare-up. We want to pass along some information. We can hopefully bring back our Chief Sam, our fire expert here. This is reportable here from our engineer at Mount Wilson that firefighters, Chief Sam, you know, they're saying that they're letting a lot of this fuel burn, and that hopefully firefighters will be able to go in and still protect the structures and towers that are up there. We also confirmed that helicopters are coming in, but that air tankers, you know, the ones that would do any kind of retardant drop, those have been grounded. But can you help us understand that, you know, how firefighters are kind of letting that brush kind of burn around this area in hopes that the fire will kind of put itself out in some places?
Yeah, they may have went in pre-treated with some fire retardant. I don't know, but they need to burn some of this fuel off. And remember, too, what's the lesser of the two evils? You start coming in and doing water drops or FOS check fire retardant drops on these towers. I mean, you could be doing damage and putting those completely out of service just from what we use to fight these fires or slow these fires down. So fixed-wing aircraft, I could see right now, you know, that would be awfully hard to bring that in just due to the winds and, of course, the wingspan of the planes, even the rotary aircraft. So this is just going to be a little bit of a hope for the best. You know, just pray that you know, they've got this covered well enough. But, Jonathan, I want to say something. I don't want to divert from this, but I think an important message is something for all of us. We saw this come up very quickly, very fast, and almost unpredictable. I think Southern Californians need to be aware anything can happen very quickly. This is dynamic. A fire can break out in any one of your communities, and we could, you know, expect the unexpected just like this.
Yeah, and Chief Sam, just going off of your point here, what is your message to the community as we're watching this live on TV? As you mentioned, this is not over. Conditions can change very quickly, especially with the concern of the winds.
Yeah, so just exactly that. You know, residents, to our viewers, to all of us in Southern California, be prepared. Have your ready, set, go, important documents, medication, laptop, ready to go if you're asked to evacuate, especially if you leave for work. You have that because you may not get back home. If you're asked to evacuate, please do so. Be part of the solution. not part of the problem. Together, I always say this, we'll do our part. We ask the communities to do their part, and together we'll get through this safely. But we need everybody's cooperation.
No, without question. As we continue our live coverage here, it is just after 11:30. We want to let you know we are in continuing coverage in hour 49 now. We've been on the air since 11 o'clock Tuesday. You are watching KNBC TV as we continue our coverage of the Eaton fire burning above the hills now of Altadena. This is the Mount Wilson Observatory area, and we're continuing our coverage of the Palisades fire that it continues to burn homes. We are not out of the woods by any stretch. I'm looking at a shot from our Julia Dang up at News Chopper 4. She seems to be pointing at an aircraft. We can only assume she's pointing at a firefighting aircraft, though it's tough to see right now. And then the shot on your right, that is the Mount Wilson Observatory site, but it's also the site of several TV towers for all the local TV stations who are using these towers right now, including us, to bring you this type of live coverage. And the fire is threatening our tower. We have a camera, several cameras attached to that tower. That is what you're seeing being controlled by our News Operations Center right now. In fact, that building there down below is our NBC building attached to our tower. You see how close the flames are right now. And if our News Operations Center, if NOC can hear us, if they can pan the camera up, we did see, Camilla, some firefighters there on the ground. It looked like they had established some sort of base camp. There were several vehicles and firefighters standing by. They did not seem to be in any kind of urgent mode, if you would, that we typically see with firefighters. We also saw fire crews driving around this area. And right here, as we tilt the camera up, that's where they are. You see several fire engines and trucks and workers. We also understand that there are engineers and other types of potential observatory workers up at this area. This is a tourist destination. There's a visitor center just off to the left here where those fire trucks are, but we don't anticipate there are any people out there because the Angeles National Forest has been closed.
That's right, and as we reported earlier from our engineer at Mount Wilson, that they are, purposely letting a lot of this burn to burn off the fuel. Again, it all plays a role with the conditions right now, and the next steps firefighters are going to take as we wait for water drop support on this fire, Jonathan.
Yeah, as we continue to watch these two shots, our Julia Dang is getting a little bit closer. She's giving us a shot of those TV towers. You see the smoke plume right at the base of them. And it looks like there may be some people, if our NOC camera operators can tilt up. There looks like, yeah, there's some firefighters there right at the base of one of the towers, just at the top of the screen. I don't know if our directors can take that shot full, and if our NOC can hear us, if they can tilt the camera just slightly up. There are some firefighters there. It looks like, and this is exactly what we were hearing, hopefully letting the fuel burn, letting the fire, kind of put itself out, because there is enough brush clearance from where they're standing between that green lush, those bushes that are burning, and the towers itself right there. There's two firefighters right there.
Yeah, Jonathan, we talked earlier with Chief Sam, I believe is still on the phone here with us, with just the amount of brush that surrounds this area. This is also a tourist destination. And Chief Sam, can you hear us?
Actually, we're going to go to our NBC4 engineer, Dennis Dottie. He's actually at the tower out Mount Wilson. Dennis, are you with us right now?
Yes, I am.
Dennis, this is as bad as it gets up there, but you're no stranger to fire threatening this area. Tell us what you're seeing from your vantage point and how concerned you are right now.
I'm not real concerned, to be honest with you. We've been preparing for this for a couple days now. Okay. The winds are still in our favor, blowing off to the west, which is helping everything quite a bit. The current plan is basically to allow the light fuels to burn off and then start attacking the fire after those fuels have burned off. We've got a lot of bear support, although they have called off the fixed wing due to high turbulence issues, and they're bringing in some helicopter support here any time. But we're in a good place up here. We've got a lot of assets that rolled in early this morning in preparation for what's happening now.
And Dennis, can you describe more